Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. They having some problems with me streaming to Twitter this morning. Remove. Okay. Good morning. How's everybody doing? You know what? It's so funny. SD. I knew it was raining here in Arizona for some reason. Now, y'all know we don't get rain that often. But when I seen this rain this morning, I said, what kind of Tuesday is this gonna be? SD must go be first in the room. No wonder it's raining. Oh my God. I was like, what is about to happen today? Now I know. SD is in the room. She is marked present. Good morning, SD. Hey, therapist. Good morning, film. Hey, Baka. I said, You say it's been pouring rain. Oh no. I know that y'all we don't have no sun, so I turned off the light so I can kind of like use my chair. Y'all let me know if I'm too dark, but I caught myself trying to use my chair today. Cause we don't have no sun. It's gloomy here. Like we talking about the place that we don't get nothing but sun. So for it to be raining, I'm like, y'all, I don't like the rain. Hey, drunkie, good morning. What's up, Marelda? Good morning. Yeah, so I'm gonna turn the lights on my chair since I can dim the house and hopefully, I don't know. It maybe gets sunny soon. So here, hey Tanya, good morning. You know we can get sun. It'll rain and it'll be a rainbow. So maybe we'll get hooked up today. I don't know. It made me feel like crap when it rains. When it rains, I don't like being wet. I think the only time that I want to be where it's raining is when I'm rolling around in the bed. And considering I'm not rolling around in the bed, yeah, I don't want it to be raining. It's definitely good sleep material. That's what I will give you. Definitely good sleep material. There's nothing like opening up your window, hearing some rain, and being able to just like listen. No TV, no nothing. And we got one of those like projector things because I love stars. I love astronomy. I love looking at shooting stars. Like, I don't know, it tickles my feathers for some reason. So in my room, I'm like a baby. And you know how babies have those little it's like a projector and it goes on our walls and all around the bedroom, and I can turn it on, no TV, in the dark, and see all the little shooting stars and planets, and love it. And with some rain on top of it, I'll probably be in heaven. We don't get rain that often. And of course, like it's raining now. Like I gotta be up and active right now. Like no fair, no fair, no fair. Rain later. You know, rain later when I can lay around and roll in the bed. Right, film? They are so nice. Like, yeah, we got one in our room, and I'm like, ugh. And you can change out the little disc to, depending on what you want it to be. Hey, Dr. Rachel, good morning. So we, you know, yeah, nice thing to have. That's what I will say if you into that type of stuff. Like, I never forget we were traveling from Ohio to I think we were going to South Dakota at the time. We were doing a long road trip. And I don't know where we end up stopping, but all I remember is him waking me up and like, wake up, wake up, wake up. And we was out in the middle of nowhere. Like we was on the freeway. The place probably was called Nowhere, to be honest. And he woke me up and he was like, get out the car. And when we got out the car, you talking about pitch black nothing but stars. If you're talking about something so gorgeous, just nothing but stars. And the freeway was so empty, you could stand in the middle of the freeway. So I'm assuming we were in a place of nowhere. We were definitely in the place of nowhere. Hey, B nerds. So that just let y'all know like how much I'm like into it. Like you would think that I would have like a telescope. I don't. I don't have a telescope. I need a telescope, but I don't have a telescope because I need a telescope, right? Like, how you gonna be into all of these things but not into them enough where you have a telescope to look at these things? So, like, if the sunset is a certain type of way, I'm like, oh, like, yeah, I'm all into it. So, let's see here. So I did get us a little TiVo time because I don't think that we'll have a lot in court today. So I gained us a little TiVo time over here at Take It to Trial. You say don't look at the sun with it. Therapist, I promise I won't look at the sun. Okay. You a sunset geek? Oh my goodness, and San Diego has beautiful sunsets. I've been there. SD, and I seen a sunset. I can't even remember where we were at. I was at one of the piers, and it made me want to move. Although it was like cold because y'all so close to the ocean. It's just cold. I don't know. I think it's cold there. So you may not be able to get me on board so much because I think it's cold. Like I think it's cold in San Diego during different times. Like right now, I think it's cold. See, here is cold to me, but I wear flip flops and it be snowing outside. It's kind of that cold. Like I never dress accordingly. Like I can wear flip flops and it's literally snowing outside. It sounds crazy, but I wear shorts all year. I wear my flip flops all year, and it could be. I'll never forget. A couple years ago, I was in Scottsdale and it was snowing. But it's very flip flops year round. Like I don't have any clothes on, just barely, and it's so funny because I could drive 2 hours up to like the Grand Canyon, and it's foots and foots of snow, freezing. Like there, you need a coat. In Arizona, like yeah, we can throw snowballs up there, and then you can come 2 hours back towards Phoenix, and it's 100 degrees. So if you ever looking for two weathers in one place and getting it all fixed in one day and getting sick, Arizona is your place. And I think parts of California because like Tahoe is like that, Nevada. So I think that there's other places that you can get it at, but you can definitely get it here. It'd be snowing like crazy up there. Okay, so I don't know if anybody has learned anything new in regards to this case besides the mess that we already know. Right? I think I'm unraveling some pieces here. I have not seen anything as far as the evidence that we have been presented with so far that proves that he did this horrific crime to the Hicks family. I have not seen it. So I'm assuming that there's going to be some type of connection as far as DNA, weapon, or something that's going to be presented to us. Yesterday, we heard from the ME who was like, basically like she didn't want to be there. Like she looked irritated as irritated as a fuck. Like she did not want to be there. Okay, good morning. So she didn't want to be there. Clearly, we heard from the dad. We heard from a first responder who came and cleared the house, the police officer who cleared the house, and we also heard from a detective on the stand yesterday. We left off with the ME who clearly didn't want to be there. Hey, Brooklyn. He is? Oh, we gonna go watch that. Oh, he decided to quit. Let's go see. Thank you. I'm all in for it. Let me go see. Oh, he did. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the one good thing that I will say about Detroit, guys. You know how he's taking a plea deal or whatever the case may be right now. So let me ask, because I see here, did he change his mind like in the middle of this trial? Let's see. In the middle of this, because it's saying the judge is addressing, wait a minute. Oh, here we go. Wait a minute. I see it on. Let me see if they're going to have it on Law and Crime. Or Court TV. What'd you say? The day that jury selection begins this morning, my guy said, no, thank you. I don't want no parts of this. I just really don't want no parts of this. Count me out. Okay, let me pull it up, guys. Here, let me put this up here so we can watch this. Thank you so much, Brooklyn. I found it on something. I don't even know what it's on. I got NBC 10 or something.
Before we get started with today, I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Okay, is there any sound to this? Are we at the sound part? Let's see.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Walsh, can you please stand? Mr. Walsh, do you wish to offer a change of plea on docket number 2382CR91002, which charges you with intimidation of a witness, juror, police, or court official, and 003, disinterment of a body? Do you wish to offer a change of plea from not guilty to guilty?
I do.
Could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear to make true answers to such questions that should be put forth to you by the court, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Could you please take the witness stand?
Actually, you know what I'm going to, this is an odd configuration. I don't want counsel standing. So I'm going to let you stay right there, sir. You understand you're under oath?
I do.
All right. Why don't you be seated and you can have the benefit of your counsel at the ready right there.
Okay.
Mr. Walsh, as you know, my name is Diane Frenier. I'm the judge that's presiding over this trial, and I'm an associate justice of the Superior Court in Massachusetts. I understand from your lawyers that you wish to change your plea to guilty to counts indictment 002 and in 003. And before I can accept that change of plea to guilty to those two indictments, I need to ask you some questions to make sure that your decision to plead guilty is made voluntarily and that you understand the consequences of pleading guilty to those two offenses. If at any time during the course of this colloquy you don't understand something that I am saying to you, just let me know by letting your attorneys know. Let them consult with you. And equally, if I don't understand something that you're saying to me, I'll ask for that further clarification. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Can you please state your full name, sir?
Brian Walsh.
All right. And Mr. Walsh, do you have any difficulty speaking or understanding English?
I do not, Your Honor.
How old are you, sir?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Sure. I'll try to get into this microphone. How old are you?
50.
And what's your exact date of birth?
January 31st, 1975.
Where were you born, sir?
Boston.
Are you married?
Yes.
Do you have any children?
Yes.
And what are their ages?
9, 6, and next month, Brian will be 5.
How far did you go in school?
College, some college.
That was like a year and a half or 2 years.
Oh, yes.
And where did you go to school?
Carnegie Mellon,
What did you study?
business and computer science.
As an adult, have you had full-time employment?
I've had my own businesses,
And in what kind of businesses?
mostly consulting.
Okay. I need to ask you some personal questions. I'm going to ask you those questions now. Have you ever in the past been treated for any mental illnesses or conditions?
Yes.
Tell me about them.
Depression.
And are you aware of whether anything else other than depression?
That was the main thing.
All right. And are you presently aware of whether you have any mental illnesses or conditions, to include depression?
No.
Are you taking any medications?
No.
In the last 24 hours, have you taken any drugs, legal or illegal?
No.
In the last 24 hours, have you consumed any alcohol or alcoholic beverages?
No.
Is your mind clear here today?
Yes.
Tell me in your own words, sir, why are you here
I'm here to plead guilty.
on those 2 counts?
Yes.
And you understand that your trial's starting today
Yes.
on the first indictment? All right. To defense counsel, have you had any difficulty communicating with your client?
No, Your Honor.
And do you believe that he has understood the advice that you've provided to him?
Same.
So at this time, I'm going to go over what's called the waiver of rights. And at the end of it, I'm going to give you the form back that I believe you signed earlier today. Do you understand, sir, that by pleading guilty, that you're giving up your right to have a public, fair, and impartial trial as to each of the 2 indictments to which you're now pleading guilty, with or without a jury, to determine your guilt or innocence?
I do, Your Honor.
And do you understand that if you went to trial, you wouldn't have to prove anything? For example, you never have to take the stand to testify. You would never have to call any witnesses. No jury could ever hold it against you if you did not present any evidence at all. Instead, it is the Commonwealth that has the burden to prove you are guilty of each of the offenses and each element of those offenses beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
I understand, yes.
You have the right to be tried by a jury of 12 people selected from your community, and you would have the right to participate in jury selection. You could not be found guilty unless the Commonwealth convinces all 12 jurors that you are guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and they unanimously agree you are guilty. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
You also have the right to be tried by a judge instead of a jury. And again, the judge couldn't find you guilty unless the Commonwealth presented evidence sufficient to convince the judge beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of the charge. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you went to trial, you would have the right to confront your accusers and any other witnesses that may testify against you by facing them and having your attorneys ask questions of them?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you understand that if you went to trial, you would have the right to call your own witnesses, present your own evidence, and if you wished, even testify on your own behalf? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty here today, you're giving up your right to pursue any arguments or motions that your attorneys may have made or filed on your behalf in this case, and that may include motions to dismiss and motions to suppress as well as your right to appeal any rulings or decisions that the court may have already made in this case.
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you willing to give up each of those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pass that to the defendant. Sir, if passed, had the court officer pass to you defendant's waiver of rights, have you seen that form before?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you read that document or have someone read it to you?
Yes, Your Honor, I read it.
Have you reviewed it with your attorneys? Do you understand it? Do you understand what's contained on the waiver of rights form?
I do, Your Honor.
You understand that that form sets forth in writing what you and I have just been discussing a moment ago in terms of your willingness to waive your constitutional and statutory rights and plead guilty to the 2 indictments.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that your signature at the end of the document?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you sign that voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor, I have signed it voluntarily.
By signing that form, you're confirming to me, sir, in writing that you are aware of the rights explained on the form, that you understand them, and that you voluntarily waive them. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you understand, sir, that you are pleading guilty to the following 2 indictments? Indictment 002, which charges willfully misleading a police investigation, a criminal investigation, in violation of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 268, Section 13B, and in Indictment 003, you are pleading guilty to, while not being lawfully authorized by proper authorities, willfully conveying away a human body or the remains thereof in violation of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 272, Section 71. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And have you talked to your attorneys about each of these 2 indictments?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has counsel explained the elements of each of those 2 indictments that the Commonwealth would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand each indictment?
I'm sorry, what did you?
Do you understand each indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
And to defense counsel, have you explained the elements of each of the 2 offenses to your client?
Yes, Your
I'm going to ask that the assistant of the Commonwealth, whoever wishes to do it, would tell me what the maximum and minimum sentences are. And I don't believe there are any mandatory minimum sentences, but you can tell me if there are.
There are no mandatory minimum sentences, Your Honor. The maximum sentence on count 2 is 10 years unless the investigation is into a capital offense, and then it is a 20-year sentencing enhancement, up to 20 years. On count 3, it is up to 3 years in state prison.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh, did you hear the maximum possible sentences for the charges that the Commonwealth just recited?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you understand those maximum potential offense charges, sentences?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that I have the authority to impose consecutive sentences on indictments, meaning, for example, that the sentence on the second indictment would begin only after you completed your sentence on the first indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if I impose a period of probation, you will be subject to the terms and conditions imposed, including not committing any other crimes and reporting to your probation officer?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you should later be found in violation of any of the terms or conditions of your probation, a judge could sentence you up to the maximum penalty allowable by law for any of the charges on which you have been found in violation of probation, and would be required to sentence you to any mandatory minimum penalty required by the law.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand what I just explained?
Yes.
Pleading guilty has certain implications for you, and I'm going to go over those implications with you now. First is DNA testing. By pleading guilty to these 2 indictments, you will be required by law to submit a sample of your blood, hair, and/or saliva, and that sample will become part of the Massachusetts DNA database. You will be required to pay for the cost of collecting, preparing, and processing that sample unless you are determined to be indigent, and failure to comply with this law will subject you to separate criminal penalties. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you still willing to plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
I know earlier in the colloquy this morning, you told me that you were born in Boston, and I have no reason to doubt that. But the law mandates that I give you warnings with regard to immigration consequences, and I'm going to give you those immigration consequences now. If you are not a citizen of the United States, you are hereby advised that my acceptance of your guilty plea may have the consequence of deportation, exclusion from admission to the United States, and denial of your naturalization request, all pursuant to the federal laws. Further, if the offense to which you are pleading guilty is under federal law, one that presumptively mandates removal from the United States, and federal officials seek your removal, it's practically inevitable that this conviction will result in deportation, exclusion from admission to the United States, and/or denial of your naturalization request, again, under those federal laws. Do you understand what I just said?
Yes.
Has your attorney advised you of these consequences if you are not a citizen of the United States?
Yes, Your Honor.
And understanding that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because the sentence for count number 2 could be a sentence, a state prison sentence of 3 or more years, I'm now going to give you what's called the habitual offender law warning, which I'm required to give you. Here it is. If at some time in the future you are convicted or plead guilty to a 3rd or subsequent offense that is within the category of offenses covered by the statute, then 1, you may be imprisoned in state prison for the maximum term provided by law for such 3rd or subsequent offense. 2, your sentence could not be reduced or suspended. And 3, you may be ineligible for probation, parole, work release, or furlough, or to receive any deduction in the sentence for good conduct. Do you understand what I just said?
Yes, Your Honor.
And understanding what I've advised you with regard to these sentencing consequences, are you still willing to plead guilty to the 2 charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm now going to ask the Assistant District Attorney to summarize the evidence that would have been presented against you by the Commonwealth if you went to trial in this case. And I'm going to ask, sir, that you listen carefully, because when the ADA is finished, I'm going to ask you some questions about the facts that the ADA has stated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, regarding count 002, misleading police in violation of Mass General Laws, Chapter 268, Section 13B. On or about or in between January 1st to January 8th, 2023, Mr. Walsh did willfully mislead police officers with the intent to impede, obstruct, delay, prevent, and otherwise interfere with the criminal investigation to the disappearance and murder of Anna Walsh. The defendant first misled the Cohasset police in the morning of January 4th, 2023, when after he had reported his wife, Anna Walsh, missing, he stated to a Cohasset police officer that Anna Walsh had left the Walsh residence at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset on the morning of January 1st, 2023, by taking an Uber or Lyft to Logan Airport when returning to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. The defendant then continued to mislead police officers when he made additional false statements about Anna Walsh being alive and voluntarily leaving the Walsh residence, as well as when he detailed his whereabouts on January 1st, 2023, to Cohasset police and Massachusetts State police officers. The defendant continued to make false statements when the police officers from these agencies met with him, including on the evening of January 4th, on January 5th, January 7th, and January 8th. In January of 2023, the Cohasset Police Department had approximately 20 full-time police officers, including 2 detectives. The Cohasset Police devoted all available resources in an attempt to find Anna Walsh. They requested assistance from other departments and agencies. And on January 6th, the Chief of the Cohasset Police Department conducted a press conference seeking help in locating Anna Walsh. As a result of the defendant's false and misleading statements, law enforcement agencies and police officers took many actions, which had a heavy financial and emotional cost. These included the Cohasset Fire Department searching a swimming pool at the Walsh residence, teams of police officers from multiple agencies and departments, including a K-9 teams participating in large-scale canvass of the area around the Walsh residence during inclement weather. DC Metro Police attempted to locate Anna Walsh in Washington, D.C., and Massachusetts police officers, including Cohasset Police, Massachusetts State Police detectives, and other units from the Massachusetts State Police traveled to Washington to search for Anna Walsh in a result of the defendant's false statements. The defendant's conduct was willful. His statements impeded, obstructed, delayed, and otherwise interfered with the criminal investigation, and the delays resulted in contents of dumpsters in which the defendant had disposed of Anna Walsh's remains being incinerated.
Why don't you pause there? We'll deal with count one and, count two, and then we'll go to count three.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right? So, Mr. Walsh, did you hear what the Assistant District Attorney just said with regard to the statement of the offense conduct for indictment 002, misleading police?
Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Walsh is prepared to admit to the recitation of facts with respect to the indictment that the government just read, insofar as it alleges he did impede and obstruct the criminal investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walsh. We obviously object, and he's not admitting to and murder. The second portion of the facts that the government just read that we would take issue with is the last sentence, and the delays resulted in the contents of the dumpsters into which the defendant had deposited Anna Walsh remains being incinerated. Insofar as the rest of the facts, he's prepared to admit.
All right. Mr. Walsh, you just heard what Attorney Porges said, sort of the insofar as. It's another way of saying it limited to this. And you heard what your counsel just said. Understanding those limitations as just articulated by your counsel, did you do or join others in doing those acts?
Yes,
Do you understand that by pleading guilty that you're admitting to the facts described as revised by your counsel are true?
yes,
Are they?
yes,
Mr. Walsh, did you in fact willfully mislead various law enforcement to include members of the Cohasset Police Department and the Massachusetts State Police with the intent to impede or interfere with a criminal investigation of Anna Walsh's disappearance?
yes, Your Honor.
All right. Moving to indictment number 3.
Thank you, Your Honor. Willfully conveying a human body in violation of Mass General Laws, Chapter 272, Section 71. On or about and in between January 1st and January 8th, 2023, the defendant Brian Walsh willfully conveyed away the body of Anna Walsh or the remains thereof from the Walsh residence at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset by conveying and disposing of Anna Walsh's body without a license or lawful authority or the remains thereof into dumpsters and or garbage receptacles in eastern Massachusetts. The defendant's actions were willful. Anna Walsh was not a stranger to the defendant. She was the defendant's wife and mother of his 3 young children. The defendant conducted internet searches into disposal of the body, researched locations of dumpsters, and then traveled to those locations. In disposing of the body of Anna Walsh, the defendant did not comply with the law.
Thank you. Sir, did you hear what the Commonwealth just alleged it would prove the case went to trial with regard to indictment number 3?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you do those things or join others in doing those acts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to today, you are admitting the facts described just now by ADA Connor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Walsh, did you in fact willfully remove or convey the body of Anna Walsh or her remains, not being lawfully authorized to do so?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you now plead guilty to these indictments willingly and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anyone threatened you or forced you in any way to plead guilty to these 2 indictments?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything in return for your plea of guilty to these 2 indictments other than the terms of the plea agreement that we discussed? Excuse me, there's no plea agreement. That's what happens when you keep reading from the book, and you shouldn't. Has anyone promised you anything in return for your plea of guilty to these 2 indictments?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to discuss your rights, your case, your defenses, and the possible consequences of your guilty plea with your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you feel that Attorney Tipton and Attorney Porges have acted in your best interest, that he and she have fully, fairly, and adequately represented you in this case?
Yes.
Are you confused in any way by any of the questions I've asked you today?
No, Your Honor.
As I understand it then, sir, you're pleading guilty to these 2 indictments because you wish to plead guilty because you are guilty. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Counsel, do you know, defense counsel first, do you know of any reason why I should not accept your client's guilty plea? Same question to the Commonwealth.
Your Honor, I'll be brief, but we had spoke, this is a non-negotiated plea with the Commonwealth, and we had some objections to it. But my concern was where the defendant equivocates on the factual basis that the Commonwealth read in, that is one reason you should not take it. And the second is this count 3 revolves around improper disposal of Ms. Walsh's remains. And the defendant, when asked his marriage status, said that he was married. And consequently, Your Honor, then that is not an accurate relaying of his current status to the court and could be invalidating the plea. So I believe he has to be asked that question again. And I believe that if he continues to say he's married, that he's negating facts of count 3.
All right, I'll give defense counsel an opportunity to speak with your client.
Your Honor, I apologize. I couldn't exactly hear what Mr. Connor's caveat was.
In response to one of the early questions I asked of the defendant, I asked him if he was married, and he said yes, he was. And the Commonwealth was raising the point that if that were true, that it might negate proof of the disinterment, which requires a human body or remains. Do you want to speak to your client about that?
A moment, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Respectfully, I don't see this as a relevant or material issue. If the court wants clarification, I'm happy to approach sidebar.
Why don't we do that?
Okay.
So, Mr. Welsh, earlier today I asked you whether you were married, and you answered yes, you were married. Do you remember that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it correct that you were married to Anna Walsh for a period of time,
Yes, Your Honor.
and that under the law, death extinguishes marriage? It may not religiously or otherwise, spiritually, but under the law, when someone dies or when someone is dead, you can no longer be married to them. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
And so are you married today?
Your Honor, if I may, insofar as previous discussions, for purposes of a successful plea colloquy and meeting the elements of the crime, he is acquiescing to the fact that lawfully he is not married today.
All right, you heard what your lawyer just said? Agree with what your lawyer just said?
Yes, Your Honor, I agree.
All right. Anything else that we need to cover?
No, Your Honor.
All right. To the extent that the Commonwealth is objecting to the taking of the plea on other grounds, that is overruled. My job here is to make sure that I have a valid plea. And that means that the defendant is pleading guilty to the elements that the Commonwealth would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And I have inquired sufficiently to assure myself that he has admitted to each of the elements of the two offenses of indictment 02 and 03. So I know we discussed at an earlier point the issue of victim notification, and I'll ask on the record now for the Commonwealth. Has the Commonwealth advised the victims of this case of the defendant's offer to change his plea to guilty?
Yes, we have notified the victims, Your Honor.
And based on our prior discussions, I understand that the victims may wish to address this court prior to any sentencing of the defendant.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. And both parties, and we've talked about this, have agreed that we're not going to be sentencing the defendant today on the indictments that he's now pleading guilty to, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Attorney Tipton, Borges? All right. And we'll give the victims a reasonable opportunity to address the court before sentencing, of course.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You understand, Mr. Walsh, that at the time that we do get to sentencing, that by law, I'm not bound to any recommendation that's made by the prosecution or your lawyers. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that I may impose any sentence permitted by law up to the maximum allowable sentence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Having considered Mr. Walsh's criminal history, the government's proffered evidence, I will later consider the victim's statements to the court for matters for sentencing. I find that Mr. Walsh has met the requirements to tender a plea to counts 2 and to counts 3. I make the following findings. I find that the defendant is not presently under the influence of drugs or alcohol, and that he hasn't reported that he's not presently suffering from any mental illness or condition, and that he's not presently taking any medications. I find that the defendant understands the nature of the charges and the consequences of his pleading guilty. I find that the defendant's change of plea to guilty with respect to each of the two indictments, 02 and 03, is made knowingly, willingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and with the full knowledge of its consequences. I find that the defendant's change of plea on these two indictments to guilty is made upon and with the advice of competent counsel. And I find there's a factual basis in the evidence as has been summarized by the prosecution and limited by defense counsel on behalf of the defendant for each of the two indictments to which the defendant now pleads guilty. Accordingly, I accept Mr. Walsh's plea of guilty as to indictments 002 and 003. Anything else that counsel that we need to do on the change of plea?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So let me turn to impanelment. I think you each had an opportunity last night to look at the questionnaire, and I know that defense counsel asked for an additional question to be added. I did add that.
Now, wait a minute. I got to stop this here because I'm really confused now. He just took a plea, but they still about to go over jury information. Are y'all sure this is not going to trial? I know we all watching this together, but I done got really confused. Yeah, so if y'all can, I'm listening as we listening, but she about to go over some jury questions. Okay. Okay, let me keep listening because I'm like confused. Okay.
All right, I do have the right version. Counsel, if you want to come up, you can take a look at what I added.
Okay, so they are approaching. Let me see. We do have some TiVo time, so I can understand this. What happened? What happened here, y'all? Do I need to catch it at another feed? Because I don't see them coming back. Wait a minute. Let me go back. Okay, so wait a minute. So what we have here is that he pleaded guilty to count 2 and 3, but he did not plead guilty to actually unaliving her. Is that what I'm understanding? Yes. So we will have, so they are going through jury selection and we do have a trial. He better be talking about who did it then. Okay. So the trial is still going. He said, look, I'm a plea to lying. I'm a plea to, I even did a little cutting. But what I will not do and what I will not make me do is admit to this redrum. Let's take it to trial. What? I think the judge should have been like, well, nah, I can't accept this because I don't even understand how we get to a cutting up of a person without a redrum. I know, like, oh my goodness. Like, how do we do this? Like, I don't even think they should have accepted this, like, without some more information. Like, you got to tell me who did what, when, where, and why. Like, how do you just come in here and talk about I just helped the homie out? Like, what is going on? I kept wondering why they kept saying counts 2 and 3. They wasn't saying like all the charges. It was kind of 2 and 3. So like that, I'm like, maybe she's still alive. He say he's still married, so he don't know what y'all talking about. Like, I'm confused. He'd have confused me all the way. The judge like, wait a minute now. You can't be married to somebody that you saying that you cut up a little bit. Oh, MJ. Okay, so we still have a trial coming, right? Is that what I'm understanding? We still have a trial December 1st. Can I get a 1 in the chat for a trial still December 1st? Because I guess I'm gonna take us into our current trial that we in, because I don't have no clue what they talking about. Okay. 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 Can we have a verdict poll? You want a verdict poll on which one? SD, you want a verdict poll on the one that he just this Wash guy? I mean, I don't even understand how they get this to how they get a jury to separate this, unless they talk about they're not gonna bring this evidence in that he already pleaded guilty to this. Because if he didn't plead guilty to this, then I don't even understand how, unless he's going up there and he's testifying that somebody else did this unaliving. Like, I don't understand the point of this. Like, I don't understand it, because you can't even say, I guess he could say natural, something caused her to naturally be unalive, and he decided to do a little cutting because he was scared. But that don't even make sense to me. Yeah, this is like ridiculous. I don't even think we need a poll. A poll, SD. I think everybody got it. Like, is no way that you're gonna be able to admit to. I know the judge got it. I don't even, what is they doing? Whatever. What's strategic about it? Because they want to get it. Okay. Oh, you wanna okay, so you want to poll on MS or redrum? Oh, he gonna say, that's what I was thinking, Drunky. Like, unless he's saying somebody else did it. Yeah. Well, then I guess if that's the case, then why they just don't go up there and talk to the judge and say this is what happened? And I decided to do a little cut. You really want me to do a poll on that, SD? We don't even have no information. I don't know if that'll work. Did they come back yet? Ty, I don't think they're coming back. I think that the feed is ending. I will go in here and see if I can check anywhere else for it. But I think because you remember, today they're supposed to be going into jury selection, right? So the judge at the end, she was like, okay, let's go over these jury questions because we about to, pick our jury. So I don't think that they're coming back because they're going to be doing their jury selection. I don't think they're bringing back a feed because they're going to be bringing up jury. They're going to be doing jury selection. But let me see. I'll check and see if there's anything out here for us. Yeah, I think that I'll keep an eye on it for NBC. But I'm looking at NBC 10 in Boston. They do still have a feed up, kind of, sort of, but it's just like oh, y'all see it. You see it where I'm looking at it right here. So I'll keep it up, and we'll keep an eye on it, and I'll see, because they still have people over there, so maybe they coming back.
There was a lot of blood.
That's them just commentating on that one, so we won't look at that one. But I will keep an eye on this one right here, just in case they come back with anything. But if they're going through jury selection, that's not typically shown to us, that process of it. So I wouldn't be surprised if we won't go back into that courtroom. But in the meantime, in between time, guys, let's definitely get into our current trial that we have now in Georgia. Georgia. So we will go into we will go ahead and go into Georgia and start with our trial here for today. We got our judge up here looking fancy. I love her single the leads. I can't say it. Her twist. They call singing the leads twist. I wish they would let us see jury selection too, right? They could do it just like they did in Donna Adelson's trial, where we don't have to actually hear anything. Like, we don't have to see the jury, but we can hear the questions and everything. The bingo cards currently are for our trial that we're currently in, because remember, Brian's trial has not started. His trial is not scheduled to start until December 1st. Will he claim he the passion? I don't know. We shall see. Well, let's go into our courtroom, guys, and kind of see what we have going on here. Thank you so much to Brooklyn for bringing that to us, because I had no clue. Like, I knew they was doing jury selection today, but I didn't know he was going to get up and cop a plea. He done got up and copped a plea on us. All right, here we go, guys. But we still got action, because December 1st, it sounds like they still going to they taking it to trial. That is so not me. That is so the courtroom. They don't have any sound. Let me check on Court TV to see if they have sound on their feed, please. Because I don't know what this about. I can see the judge's mouth moving. I don't know who don't have on their mic. If the judge don't have on her mic, but the courtroom will have to have on their mic. But that is so not me. And yeah, let me check and see if I can find if Court TV. I know they're also streaming it.
What is the timestamp where this video clip?
So let me see if Court TV got it. Maybe somebody turned on their mic this morning. Like, why are y'all not cutting on your mic? Yeah, okay. Court TV got their mic on, so that's where we gonna watch the first part at. We will watch it at Court TV today. They got their mic on, so that's what we want. I need to hear some mics. Law and crime don't have their mic on. They got to get their mic on. It's crazy how they all in the same courtroom, or I don't understand how those fees go. But here we go, guys.
As we are waiting, again, I just want to remind everyone that phones should be turned off unless you are with the media and have been granted permission by the court. There should be no audio or video recordings, nor should there be any photographs taken. For those who are on Zoom, unless you are media, same rules apply. The Zoom is a courtesy, and so all of the court rules apply. There should be no audio or video recordings, nor should there be any pictures taken during the course of these proceedings. Again, if anybody needs to take a phone call, text, or send emails, just ask that you please step out, and then you can come back in. Also, again, I do recognize that this is a very emotional time for many of the people that are here today. And so emotions are human. And so if you feel overcome with emotion or feel that you can't contain yourself, just ask that you step outside and come back in. We're happy to have you come back in. But again, just being mindful that there is court going on in other courtrooms on the floor. And so we just want to be respectful of those proceedings as well. We want to make sure that everybody who is before the court in whatever courtroom and whatever proceeding has an opportunity to be heard and to not have any interference with that. Right? I think we're good. All right, good morning, everyone. I am Judge Sonia Brown. I am the presiding judge for this criminal trial, the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, case number 2200922. We are present here in the open courtroom, present in the court, the clerk, the court reporter. Mr. Lanz is represented by Attorney Mary. The state is represented by Assistant District Attorneys Green and Horowitz. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. And then we're going to continue with the state's presentation of evidence. Is there anything that we need to put on the record, any procedural that we need to discuss, or any matters that need to be taken up with the court before we proceed? Thank you.
That's right, nothing to say. Thank you.
Right, thank you, I appreciate it. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Sergeant Steven Sinatra.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Do you have a seat for me? And once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Stephen, STEPHEN, SINATRA.
Right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. How are you employed?
I'm employed with Cobb County Police.
What is your role?
Right now, I'm a sergeant with the patrol division.
Prior to today or now, what were you doing back in 2021?
I was working with the Crimes Against Persons Unit in the Major Crimes Bureau.
I do want to remind those who are on Zoom that you need to remain muted unless you are specifically directed to speak by the court or asked by one of the attorneys. Again, please mute your devices. We're getting feedback into the courtroom, and if we continue to get feedback, again, Zoom is a courtesy. We will have to turn the Zoom off if the court does not want to do that, because I know there are people who want to observe, but we cannot have any interference from those who are on Zoom during these proceedings. I apologize, AD, agree, we may continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Were you a detective with the Major Crimes Division?
I was.
And were you involved in this investigation involving the murders of Timothy and Amber Hicks?
Yes.
Did you respond to the scene on November 18th of 2021?
Yes.
And was your supervising sergeant at that time, Sergeant Mark Gaskey?
Yes.
All right. During the course of your time on scene, did you assist with the collection of 3 shell casings?
I did.
Okay, why is it that you were specifically assisting with the collection of those 3 casings?
At the time that I was a detective, I was also the task force officer with ATF, and we were going to send those casings away to retrieve DNA, and so I collected them in a manner that was consistent with collection procedures to be able to obtain DNA.
Was that somewhat different than the normal collection procedures when you're sending something off to GDI?
Yes.
Right? Why specifically were y'all using ATF's crime lab in this case?
They were a resource afforded to us because of the TFO position that I held at the time. And the lab was more thorough than our normal GDI testing.
Were they also able to expedite this in a substantial way?
Yes.
Is that because at the time this was, we did not have a known perpetrator back on November 18th of 2021?
Correct.
Prior to testifying this morning, did you have the opportunity to open State's Exhibits 602, 603, and 604 that were tendered yesterday?
I did.
Okay, and did you open those in the presence of defense counsel, Mr. Jimmy Berry?
Yes.
Within those packages of State's Exhibits 602, 603, and 604, were there smaller manila envelopes?
Yes.
All right, and did you recognize both the smaller envelopes as well as the larger envelopes?
Yes.
Are those in fact the casings that you specifically collected and packaged for the ATF on November 18th of 2021?
Yes.
And I know you said that there was a specific manner to collect them when you knew you wanted to test them for DNA. What is that manner or method?
The manner is opening a sterile swab, basically turning it around and using the wooden end to pick up the shell casing, and then placing it inside the smaller envelope and sealing it immediately.
Very good. And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you first State 602 on the screen here. Is this both the larger package and smaller package that you assisted packaging for ATF?
Yes.
All right. And if I zoom in here down at the bottom, what type of casing was this?
9mm caliber, and the manufacturer's SIG, SIG.
Now looking at State 603 here, both the larger package and then also zooming into the smaller package here. What type of casing was in 603?
9mm caliber and same manufacturer of SIG.
And here where we have the name Howell, who was Howell?
That's Jennifer Howell, the crime scene technician at the time.
Was she working under the direction of Sergeant Mark Gaskey?
Yes.
Finally, looking at 604 here, and then zooming into the smaller manila envelope. What type of casing was the third casing collected from 5059 Verbena?
Caliber 9mm manufacturer SIG.
And then finally, during the course of gathering these items for potential DNA evidence, did you send your own buccal swabs in?
I did.
Okay, and what was the purpose of that?
That is for elimination purposes, because during collection, sometimes there's inadvertent transfer of DNA, so that way the lab is able to distinguish DNA.
Now, when you use a sterile swab, are you also using gloves?
Correct.
Okay. So do you take measures to prevent your DNA from actually transferring onto items of evidence?
Yes.
Out of an abundance of caution, do you then also send your own buckles in the event that somehow your DNA did inadvertently end up on these casings?
Yes.
Okay. Was that all collected and sent to ATF as well?
Yes.
Okay. Give me just a moment. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mary, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Morning, sir.
A couple of questions. Was there anything gleaned from the DNA, any DNA off the cartridge?
I just collected the casing, sir. I'm not sure. I wasn't the main casing.
Okay, so you just did the collection, but you don't know whether anything was ultimately found?
Yes, sir. I just did the collection.
Okay. Were there any other items that you collected when you were on the scene back on November the 18th?
No, sir. The only things that I had my hands on specifically was the shell casings, which I collected in this particular manner, and then everything else was done by the crime scene technician, to my knowledge.
And crime scene unit didn't give you anything to have tested in any other lab or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, AD. Are there any other questions to this witness?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day. Stay safe, sir.
I know.
Thank you. All right, State, you may call your next
The
witness.
state calls Detective Ronson Smith.
Did y'all see that? They are swiping out the mic condom. That is so wonderful. Like, that is so nice. Did y'all just see that? I was wondering, was everybody just spitting on it? Was the MD, because you know she had her mouth all the way on it yesterday and she barely could move her mouth away from it because she didn't want to open her mouth. But it's good to know that in Georgia that they are using the mic condom, right? But they're changing it out, right? Thank you. Because I think that in the one case I think we were in Detroit and theirs was white. You know, they had the white edition and I don't think I ever seen them switch it out. So can you imagine? Like, ew, like I'd be like, okay, put me a fresh one on. I want to see you put a fresh one on here because I imagine that somebody spit on it at some point in time. Okay. All right. So we will see. I'm glad I saw that. Shout out to Georgia.
Someone in your office about to get him.
You raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Would you please have a seat for me? And once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
It's Ronson Smith, and it's spelled R-O-N-S-O-N, and the last name is Smith, common spelling S-M-I-T-H.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, how are you employed?
Currently employed with the Cherokee County Police Department as a reserve police officer.
What does it mean to be a reserve police officer?
I have retired in 2017 and returned in 2019 to a position that I had occupied prior to my retirement.
So do you still do detective work?
I do.
All right, and what unit are you assigned to?
Overall, the umbrella of the major crimes unit, more specifically to the technology-based crimes unit.
Wonderful. And the technology-based crimes unit, I know you said you were in that position before retirement and returned to it. So how many years total have you worked? Okay. That's okay. I can re-ask the question. All right. So you said that you were previously in the division prior to retirement and then returned to that same division. How many years total have you been with the technology-based crimes unit?
Since 2009. So.
15, 16 years, something like that. And what are your primary job responsibilities with the technology-based crimes unit?
Primarily, I'm in there for forensic video analysis and acquisition, and up until recently, I was doing mobile device forensics and some light computer forensics.
Okay, very good. I want to focus with this case on the forensic video acquisition and analysis. What does that mean?
It's a scientific approach and methodology to making evaluation of recording systems and the footage that's recovered from surveillance systems, comparisons in some cases, and examining those systems to make sure they're operating correctly.
Did you start your focus in this area of forensic video acquisition and analysis prior to joining the technology-based crimes unit in 2009?
Yes, from 1998 until 2009, I was a member of the education and robbery homicide. And this forensic video analysis and acquisition came as a result of my casework in there. In 2002, I introduced to the Cobb County Police Department an idea that we could do better with surveillance video that we were receiving. And at that time, I promoted the idea of purchasing a nonlinear video editing suite of tools and hardware. Nonlinear video editing suite of tools. We did make that purchase, and I was trained with that vendor that we made the purchase from, and then began an introduction into the training and the utilization of those tools. That was in the video cassette days, when surveillance video was not digital, and then have progressed into current day technology with digital surveillance.
You've referenced some training that you've had. Approximately how many hours of training have you received in the field of forensic video acquisition and analysis over the years?
I would say over 200 hours. Much of it early on I didn't necessarily keep up with, but there were some of that is vendor training, and some of it is technical training through organizations such as the Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association. Acronym for that is LEVA. They're one of the primary areas for receiving training. Attended a couple of their conferences, 2002 and 2003. These are week-long conferences usually with workshops in the evenings or on the weekend before the actual conferences start. So that's a number of hands-on type training situations. Plus reading the vendors' work and the scientific working group on imaging is also a good resource for learning these skills.
Excellent. You've also referenced that you promoted this suite of tools for Cobb County Police Department to use. Is there a specialized tool that's more prominent today that you use when conducting forensic video acquisition and analysis?
Yes. So currently there's a Axon, the company Axon has purchased what was a tool that we had bought at Cobb County called Input Ace. And now Axon has purchased that company. It's now called Investigate Pro. And it's a suite of software that we still use for digital surveillance video analysis.
And is that suite of tools from Investigate Pro approved by industry standards such as LEVA?
It does meet industry standards.
Now, the steps in acquiring video and analyzing video and the results that you achieve thereof, are those able to be repeated by somebody who has your same training and skill?
Yes, it's one of the goals when I approach a case is that any work product as a result of my analysis, that work product could be repeated by someone with my same skill set, the same software or hardware.
How many hours of your time currently is spent with forensic video acquisition and analysis?
Pretty much 100% of my time. I don't work full time. It is a part-time job, but basically 29 hours a week.
And have you spent roughly 29 or more hours a week on this focus since about 2009?
Well, from 2009 until my retirement, it was split between mobile device forensics and forensic video analysis, but and that was full time. Since I've been back, so only when my time is more limited.
Sure. How many cases have you handled that have involved forensic video acquisition analysis, approximately?
Well, into the hundreds. I've calculated at one point some years ago about 125 cases a year when I was full time. I don't necessarily log each one, but as a primary function, it's hundreds.
How many hours of video have you acquired and analyzed over the course of your career?
Well, each one of those cases, and in many circumstances, the casework may involve a single system, but that's fairly unusual. It usually leads to the need for pulling video from other sources. In so many cases, may contain 5, 10, 20 locations where you pull video from, whether it's pertinent or not to the case, but it's thousands of hours.
Have you ever been tendered as an expert in video acquisition and analysis?
I have.
Okay, how many times?
Dozens.
And does that include here in Cobb County?
It does, primarily for Cobb County.
We have no problem tendering him as an expert.
Wonderful. We'll go ahead and tender him as an expert in forensic video acquisition and analysis.
Right, and so Detective Smith will be treated as an expert in the forensic video analysis and acquisition.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, as part of were you involved in this investigation of the murders of Justin and Amber Hicks?
I was.
What was your primary function in this investigation?
It is normally the case where I will learn of these types of incidents normally the day after, and I'll be briefed on circumstances or needs where they believe that I may be able to fulfill a role. In this case, it was the role of determining if there were surveillance video that could play a role in determining potentially access and egress from the location of the crime, and for any vehicles or persons that might be seen in.
So what I can say is that they are going back and forth in the court. They are back in the courtroom and the judge is asking them questions. The only thing about the jury selection with us sitting in there, I just seen it because like I told you, I was gonna watch it on my other screen, right? And that's what I'm doing. So I don't know how long this part of it starts, but it appears that they are. No, I don't think it's going to be a 7-month trial. But I can see, I don't know how this is going to go with this part. Yeah. So I don't know how long it'll go in regards to it. Yeah, you confusing it with the trial in AZ. I don't know. I'll see what information I can because I would love to know what the jury final makeup is. But it seems like it's going to be a process in regards to when they're getting there. And I just don't want to sit us in there. It's not like Donna Adelson where we're like a couple days, and we have a jury and we didn't have anything else to watch. We have other things to watch. So I don't really want to keep us in there watching it, but I will keep an eye out on it. All right, guys. I'm going to take us back into our testimony that we're currently doing.
In this particular case, did you, along with other detectives, conduct a canvass of the residential neighborhood?
Canvass was conducted, yes, and I did participate in that.
And as a result, were surveillance videos or surveillance video footage recovered from a number of residences?
Yes, video was recovered from several locations.
Your Honor, at this time, per the stipulation, the state is going to tender State's Exhibit 462. In stipulation number 5, it reads that State's Exhibit 462 is a true and accurate copy of the surveillance video footage recovered from 581 Delphinium Boulevard, Acworth, Georgia, 30102. The state is also going to move to tender State's 463. Per stipulation number 6, it reads State's Exhibit 463 is a true and accurate copy of the surveillance video footage recovered from 5064 Verbena Drive, Acworth, Georgia, 30102. The state is also moving to tender State's Exhibit 464. Per stipulation 7, State's Exhibit 464 is a true and accurate copy of the surveillance video footage recovered from 5050 Verbena Drive, Acworth, Georgia, 30102. So we're moving on States 462, 463, and 464.
Defense?
That's correct, Judge. We've had an opportunity to use those, and that's per stipulation.
Great, thank you. State's Exhibits 462, 463, and 464 as stipulated in paragraphs 5, 6, and 7 are admitted.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Now, Detective, did you recognize the addresses I just named?
I did.
All right, and have you personally gone through and analyzed the surveillance footage recovered from those 3 locations?
I have, yes.
In doing so, did you create smaller clips of pertinent timeframes?
Yes, I did.
All right, and prior to testifying, did you have the opportunity to look at State's Exhibit 465 called Concatenated Surveillance Video?
Yes, I did.
And did you recognize all of these smaller clips contained within that folder on the state's master drive?
Yes.
Are all of those video clips, did all of those originate from State's Exhibit 462, 463, and 464, the complete surveillance videos from those 3 addresses?
Yes.
At this time, State moves to tender State's 465 into evidence. And for the record, within State's 465, they are labeled A through O.
Move to adjourn. Okay. State's Exhibit 465 as labeled A through O are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next, Detective, I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 475 through 478. I know you looked at these prior to testifying, but they were not numbered at the time, so I'll give you another opportunity.
Yes, I recognize them as the same images I looked at earlier.
Okay, and these images, are these maps?
Yes.
And do these maps include the addresses where surveillance video was acquired?
Yes, they do.
And then are those fair and accurate maps showing this general neighborhood and area in addition to the addresses in which you acquired data?
Yes.
State moves to tender States 475 through 478.
Objection?
No, Your Honor, we view those.
Thank you. States 475 through 478 are admitted.
May I publish these, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, so we are going to start with States Exhibit 475 here. You have your little TV in front of you as well, Detective. So in States 475, what are the 2 addresses that are identified on this map?
5059 Verbena Drive and 600 Delphinium Boulevard.
And the 5059 Verbena address, whose residence was that?
The Hicks residence at the time.
And then the 600 Delphinium, what was the significance of that address?
It's the Lanz residence.
And despite the Lanz residents having a Delphinium Boulevard address, what street did their driveway come off of?
On Verbena Drive.
And then the Hickses residents, where is their driveway located?
On Verbena.
And so is that where I'm indicating the two driveways on Verbena?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, since we are going to see some footage kind of further up the street, I want to look at states 476 here. Are you, I know it's not pinned, but do you also still see 5059 Verbena and 600 Delphinium?
Yes.
If you travel north up Verbena, were there any other addresses of interest where we will be seeing surveillance video?
I believe 5064 Verbena Drive is visible in that, just out of the curve.
Right here.
I believe so.
Okay. And so it's on the opposite side of the street as our two primary residences.
It is.
Okay. And then kind of to really get our bearings here, looking at states 477 here, what is the major roadway that these neighborhoods are, or this neighborhood is off of?
Bellsbury Road.
Now from Bellsbury Road, can you take Larkspur to get onto Verbena and make it down to the two addresses of interest?
Yes, you could.
And then is there also a way to access these addresses from Delphinium Boulevard?
Yes, Delphinium runs directly off of Bellsbury.
And are those the two primary entry and exit points for Bellsbury from this
Yes.
neighborhood? And then finally, jumping ahead a little, we will be looking at video from 581 Delphinium. Where is 581 Delphinium?
581 in this image is at the corner of Dahlia Way and Delphinium Boulevard.
Okay.
And in this image on the Acworth or the northern side of the roadway.
Okay, and so is this where I'm pointing right here?
Yes, that is 5.
Okay, and so kind of similarly, despite that it has a Delphinium address, where does its actual driveway hit?
On Dahlia Way.
And going back just briefly to states 477 here. Oh, here we go, okay. Although it's not marked, is this tiny little cul-de-sac?
Yes, that's Dahlia Way on the north side of the roadway.
Okay, and so in order, if you cross Dahlia Way, can you make it back out onto Bellsbury?
Yes.
Now that we have our bearings a little bit here. Oh, and you know, I should go back briefly. We look at State's Exhibit 475. What residence is directly across from the Hickses residence?
5050 Verbena Drive has a driveway that is directly across the street in the 5059 Verbena driveway.
And is that one of the videos or one of the homes that you also obtained footage that we will be looking at?
Yes.
So now I want to move forward to the surveillance clips. Your Honor, do I have permission to start publishing these clips?
Yes, you may proceed.
Switch these settings. So looking here, starting at the very beginning, was there footage that you were able to review and analyze showing that Hicks actually arriving home on November 17th of 2021?
Yes, my initial video analysis was conducted on the video from 50/50 verbatim.
50/50, thank you.
And that footage, having been obtained, was on a drive. And it appeared to be a camera that stored the footage on an SD card. And from that SD card, the files were visible. And so I began reviewing, and 1906, I believe, was approximately the time when there was a vehicle truck that arrived at the Hicks address.
And how many individuals came out of that truck that arrived there at 1906?
There were 3 individuals, 2 adults and a child.
And when we're saying 1906, is that 7:06 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So we will begin by publishing states 465A. That was the entirety of A. I should ask you, Detective, the timestamp that we can see in the bottom right quadrant of this video, was that an accurate timestamp?
I believe so, yes.
And Your Honor, while it's probably less pertinent for this video, it certainly would be helpful in the other videos if we turn down the lights a little, because the lighting can be difficult. Really, just the ones in the TVs would be great.
Keep going.
Yeah, there we go. All right. Next, we will publish states 465B, which is a continuation. State's now publishing 465C. and states 465D. Stop states 465D at 45 seconds. The timestamp on the video being 19:019:47. I'll go back once more to start states 465D zoomed in on the Hicks's vehicle. And I'll stop that at 32 seconds, the timestamp on the video being 19:019:34. Detective, was this, did you have any other footage of Justin, Amber, or Jacob alive through your analysis?
No, nothing that would actually, you could physically see them and it appeared to be them.
Nothing that showed their person.
Correct.
From there, what was the next time that you saw relevant video surveillance? What time frame?
The most relevant for the investigation was 21 or 9:21 p.m.
And before we get there,
I apologize. At the residence or
anywhere.
Okay, so 9:20. Yes, in the 9:20 hour.
And in military time, is that 9:21?
21:20. Yes.
Very good. Before we get there, let me show you one other image. States 480 here. Do you recognize states 480?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how is it that you recognize states 480?
This is a printout of digital image that I produced for the purposes, and I felt it was important to have a daylight view of the camera view that we were able to obtain from the residents across the street from the Hicks residence, only because it kind of emphasizes the point, we don't get to choose the camera placements. We don't get to choose what equipment is used, and we don't get to choose how someone chooses to cover their property with cameras. And in this case, it's unfortunate that this camera was behind, on the interior of a home, behind double pane glass and a screen shooting out, covering their driveway. And for their purposes, for those residents' purposes, that was probably what they wanted in order to cover their property, maybe vehicles that they leave in their driveway. But it did create difficulties. And so I created this image to show a daylight view of the challenges of this video.
So this time state news to tender states 480 into evidence.
Any objection? States 480 is admitted.
Sorry to be lying, it's switch over, but we can. Thank you. So just so that we see before getting too much further here, states 480, is that the video footage or the camera angle that we just observed in states 465A through D?
It is, and this obviously is a daytime view with probably the best lighting, early morning light, depicting the actual, another indication was to show some of these, what was in the background, some of the landscape, some of the shrubbery, some of the trees, because in the nighttime images, they are very, very difficult to depict or to pick out of the images.
And so this kind of speckling or pattern that we see overlaid on this image, is that from the screen that you described?
It is from an actual screen mounted on the outside of a double pane window, and this camera is actually somewhat kind of pressed up against the interior glass. What this doesn't depict is that at night, when there's ambient light from inside the house, actually on the extreme outsides of this image at night, there are additional challenges because of ambient light from inside the home, reflecting back against the glass captured by the recorder.
And were we able to kind of see some of that in the footage that we observed A through D?
We will, yes, we were and we will be
And we'll
seeing
continue to,
that,
yes. Now, was that as detrimental to A through D showing the Hicks drive home?
It was not because of the abundance of light produced by the headlights, produced the fact that it's a large vehicle arriving, that lights were automatically turned on. The garage door ambient light is coming out into the driveway, so that creates a much clearer ability to see.
Will we see more difficulty as we go through the other footage?
We will.
All right, now kind of going back briefly to your expertise in this area, given the thousands of hours that you've observed surveillance footage systems, do you have a keen eye for things such as movement or objects or persons?
Yes.
And to be clear for the court, in terms of any persons seen on any of the following surveillance clips that we're going to show, are you able to definitively make any form of person identification?
Yeah.
Are you able to see human beings?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so if we can switch back over to the computer here. We will continue with State's Exhibit 465 E. Now before, let's see, I'm going to pause it first at 00 on the video. The timestamp of the video is 21:20 and 20 seconds. Now that timestamp that we see in the upper left corner of the video footage, was that an accurate timestamp?
Yes, it was.
And this view that we see here, I'm not going to switch back to the map right this moment, but where was this home located?
5064 Verbena Drive.
Was that the residence that if you traveled north on Verbena, you would see it on the
Opposite
right
side of the roadway from the Hicks and Lanz residence, yes.
All right, very good. And so on this image where I paused it, we can see a roadway just past this this residence's driveway. Which roadway is that?
That is Verbena Drive.
And if you see a vehicle moving on the screen from right to left, what direction would it be headed towards?
Towards the intersection of Verbena, on Verbena, towards Delphine, which is a four-way stop.
All right, very good. And I think this video is about 1:47 seconds here. What is the purpose of this clip in State's Exhibit 465E?
I just wanted to check yes. I was checking the name of the clip to make sure. But yes, this is a combined clip from both this camera initially here at 5064 Verbena and then at 5050 Verbena. So showing the continuation not only of the first vehicle we will see, which was the Lanz vehicle, and the two following SUVs, which I believe continued on, and the reason for showing 50/50 in combination with this was that the two SUVs continue on Verbena Drive.
Okay, so ultimately, how many vehicles are going to drive past the camera at 5064 Verbena?
3.
All right, and then how many vehicles do you see past the camera at 5050 Verbena?
2.
What is the only intersection between 5064 Verbena and 5059 Verbena that Hickses residence?
Delphinium.
And so would the first vehicle that you see on past 5064 Verbena have to turn into either a residence or onto Delphinium to miss the 5050 camera?
Yes.
All right, so if we can now go ahead and publish State's Exhibit 465E. I'm going to pause the video with a timestamp of 21:20 and 29 seconds. We will talk about headlights and everything in just a moment, but first to play this through, is this the first vehicle that you indicated, the first out of the 3?
Yes, this is a dark sedan, yes.
And we'll talk about that in a minute, but just play it through. Pausing it with the timestamp of the video being 21:20 and 40 seconds. Is that the first SUV that follows the suspect vehicle?
It is.
Pause it again here with the timestamp of the video being 21:20 and 52 seconds. Is this the second SUV following the suspect vehicle?
It is.
Now pausing the the video at 21:20 and 50 seconds. What camera have you now switched to in this combined video?
The camera located inside the upstairs window of the residence at 5050 Verbena, looking out over the driveway in the street.
And so looking directly across the truck there, what driveway is that?
That is the Hicks residence.
And then you can see at least a little bit of light here in this kind of area. What residence or street number is in that location?
Well, that is in the direction of the Lanz residence. It's 6. Look at with the address that's off of Delphinium, however, the driveway is located on Verbena.
So don't necessarily know the property line, but is that the next property you get to? The 600 Delphinium from 5059?
It is.
So we'll continue to play this. We'll then circle back to it in a few minutes. Pausing the video at 21:21 and 11 seconds. Is this one of the SUVs previously seen passing 5064 Verbena?
Yes, I believe so.
Now pausing the video at 21:21 and 26 seconds. Is that the second SUV that passed the 5064 Verbena address?
Yes.
And that is the entirety of states 465E. Now, I know I've referenced the first vehicle. We've referenced it both as the Lanz vehicle as well as the suspect vehicle. Did you have an opportunity to look into the headlights and taillights of Mr. Lanz's vehicle?
Yes.
Was that vehicle brought to Cobb County Police crime shed?
It was at some point, and I simply requested that we make some photographs, hopefully from both ground level and elevated positions, simulating the height of the cameras on these residences.
So backing up just a little bit, at the time that you were able to do this, did police have custody of a vehicle known to belong to Mr. Matthew Lanz?
Yes.
And what type of vehicle was that?
I do not recall the make and model.
That's okay. Was it SUV, sedan, truck?
It was a sedan.
And did you, when you went back while this vehicle was in police custody to take photographs, talk to the court a little bit more about your purpose in photographing the vehicle in terms of lighting, height, and so forth?
In the past, during some of the training that I've received, there had been the usage of or the detailing of headlight signatures potentially being utilized for the purposes of understanding what vehicles are entering access or egress to an area that may be pertinent to any particular investigation. This is a technique that I have used in the past in Cobb County investigations. And I felt that it was significant in this case after I noticed in playing back this footage and the footage from 581 Delphinium Boulevard, noticing some differences in the headlight pattern that was cast upon the ground by the headlamps. This is something that occurs particularly with older vehicles because over time we all know that we'll potentially have a headlamp go out. And when that's replaced, it may not be replaced with an exact matching headlight from the other side of the vehicle. It may be a different strength. There may be things that have occurred to the vehicle's body, front end, even slight bumping into a curb or into some fixed object may change or alter the position of a headlamp as it shines onto the ground. In this case, I had seen something that I felt like I wanted to see if it was recreated when we had the physical vehicle in the custody of the police. And I requested that they seek a warrant for the purposes of bringing that vehicle into a darkened area on our police campus at the time. And then I asked that a photographer have a ladder present where we might be able to simulate the height of these cameras that were mounted on the eaves of these homes, both on the home of Verbena, when I had found the vehicle, I believe to be the vehicle coming into the subdivision towards the scene of this crime, and then both on Delphinium Boulevard, the home that where the vehicle was leaving the area later. I was seeing something that I believed I might be able to identify.
And I know we haven't gotten to all of the surveillance clips yet, but in addition to seeing a particular vehicle, did you see some movement and changes in lighting in the same time period that were of interest to you?
Yes.
And is that part of why this particular vehicle stood out to you in all the surveillance clips?
Yes.
And is that what then led to taking these photographs of Mr. Lanz's vehicle with dark lighting on the police campus?
Yes.
All right, once again, I know you already looked at these photographs prior to taking the stand, but they were not numbered, so I'm going to pass it back to you. This is states 642 through 656. You'll make sure you recognize those.
Yes, I recognize states 642 through 656.
Are these fair and accurate photographs of Mr. Lanz's vehicle that you had taken for purposes of observing the headlights and taillights?
Yes.
State moves to tender states 642 through 656 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, we've had an opportunity to review those.
Thank you. State 642 through 656 are admitted.
May I publish, please? Yes. So looking first at 642, is this the Matthew Lanz vehicle?
It is.
All right, state 643 here. What specifically were you capturing in this photograph?
Just a view from behind the vehicle as its taillights are illuminated, the tag light illumination, and the front casting of the headlights.
And then looking at state 644, is this a zoomed in photograph showing the taillights?
It is, yes.
Looking at state 645, did you have someone inside the vehicle for purposes of using the taillights?
Yes, to illuminate, to confirm there was a third tail light that illuminated when the brake pedal was depressed.
Then looking at state 646, what are you showing kind of from the side view with the brake lights initiated?
Just a different angle.
Are we also seeing that in state 647 and 648?
Yes, it's really about the angles that may be presented in the surveillance footage, and making sure we have known images that were made by the police to compare this to.
Next, looking at 649, what area of the vehicle are we now documenting?
Attempting to document the cast on the ground, the headlight, what I refer to as the headlight signature.
Okay, and what was it of note? And I know this isn't the best image, but we do have some digital ones that we will get to. But what is it in particular that you were looking at? I believe I brought you the pointer if you'd like to scan it.
I have somehow messed it up.
That's okay.
Yes, if I may, just this area, almost forming what looks like a V, but no distinction on the opposite side.
Okay.
Showing a similar pattern.
Is this, looking at state 650, is that another image of that V mark created on the pavement?
It is.
Right. State 651, did you take additional angles or photographs of the vehicle?
Yes, I believe this one is obviously a little more direct onto the side, but also at a slight elevation.
Can you still see that V mark?
Yes.
Right, states 652. Again, is this a different angle?
It is slightly more towards the rear of the vehicle, slightly behind, looking down.
Okay, and can you point out that V shape again?
Yes, absolutely. It's projected here on the ground.
All right, and if you'll just stay standing for a moment, so 653, another angle, yet are you still able to see that V shape on the pavement?
Yes, it's becoming more defined at this point.
States Exhibit 654, is this a higher angle?
It is.
Right.
This is from an elevated position on all that.
And are you still able to see the V shape?
Yes, it's very distinct.
Okay, state 655, and finally 656. Do you continue to see that V shape despite changing the angle of, or the height and angle that the photo was taken?
Yes, this was an attempt to see if that was reproduced at various angles.
Now, in order to fully conduct this comparison, did you also take still shots of the suspect vehicle from the surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to testifying, did you look at a folder on the master drive labeled screenshots of suspect vehicle headlights from surveillance video?
Yes.
and were the images, I believe it was the 10 images contained therein, fair and accurate screenshots that you personally took of the suspect vehicle from the various camera angles?
Yes.
At this time, state moves to tender state's exhibit. $685 into evidence, and for the record, the 10 screenshots within are labeled A through I, so it states 685 A through I.
Any objection?
Let me just check, be sure what that is.
No.
Yes, so don't switch over the screen quite yet, that way I can pull it up. There we go.
No objection, Judge. Those are some that I saw earlier. I just wanted to be sure that they were the same.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 685, labeled with N685A through I, is admitted.
All right, may I publish those images?
Yes.
And are these images kind of easier to see digitally as opposed to printed, Detective?
Well, I believe so, yes.
So first publishing State's Exhibit 685A. Which vehicle is this screenshot of?
This is the Lanz vehicle.
And so all the 10 images that are contained in this folder, is this all the Lanz vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And so here, which camera angle are we looking at?
This is the 5064 Verbena driveway camera covering this residence's driveway.
And the timestamp of this screenshot, if you will, please.
21, 20, and 29 seconds.
In this screenshot labeled A, are you able to see that V shape on the pavement?
Yes,
Can you please point that out for the board?
certainly. Just here on the pavement, just in front of the, primarily the left side headlight.
So the driver's side headlight.
Yes.
Now looking at states 685B, is this the same Lanz vehicle?
It is.
All right, and so the timestamp is it actually the same exact timestamp as A?
Yes, just a frame further.
And in this further frame here in states 685B, can you point out that V shape on the page?
Certainly. It's occurring here.
Next, looking at, whoops, apologies. 685C, what have you done to take the screenshot in 685C?
Cropped out some of the side information for the purposes of potentially putting this into a presentation.
And are we gonna get to that as well?
Yes.
Okay, very good. And so you still see that same V shape?
Yes.
All right, if you'll point it out, please.
Certainly. Just on the left side headlamp on the ground, cast on the ground.
Looking at states 685D, what is it that you are capturing from this screenshot that also has the timestamp of 21/20/29?
The same thing. These are a series of images that I was utilizing for the purposes of potential use in presentation, determining for my purposes which one I felt most comfortable.
Okay. Are we also seeing the same in states 685E?
Yes, a little less prominent than that.
Now looking at 685F, what, and I know we haven't gotten this far in terms of the actual videos, but what surveillance system are we now looking at?
581 Delphinium Boulevard, the residence that their driveway sits off of, Dahlia Way. This is actually Delphinium Boulevard, and this is the front yard of that residence. My interest in this particular house was, number one, I noticed the camera and I knew it was a high-end system, just based on the camera. The placement of the camera and the position that this house was built in was one of the shortest distances for a front lawn to the roadway. And so this became a primary home of interest for my understanding. This was actually the first video that I acquired because I believed that the point of access egress to the crime scene was most likely on Delphinium Boulevard at the time. And so I chose and selected a large block of time from this residence to review and examine.
And in that large block of time, is this timestamp here where it has 10:11:29 seconds PM, is this the only time that you see the suspect vehicle captured on this surveillance system?
Yes, it is.
All right, and if you continue the direction that this vehicle is driving, what intersection do you end up at?
This is Delphinium headed out of the subdivision for the travel of this vehicle, the next intersection. Are the side streets within would be Bells Ferry.
Okay, very good. And here, were you able to see that V shape casted onto the pavement?
Yes, this would have been some of the, I think I already testified, this was some of the earliest video that I acquired after the 50/50 Urbina video. This was where I first noticed this headlight, what I'm referring to as a headlight signature, where the signature cast by the headlights of the vehicle appeared to be distinctive enough to identify one vehicle from another.
Looking now at 465G, is this an additional frame of that same camera angle?
It is.
Do you still see the headlight signature?
You do here just in front.
And I need to relabel this because this is actually a second G. So I will relabel that, put that on the record once it's relabeled. But is this actually just a cropped version of 685G?
Yes, in fact, that would probably indicate this is the image that I utilized for presentation purposes and another.
And then what's currently labeled, and again, I'll have to switch these by one letter, but 685H, is that the same Lanz vehicle?
It is the same vehicle, a little further down the road, looking at the back end.
Does that capture the tail light?
It does.
And finally, what's currently labeled as I. What are we looking at in this screenshot?
Vehicle has applied brakes, indicating, and this shows that the vehicle did have a third tail light, position of the third tail light, which in some cases can be different.
And zooming in there, does that further depict the third additional tail light with the brakes applied?
It does.
And is that part of why when you had photographs taken of Mr. Lanz's vehicle, you had the brakes applied?
It is, for the fact of anything that might be unique or different in the known images from the images captured in the video, the homeowner's video.
Very good. Now, again, prior to testifying, well, going back to the presentation that you created, in order to further look at these headlight signatures, did you also take screenshots of other vehicles that passed by the 5064 Verbena Drive address?
I did, yes.
And prior to testifying, did you look at the folder that was labeled screenshots of other vehicles from surveillance video?
I did.
And were there 4 images contained within that folder?
I don't recall the number. But
Okay, but did you look at all the
Yes,
images?
I did.
Okay, and are all those images screenshots you personally took?
Yes.
All right, at this time, state moves to tender states 486 into evidence.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 686. I apologize. Numbers are not great.
That's the 686. Right, 686 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish this?
Yes.
And those 4 images are labeled A, B, C, and D. So looking first at 686A, Is this a different vehicle captured on 5064 Verbena?
Yes,
All right, does that have any sort of V-shaped headlight signature?
it does not.
Looking at state 686B, is this a different vehicle from Mr. Lanz's vehicle captured on 5064 Verbena?
It is.
Okay, does this have a different headlight signature, meaning not the V-shaped headlight signature?
It does have a different signature than what I was looking for.
Whoops, looking at 686C, how do we know this is not the Lanz vehicle?
We do not see the headlight signature.
And then finally, 686D, is this one of the SUVs we previously saw in states? (465D).
It is.
And did that have the headlight signature that you were looking for?
It did not.
All right, now going back, did you create a comparison between the known images of Mr. Lanz's vehicle and the screenshots of his vehicle captured on the various surveillance systems?
I did.
And what was the purpose of creating that comparison?
I prepared that for the investigators, the primary and secondary investigators of the case. Generally, there are times when some of my concepts and some of the things I think of to do for casework, maybe it's better that it's seen. My work is seen rather than try to explain it to them. And so there are times when I try to make it very clear.
For the visual learners.
For the visual learners.
All right, very good. I'm going to show you states 479. Do you recognize that 2-page document in states 479?
I did.
All right, and how is it that you recognize it?
It's a document that I produced as a PDF file for the investigators and for their case.
Very good. State news to tender states 479 in the evidence.
Any objection?
That's the second page too.
No objection, can I have either of those, please?
Q states 479 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
So looking at this first page here, have we previously seen these 3 screenshots?
We have.
Okay. If you will walk through from left to right, each of these screenshots and where it was taken from.
Certainly, from left to right, the left image is a known image made under search warrant at the Cobb County Police Headquarters at the time, 140 North Merritt Parkway, in a dark portion back in a area where there are buildings on either side. It creates a kind of a dark pocket to capture what I believe was the headlight signature that I could identify in surveillance video. The next image was the arrival of a vehicle with, I believe, a matching headlight signature at on November 17th, 2021, approximately 20 hours. And this is captured, the middle image is captured from the 5064 Verbena Drive residential surveillance system. The final third image is from later on November the 17th, 2021 at 10:11 or 22:11 and 29 seconds from the residence at 581 Delphinium Boulevard.
And so looking at page 2 of states 479 here. What is it that you were able to determine in comparing these 3 screenshots?
A matching headlight signature for each of the residential videos that were acquired from the scene, and the known image, matching the known image made under search warrant by the Cobb County Police with the vehicle in custody, the known vehicle of the Lanz vehicle. And then thereby showing that access into the area, or ingress into the area toward the crime scene and egress from the crime scene post-incident, and thereby narrowing a time frame for this incident.
So going back to states 465 now, I want to play states exhibit E again. Now, in addition to observing the headlight signature that you just walked us through, what else was of interest to you once the camera view switched to 50/50 Verbena? Do you want me to ask the question?
I'm going to need you to repeat the question because I somehow I got lost.
That's okay. On this clip here, so we're going to start on E. The first camera from 5064 Verbena. Do you see the headlight signature?
Yes.
Okay. Once the camera, that you've combined, once it switches to the 5050 Verbena Drive address, do you see that headlight signature?
I apologize, I did not follow it. You do not.
Okay.
And that was one of the purposes of producing that clip, that work product.
Now, do you see any other lighting that was significant to you once you're at the 5050 Verbena Drive camera?
Well, it's difficult to say, but they're in sequence, those vehicles traveling down the roadway. There appears at one part of the before the first SUV that we're going to be following, the Lanz vehicle comes down the road. There appears to be light that goes off into the shrub behind and to the north side of the target property, which was the Lanz residence.
If the vehicle, the Lanz's vehicle that we see driving down Verbena at the earlier part of the street, what side of the road do you then see some of the reflective light?
On the right-hand side of the road.
And is that the same side of the road where the Lanz's residence is?
Yes.
Is it possible that you may have that same sort of reflective lighting if someone were to be pulling into the Lanz's driveway?
I believe it would be, yes.
Now, is the Lanz's driveway captured at all on the 5050 Verbena camera?
It is not.
All right, so we will now replay States Exhibit 465E. Four sixty. I'm going to pause it here with the timestamp at the bottom of the screen being 21:20 and 49 seconds. We are now at the 5050 Verbena Drive camera location. If you will stand up, and when you see a little bit of that reflective lighting, indicate that for the court. And I know it's hard with lighting here. We'll go ahead and resume.
Just there. You can see back in this area, so several frames before that. When you, yeah, so there it is occurring.
Oh, whoops, I think I pressed play again. Hold on, let me go back. All right. So we're gonna resume it at 21:20 and 51 seconds from 5050 Verbena.
Just there.
And the timestamp there is 21:20 54 seconds.
It is.
Do you continue to see that at 21:20 and 55 seconds?
You do.
Does that continue up until 21:20 and 57 seconds?
Not quite.
Okay, just shy of that.
Yeah, well, actually, now you're seeing a similar pattern but we've reached a point, and having noted in the earlier video with the 3 vehicles passing, in this same clip that we were just watching, the 3 vehicles were passing 50, 64 per vehicle. The front vehicle is, I believe, the Lanz vehicle. The second 2 vehicles are SUVs. The first vehicle behind the Lanz vehicle is approximately 8 to 10 seconds traveling behind. And so when this clip starts, the first part of the clip is actually still occurring when this clip starts. So what I'm trying to indicate is that the vehicle's progression, as 8 seconds later from the time we see those lights, approximately, we should see an SUV passing by, if in fact, potentially the Lanz vehicle turned in or pulled off at the driveway of 600 Delphi.
Very good, and we'll continue on from that point and play the remainder. All right, I now want to look at state 465G. All right, the timestamp, at least for the very beginning here, what is the timestamp where this video clip starts? So this is 465G.
21:30 and 1 second.
And we're gonna jump ahead a little bit to about 21, 31, and 30 seconds. But what is it that you were capturing or focusing on during this clip?
I believe this is a clip that when I first noticed movement, and I believe a person traveling onto the property, the Hicks property.
And do you see any sort of lights or reflections that were important to you later on when we get to some other video clips?
Do I see them now?
No, not now.
I apologize.
That's okay. Do you see some changes in lighting coming from the Hickses residence during this clip?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go ahead and play it, and we will end up circling back once we get to later video footage. I'm going to, for clip G, we are going to skip to 21, 31, and 29 seconds. And if you will, indicate to the court when you see some of the activity on the screen that was significant to you.
There.
I'm gonna stop it at 21, 31, and 36 seconds. All right, what is it that changed on this screen?
Well, the backyard, there's lighting that has come on in the backyard.
And we've had images as well as some testimony about floodlights at the censored floodlights at the Hickses residence. Is that what's being illuminated here in 21, 31, and 36 seconds?
I certainly believe it is.
Now, do you see any associated movement in the same area?
Yes.
If you will, as you see that movement, please indicate that for the court as it's difficult to see.
Here in this area. this area.
Stopping it at 21:32 and 9 seconds. Can you point out for the court what's noticed in this frame?
In this frame, this is a later determined, I determined this to be a Nest camera that was probably utilized by the family simply for live viewing and was not recording at the time. However, I believe this is a signature of the infrared illuminator for that camera, for covering a porch area as a side entrance off the garage to the residence.
And as we get kind of further into these clips, do you do a similar comparison looking at that infrared reader in later clips that we'll be viewing?
Yes, I do.
So we'll circle back to that in a little bit, continuing this video. And again, if you'll just point out any movement that you are able to see. Now here, I'm going to pause it at 21:32 and 28 seconds. Do you see any additional lights come on?
Yes.
All right, and what light or what area of the Hicks residence do you see the additional light?
I believe that that is actually the front doorway or front porch area and lighting from that location.
Now, are you also aware of any censored floodlights in the front of the house?
I don't recall.
Certainly, did you see any movement come across the garage or anything like that?
I did not. I was aware in reviewing the video that these seem to have been triggered at times by maybe vehicles or activity out on the roadway or what would be the front yard of that residence. So I suspected they were censored. Yes.
Okay. But nonetheless, did you see any movement go in front of the garages towards the front door?
No, I do not. These are the garage doors, and I did not depict any movement across there during this time frame.
For these particular lights that you see illuminated, is it possible to either be motion censored from something on, what is this, do you recall the street name there? Madonna maybe, or?
Yeah, I don't, the pronunciation, I'd have to not visualizing it to pronounce it. But yeah, I knew it started with an M.
Passing you states 475.
Yes. Menarda.
Menarda, okay.
Menarda Way, yes.
So could that have been some sort of activity on Menarda Way that triggered the lights?
It could have been.
Okay, likewise, could it have been actually someone inside the Hicks residence turning on their front porch lights?
It's entirely possible.
Was there anything based on the timing of these lights being illuminated in the front of the house that would have told you one way or the other if it's a human turning on like a light switch versus it being activated by sensors?
Not for me. Reviewing the video.
We will continue on.
Here. So the
Pausing it at 21:32:45.
a prior question was at any point when I see
Absolutely.
movement for me to identify it or stop you. You actually begin to depict some movement back here, and this is actually a person coming out of the. If you'll think back to the daylight images, the shrubbery that was here on the Hicks property, basically coming around the shrubbery from the side of the house, and now entering onto the grass area between the landscape, shrubbery, and the road.
Okay, and then we'll continue on.
And then now onto the roadway and away from the residence. Because of what I mentioned earlier, this area here, which is, we're getting some ambient light. You can tell that there's ambient light from the room that's creating this reflection back into the camera lens. The recording is picking this up. And so it becomes more and more difficult to depict that movement moving up and out of the area or vice versa coming into the area.
And we'll continue on just for a few seconds here.
Still movement.
And do we kind of lose movement at
Yeah,
this
I
point?
believe that's the extent of what I could see is back to this area.
And so we've stopped it at 21:33 and 13 seconds. I do want to go back momentarily to 21:31 and 34 seconds, this time using the zoom function. So we'll resume this video. And again, that was at 21:31.
Yes.
That's
when
Was that?
when the movement occurs in the backyard. Initially here, it's depicted. As this clip plays, we'll actually see some object passes between the source of light, the floodlights, close enough to create shadowing briefly, very briefly, in this area and across the spectrum of this light. But at this point, there is someone in the backyard moving, and then they'll move closer to the light source, creating some shadowing, and then they will move out of the light source in this area and toward the side of the house, the garage side of the house where there's a porch or doorway.
We'll continue on.
There, the shadowing had just occurred, moving closer to the light source, causing a shadow. And now moving towards the side of the home. The sensor for the backyard will kick off. The sensor for the side door infrared illuminator will kick on. Front lights have initiated, and now we begin to see some movement here on the shrub line, and now we'll see someone, a person, moving out toward across the grass to the roadway and moving up from the home towards 600 Delphine.
We will now pause that. The timestamp of the video shows to be 21:32 and 58 seconds. Next, looking at states 460. Take a break?
Yeah, we can take it. We're on for an hour and 40. Want to give
Yes, ma'am.
sex to everyone? Why don't we come back at 10:50?
Okay, thank you.
Stand in recess.
Court is in session. So of course we do have our so of course we do have our TiVo time, but before we go in there, I just wanted to give some quick updates in regards to some things that we are following. Let's see here. I'm going into the Brian Walsh to see what they did in regards to the jury. Let me see what they showed and see if it's worth us looking at. If you say, Sweet Pea, what are you doing in the background? Like, what are you working on for us? So I don't know if any of y'all, I don't know if any of y'all know or not know. Currently right now, there is a case that's in federal court with a, I want to say like a YouTube influencer, like a commentator, like a creator, content creator like myself, right? Her name is Milagros, and currently Meg Thee Stallion is kind of like suing her. It's like a criminal case in federal court, right? In federal court, we can't be in the courtroom. Why? I don't know, but whatever. So I'm just pulling together some documentation and things like that so I can be able to update people on the Take It to Trial, on our channel, right? So I'll do some daily recaps on what they have in court and just go over some documents. And this is all stemming from the Tory Lanez case that was, he was convicted of pew-pewing at her at Meg Thee Stallion's and causing injury to her, and he was sentenced to 10 years. So that's kind of like what I'm doing. So I'm on the federal website kind of gathering some documentation, and yeah, Milagro. So we will do a stream. I do want to keep y'all. I know Megan Cuniff is in the court and she's tweeting. So I'm just it's kind of like the Diddy situation, but I'm going to do my best to kind of keep us informed because I'm nosy. And this is going to be pretty big for people that are content creators, right? Because if you are boasting bad information or bad things out there about people, it kind of reminds you of the Tasha K kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, film. Yeah, so so I'm just kind of on day 2 in court today. I know a lot of people that are actually included in this, like far as depositions wise, like I follow a lot of these people. So I'm interested in it. So I'm really like trying to pull all the documentation and things in order for us to kind of create a stream. And we'll do it in the evening time. So those that can make it, great. Those, But yeah, thank you, Film, for putting that in there. So that's what I'm currently doing right now in the background. If y'all kind of like see me do, that's what I'm looking at. I'm just trying to do my best in regards to gathering the documentation. But I will let us look at what they have in here for the court. Because it seems like they're not doing like a full stream in regards to the jury information. So I wanted to at least show y'all what they did show. Okay. So it's definitely not something that we could do all day because the way they're doing it in court is not, it's like they showing pieces and parts of this jury selection. So let me take y'all in here and let y'all see what the judge said. Oh no, I just took some time and I do press ons. I'm lazy. I don't want to sit all day in a nail salon. So yeah, it's just me just taking time out and sitting down and doing something. And I was like, okay, let me put my little press ons on. I got the press ons. Why don't you just use the press ons? So that's all that was. But yeah, that's me and my press ons. I like doing press ons, Vodka. Ain't no shame in my game. I go right over there to Walmart. They $4.67. You would think that for $4.67, I can always have like something on my nails. It's just lazy. I'm just so lazy. Yeah, right? Right? More time for eat. Like, I don't have time for that. It's already bad enough. I got to do 4 or 5 hours for my hair. So I am going to take us into what happened in the courtroom today with our Brian Walsh case, and let's see what the judge is saying in regards to the jury.
We choose jurors who will approach this case with a truly open mind and have no reason to favor one side or the other. I'm going to ask you questions as a group by a written questionnaire. And then the lawyers and I will speak to you separately, one by one, in this courtroom. You'll be seated in the witness stand. And I will ask you questions. And then the lawyers, as you know from the video, play their own important role in the selection of jurors. And they have the opportunity to ask you additional questions. Please listen carefully to each of the questions that are asked of you, whether I'm asking or the attorneys are. And we need your honest answers to all of the questions. There aren't any right answers or wrong answers. Our unified goal at this point in time is to pick a jury that is as fair and impartial as is humanly possible. And what that means in terms of fairness and impartiality, in terms of jury service, is we're looking for jurors who will decide this case on 2 things and only 2 things: the facts and the evidence that you see and hear inside this courtroom, and the law as I teach it to you. If you can do that, then you can be a fair and impartial juror. Now, let me give you a brief description of this case. As I mentioned, this is the trial of a criminal case. The Commonwealth alleges that on December 30th, 2022, Anna Walsh returned home to Cohasset from her job in Washington, D.C. to be with her husband, the defendant, Brian Walsh, and their children to celebrate the new year. At that time, Anna Walsh lived and worked in Washington, D.C., and would return to the family home in Cohasset, where her husband and 3 small children continued to reside. The Commonwealth alleges on January 4th, 2023, Anna's employer called police to report that she was missing. Cohasset police went to the Walsh home, where the defendant reported that Anna was missing and alleged that she had left the house early the morning on January 1st and that he had not heard from her since then. Days later, police searched a dumpster outside the defendant's mother's Swampscott apartment and found clothing that belonged to Anna Walsh, Anna Walsh's COVID vaccination card, towels with red-brown stains, a hatchet, and a hacksaw. The defendant is charged with murdering Anna Walsh. The defendant denies these allegations, is presumed innocent, and has pleaded not guilty. I will now ask the lawyers to introduce themselves and to tell you who they represent. We'll start first with the Commonwealth. ADA Connor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Greg Connor. I'm an Assistant District Attorney for the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, and I will be representing the Commonwealth along with.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tracy Cusick. I'm also an Assistant District Attorney at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. And I'm also an Assistant District Attorney, and my name is Ann Yaz, and I will also be representing the Commonwealth.
And for the defendant, Mr. Walsh, Attorney Tipton.
My name is Larry Tipton. I represent Mr. Walsh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kelly Porges, and I'm also here on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning.
Thank you. Let me talk a little bit about the trial for the schedule. The schedule for the trial, try it that way. Today, as you know, is Tuesday. November the 18th. We plan to select the jury before Thanksgiving, and we will start the trial itself on Monday, December the 1st, 2025. The lawyers estimate that it will take between 3 to 4 weeks to try this case and to present all the evidence. The jury will then meet to discuss and consider the evidence and issues in the case, and we call that deliberation, to reach a decision, which we call a verdict. There is no set time for a jury to decide a case. The jury takes as much time as it needs to unanimously decide the case. During the trial, while the evidence is being presented, our typical daily schedule will be between the hours of 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. We take a morning break at 11 a.m. and a lunch break between the hours of 1 and 2 p.m. There may be a day here or there, typically on a Friday, that we might suspend early depending on the pace of the case. When the jury begins its deliberations, the jury will deliberate from the period of 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And again, we set no pace for the deliberations. The jury takes the time it needs to decide its case. Before we begin selecting jurors, I want to briefly explain some important legal rules that the jury must follow. And at the end of the trial, I'll give you more detailed instructions on the legal rules that apply in this case. Let me start by teaching you about the presumption of innocence and proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Mr. Walsh is presumed innocent of the charge in this case. That means the jury must consider Mr. Walsh to be innocent at the beginning of the trial and must still consider him to be innocent at the end of the trial, unless the prosecution proves beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that Mr. Walsh committed the crime charged. The fact that the Commonwealth has charged Mr. Walsh with this crime through an indictment and that he is now standing trial is not evidence, and it's not relevant to whether the defendant is guilty or he is not. An indictment is not evidence whatsoever that the defendant is guilty of any crime. An indictment is merely a formal accusation that the defendant may have committed a crime in order that he or she may be brought to court for a trial before a judge and a jury. It is that jury that is to be selected from among your number, and that jury alone, which must decide whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the offense that has been alleged. Again, based on the evidence and the law that is presented during the trial of this case. The defendant does not need to do anything to convince you that he is innocent. He doesn't have to explain anything to the jury. He doesn't have to testify, call or question any witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume he is innocent. Instead, the Commonwealth has to prove the charge against Mr. Walsh beyond a reasonable doubt. If you serve on this jury at the end of the trial, you may not find the defendant guilty of the crime charged unless the prosecution convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Walsh committed that crime. If you are left with a reasonable doubt of Mr. Walsh's guilt on the charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on the charge. Now let me turn to some important rules that you must follow during our jury selection process, and in fact, until your jury service is over. It's important that you keep an open mind about this case. Do not discuss this case or the questions we ask during our jury selection process with any other potential juror or with anyone else. Do not send any electronic communications or posts. In fact, you should be well informed by now that your phones should be off. And if they're not, make sure they are. Do not look up anything on any device to include your phone. Don't do any research about jury selection or about the case or the people involved in the case. If you are chosen to serve on the jury, you may tell people that you are serving on a jury here in Norfolk Superior Court, and you may give them the trial schedule and how long your jury service is likely to last. But you must not tell them anything else about the case until the trial is over and the jury has reached its verdict. Let me next talk about the jury selection process. When the lawyers and I ask you questions, and many of them are going to come in a written questionnaire, but then you'll come back into the courtroom and have individual questions asked of you. We're not trying to pry or make you feel uncomfortable. Instead, we ask you these questions to determine whether you're able to serve as that fair and impartial juror, whether you have a reason to favor one side or the other, and whether you're confident that you can decide this case based only on the evidence that will be presented during the trial and the legal instructions I teach to you. It's very important that those of you who are chosen to serve on this jury be able to commit yourselves to deciding this case, again, based only on the evidence you hear or see in this courtroom, and not on anything else, such as your personal experiences or the experiences of someone that's close to you that you might know about. It's also very important that those of you who serve on this jury not allow the nature of the allegations in this case to make you lose sight of the question that the jury must decide, which is whether the Commonwealth has or has not proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime charged in this case. I will instruct you that the jury must decide this case based only on their evaluation of the evidence presented at trial, and that they may not base their verdict on anything that wasn't admitted into evidence, and also may not decide this case based on sympathy, prejudice, anger, or any other emotion. All jurors must be able to commit to following these instructions so that they can be fair and impartial and decide this case based only on the evidence you hear and see in the trial. If we do not choose you to serve on the jury, please don't be offended. Sometimes a person who could be a fair juror in one case might have difficulty being fair in another. For example, a potential juror who knows someone involved in a case or has a personal experience that is very similar to the issue raised in a case might have difficulty being completely fair to both sides. So please keep these thoughts in mind as you answer both the written and the oral questions. So jurors, I remind you that there are no right or wrong answers to any of the questions on the questionnaires. And in a moment, the court officers are going to hand out those questionnaires, and I will give you an opportunity, some time to fill out those questionnaires. When you finished filling out the questionnaire, fold it in half and put it somewhere safe. Don't show it to anyone else. Don't share the questions or your thoughts about anything in the questionnaire with anyone else. Doing this questionnaire and answering our questions is a solitary experience. You and you alone. When you safeguard the questionnaire, at some point during the day, you're going to be brought back up to, you're going to be moved to a different courtroom, and you're going to be brought back in smaller groups to go through the individual questioning. Don't show anyone that questionnaire until you hand it to me when you come to the side of the bench and are seated in the witness box, and then I'll take the questionnaire from you. As you also learned during the video this morning, the lawyers play an important role in all aspects of the trial. And with regard to jury selection, the parties have the ability to exercise what we call peremptory challenges. That means that the parties can strike a certain number of jurors in a case. Don't be offended if you're not seated as a juror in the case. We appreciate your sacrifices that you made to be here today. Once we finish our questions, I'll let you know whether you've been seated on the jury or not. And that's the process for today. Fate plays a role in your day today. And by that, I mean questionnaires, or the numbers on the questionnaires that I have, start with number 120 and go to number 241. We see people in order of their number. So if your number is closer to 120, you're going to be seen earlier in the day. If it's closer to that 241, later. Whatever your number is, I appreciate, and the parties appreciate your patience. So at this time, where are the questionnaires? The court officers are going to pass out the questionnaires. If you need a writing implement, let the court officers know. I'm going to give you an opportunity to fill out those questionnaires now. Jim, do you have when it was my a little bit or later in the day. Thank you very much, Trace. Two-page witness list on it? Yes. All right. And as Exhibit B for identification, the trial order. Have I shared this with you yet?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't believe so.
I think I have extras. This is my standard trial order, except I changed it in this case. So if you've tried a case with me before, you've seen it. It's the prohibitions against don't speak to anyone about the case. Don't do any research about the case and have open minds. How I changed it in this case, in light of the attention this case has had, is I am directing them to avoid any social media or news media accounts during the trial. Not specific to this case at all, because I don't want them stumbling on it at all. And that's something that I'm going to discuss with them in the individual questioning. Because they've got to buy into that. And that's a big ask, as I mentioned to you earlier, but it's a necessary ask, I believe, in this case, to keep them in that fair and impartial state of being.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anyone want to look at this? I think I have enough to give you extras. And probably not going to.
I can make
them anyway.
I can make copies.
That's all right. I think I have enough. So I gave one for each of you.
Thank you.
I'll give you a minute to look at it just in case you have any concerns about it. That will be marked as B for identification. Identification, you still marked?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All set?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
If you're all set with that, I just need it back to market. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. I can make another copy if you need it.
It should be so much.
So I guess y'all kind of see what I'm speaking about in regards to the process of, but that was kind of good to hear. I've never heard that part in a jury trial. When the judge kind of explains to them about the breaks, you know, the different things and what they would like to see them do on a first jury questionnaire. So as I stated, I'll keep popping in there, seeing if there's anything that we may want to look at, but I don't think it's a reason for us to sit in like a chat waiting for them to pop up. Okay, guys, I am going to take us back into court. You know, of course, we got our great old TiVo time, so I'm going to take us back in, and we're going to go back on the record.
You may proceed, Ingrid.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so detective, to continue on, we're still on states 465, some of those video clips. We're going to speed along watching some of these, but just so that the court is clear, in observing movement, were you in any way trying to make an identification of who is seen on this video?
No, I did not and do not believe it's possible to make an identification.
Nonetheless, when looking at it in totality, particularly with the vehicles, was it helpful in developing your timeline?
Yes, it was.
Right, very good. So we will continue on looking next at states 465H. And I will jump ahead to 21:37 and 28 seconds. We'll just play a few seconds here. Pausing now at 21:37 and 31 seconds. Did the front lights go out at that point?
Yes, they did.
And again, is there any way to know whether that was initiated by a human versus light sensors?
No.
Right, very good. Moving on to states 465I. And the timestamp we'll start it as 21:43 and 49 seconds. While it's difficult to see, can you see some movement on the street?
Yes.
Okay, and can you back it up just a few seconds there to 21:44 and 01, if you'll point out the duration in which you see someone walking on the street being verbena.
The movement is here in this area, and it's a person that travels down. The most extent of that travel is just about here, and then reverses course. It's now seen moving back up the roadway in the northern, basically a northern direction.
Okay,
and here's the extent of the movement, pretty much out here.
Whoops. We'll stop that video at 21:44 and 38 seconds. I'm sorry, 38 seconds. All right, next we will look at states 465. Okay, I'm sorry, L. We're going to start that at 21:52 and 0 seconds. And if you will point out when you start to see some of that movement on the screen.
There. I apologize, but I need to be able to see this screen.
That's okay.
In order to depict what I'm seeing, because on this screen, it's even more difficult.
Okay.
So the smaller the image, and the ability to overcome the challenges with the setup of this camera are difficult. The movement is here, and it will continue around this corner, and it is the most difficult of all these images to see movement. But it is a person moving around this corner of the shrubbery, but because it is my belief they are so close to the shrubbery that the camera is having difficulty determining between what is movement and what is just the shrubbery. Because in a nighttime, if this were daylight, we would see it easily. But with these low light conditions and the distance, it's basically just like ghosting, but you will see movement that comes around this corner very tight onto the shrubbery.
There you go. We'll continue on. Now at the bottom of the screen here, we start seeing a person that's more visible. Where is that person coming from?
So that is the homeowner for 50/50 Verbi. And he has exited his residence to walk his dog. He'll be briefly in this area, he'll pass his wife who comes out with a second dog.
Okay.
For the same purpose.
Okay,
And then they enter their home.
Very good, thank you. As this is continuing to play, will we ever see any lighting coming from the Hickses residence on this clip?
Do not recall if this clip goes far enough into 2155 for the back lights, but it is around that time that back lights are illuminated. I just don't recall if it's on this clip or not.
we've gone a few seconds kind of past it at this point, but what is the hour and minute that we now see the backyard floodlights illuminated?
21:55 and 43 seconds is where we're stopped. Just a couple of seconds prior to that is when the backyard lights illuminated.
All right, and we'll play this till the end. And then what is the timestamp in which those backyard floodlights turn on?
21:55 and 52 or 3 seconds.
And then we'll just go ahead and play out the rest of the video. All right, next, looking at 465N, slightly out of order, but in chronological order. So we'll play 465N. What is the timestamp at the start of this video clip from 50/50 Bermuda?
22:10 and 1 second.
Okay. And do you see any lighting in this video?
We do currently, and we will. The floodlight for the driveway and the walkway to the front door area is illuminated. And we will see the backyard floodlights come on again and see movement back there.
Okay. We'll go ahead and play the entire clip.
Did you, again, I didn't know if from earlier you had wanted me to.
Yes, please. So we'll go back just a few seconds here at 22:10 and 07 seconds.
Okay.
So what is the timestamp when they first turn on?
22:10:08.
Okay, and then if you will, use the pointer to show the movement that is seen, the movement and shadows that can be depicted from this area.
So in this area, we see movement away from the residence. And I believe it depicts a person moving away from the residence at this point, 22:10 and 17-18 seconds.
That is the entirety of the clip. Now, detective, between 21:55 hours and 22:10 hours, when we see those black back floodlights turned on, is there any other point in time within that 15 minutes that they come on?
The back floodlights do not.
Okay, so just because we skipped that chunk of time, was there anything significant in terms of backyard activity between 21:55 and 22:10?
Not in my review.
All right, next we will play 465M. And just to remind the court, this clip labeled M, what residence are we looking at?
This is 581 Delphinium Boulevard. This is the driveway to the residence, which is actually their address, their physical home address is Delphinium, but their Dahlia Way is where their driveway.
Okay, and on the very upper left quadrant, what is the major roadway? Not major, but the other roadway that's depicted in addition to
This
Dahlia?
is Delphinium
Okay, very good.
Boulevard, and this is Dahlia Way.
Okay, very good. So we'll play the entirety of clip M. during those two different angles from the 581 Delphinium, are you able to see Lanz's vehicle?
Yes.
And are you able to see the headlight stamp, certainly from the view looking straight onto Delphinium?
The headlight signature is visible, and that's why I believe it is the Lanz vehicle.
And just to start the clip again briefly, what is the hour and minute? We don't need the seconds, but at least the hour and minute that we see the Mr. Lanz's vehicle passing on Delphinium?
2211.
Which is 10:11 p.m.
It is 10:11 on this system, yes. PM.
Now I want to go to States 565. Oh, what are we about to watch in States 565? Oh,
Interestingly, just a short time after we had seen the movement in the backyard of this residence, there's a vehicle that arrives on the street. This is that SUV arriving, and we later were able to determine that this was a package delivery. The delivery driver exits the driver's side, goes around the passenger side, and makes a delivery to the porch area where we see the illumination of the infrared illuminator for the Nest lighting, which gave me the reference for a known occurrence of a delivery. And that was where that package was left, so we know that that would trigger that infrared illuminator.
okay, very good. And if you will, please, as we see this delivery person exit the vehicle, walk around to the side porch area as you described, if you can assist by using your pointer.
Certainly. Pointers likely not even needed because the driver, you'll see, is illuminating at their feet with their flashlight, or probably on their phone, walking around past the garage doors up to a walkway leading to a porch area where there is a dual entrance, a side entrance to the home.
Okay, I'm going to pause it at 22:17:16. What else do you see in this clip here?
We get an indication here of a known triggering of the infrared lighting. The Nest camera that was not live, was not recording, but was in fact live.
And we will look at some screenshots of this in a moment, but let's play this through till the end. All right, now, prior to taking the stand, did you also look at a folder labeled Nest IR with a state's exhibit number of 481?
Yes, I did.
All right, and does that contain 3 separate images that you created based off this surveillance footage at 50/50 Delphinium, or I'm sorry, 50/50 Bermuda?
Yes, it does.
Okay, are those fair and accurate screenshots, 2 screenshots as well as an overlay of those 2 images for purposes of looking at the infrared camera?
Yes.
State moves to tender state's exhibit 481 in evidence.
Any objection? States 481 is admitted.
So I first want to start with may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. 481C, since we just looked at that here, is this a screenshot from the video we just watched, which was states 465?
It is.
And is the infrared camera illuminated?
Well, the illuminator, the infrared illuminator has been triggered. At this point, you can actually see the position of the driver, the delivery person, by the use of their flashlight or their phone screen.
Okay, so if you can, just so that it's clear, can you show which one the infrared illuminator is compared
Yes.
to the cell phone?
The infrared illuminator is here, the higher positioned light source.
All right, and then the lower one here where my mouse is that the cell phone?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now looking at states 481A, what is the timestamp of this screenshot?
21:32 and 24 seconds, or 9:32:24 p.m.
Is this a screenshot from one of the clips we previously watched in states 465?
It is from November 17th, 2020.
And if you can point out that infrared indicator.
Certainly. This is an indication that the Nest camera's infrared illuminator has been triggered at this point.
So now looking at states 481B, what have you done with this image to further show visually what you determined?
So this is just to give a base image, which is the still from earlier, 21:32, I believe it was in 24 seconds, is the base image here, and then overlaying over that image digitally, such that we can then see the known image of the delivery person making the delivery, and see that the infrared illuminator is in the exact same zoom. There's no issue, but you can tell that the delivery vehicle is actually kind of almost ghosted into the image because they are overlaying, showing two different moments in time, but that the illuminator is in fact operating both times, and we know where that delivery person dropped the package, so we know that's what triggers. That's how close you need to be to trigger that infrared illuminator.
And so based on that, were you able to determine whether a person was in the area of that Nest camera that's on the side door shore at 21:32 hours?
I believe that this image in the overlay does accomplish that by showing that in fact it was someone in that area, even though it's very difficult to see in the images that we saw, or the video that we watched. It's difficult to see someone rounding the corner, but when we see that illuminator, we know in fact someone was there.
So Detective, based on all of this and all of these videos combined in your analysis, what is your best estimate as to when these murders occurred?
I would say they occurred between the hour of the time of 21:55 minutes, 9:55 p.m. to the point at which we see someone moving away from the residence. In the flat back, floodlights are illuminated at 10:10 and some seconds.
Between 9:55 and 10:10 p.m.
I believe so, yes.
And when was it that you first saw the Lanz's vehicle on Verbena Drive?
At 21:20 hours.
Is that 9:20 p.m.?
It is 9:20 p.m.
And then when is it best you can tell from this footage and some of that overlay that you see a human on the Hickses property?
When I first see that?
Yes.
At 21:31 or 9:31 during that minute time span.
And so from 9:31 p.m. when you first see a human on the Hickses property, how many minutes is it until that 9:55 timeframe or marker?
24 minutes or so.
And then what is the time difference between when you see the floodlights triggered between 9:55 p.m. and then when you see them triggered for the last time at 10:10 p.m.?
I think if you look at the seconds, it's a little less than 15 minutes.
And just so the court is clear here, after that 10:10 p.m. time, did you ever see those rear floodlights triggered before sunlight?
Sorry.
Just a moment here. So that final time that you ever saw the rear floodlights triggered at 10:10 p.m., what time did you then see the Lanz's vehicle fleeing or leaving the area?
That vehicle was captured on that video, 581 Delphinium Boulevard at 10:11 and some seconds.
Is it possible to get from the Hickses and Lanz's residence by vehicle from 10:10 p.m. to 10:11 p.m.?
Absolutely.
I think that's all that I have. Thank you.
Attorney Mary, you may proceed with your cross.
Good morning, Detective Smith.
Good morning.
Did you have an occasion to go to the crime scene on the 18th? Call
To the residents?
to the residents, right?
I don't believe I physically went on the property on the 18th. I don't recall.
When was the first time that you did go to the residence?
Unfortunately, I don't recall.
Okay. Would it have been in 2021 or would it have been later?
If in fact I did to the actual scene residents.
Yeah.
It would have been the 18th or the 19th.
Okay. The photographs that we were looking at, particularly, I'll just show you, this is State Exhibit 480. And sure that I think. State's Exhibit 480. This is the screenshot that you did from across the street, showing that there's a screen on the window that you're explaining to us.
Yes.
There was an issue there with being able to see as well because of the screen.
Certainly complicated the view, yes.
Did you ever go to the crime scene and look at exactly where these lights were associated with where we see on the video?
Yes, on the exterior to some degree. I wasn't even made aware of the case until the 18th. And it would have been either the 18th or 19th.
Okay. And the lights that we see come on in the back, are they associated with where the package was that you saw, or were they in a different place?
They were in a different place.
Okay, even though we saw those same lights come on when the package was delivered. Right.
The back the back floodlights.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So what area do those back floodlights cover? Do you know when they would come on? How close would you have to be to those floodlights for them to come on?
I did not trigger them during hours of darkness. But they were in a patio area, and there was a wall to the, if you're facing that patio area where these lights were positioned, there was as I recall, a patio area with a part of a wall to the residents here, part of a wall to the right.
Okay. And do you know how long those lights would stay on once they're triggered?
I had counted various cycles of that, and it seemed to be really brief in some instances, as little as 10 seconds.
Okay. And I know sometimes in the floodlights that I have, sometimes a dog will trigger them. Anything that might come in their path that there's movement. Is it fair to say?
There's potential, yes, for that.
So let's talk a little bit about the vehicle. I know that that you've got new equipment that you've gotten fairly recently to do these testing. Did you do the testing with this new equipment or with the old equipment that you purchased when you came back?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, because you kind of mentioned the vehicle and now you're referring to new equipment.
Well, we're testing the headlights. You want to see the V in the headlights.
Yeah.
You indicated if you had equipment that you purchased when you came back from being retired in Talbot County and purchasing that surveillance equipment.
No.
Is that something different?
You have, yeah, there's no new equipment for that purpose. And the equipment that I referred to was actually in 2002. 2001, they accepted a proposal. 2002, they bought it long before I went to the technology-based crime unit.
Okay, so the Axon that you were talking about, that's not new equipment then?
It is the new company that purchased the smaller company, Input Ace.
Okay. So you didn't use this newer equipment, you used the equipment back in
None of this is equipment, it's software.
None of this
It's software.
Okay.
But this is something that I would say we can see with the naked eye.
Okay.
There's nothing that's doing anything to enhance that image. I picked up on what I believe was a signature visually, just simply watching the video play from both Verbena Drive and Delphinium Boulevard, those two residential surveillance systems. I believe I was seeing a headlight signature, and my interest was to, once we had the known vehicle of a person of interest to the case in our custody, I wanted those known images of what the headlights were casting. That there's no equipment other than cameras and ladders involved in that, and the surveillance systems that record it.
Well, that's pretty much just visual. You don't use any particular surveillance equipment or anything to enhance what you may see with the naked eye.
I do not recall, other than cropping the images for the PDF that I produced, other than cropping them just so visually they'd be about the same size in each example. No, I don't believe I did any enhancement. I prefer to call it clarification processes of adjusting brightness or contrast or luminance values.
When you are looking at a headlight signature, we'll just say 2018 Toyota. Does each 2018 Toyota have the same signature headlight?
I would say there's a potential for each one to have slightly different headlight signatures. And then all the different variables that come into play. Did a headlight burn out? Was it replaced with a lesser lumens output bulb? Was it replaced with a non-manufacturer produced bulb? Was there a front end collision that may have changed the aim of a headlight? All those, and there are, as you and I can both imagine, millions of possibilities of what changes. Because it's not like it used to be when you and I would take a screwdriver and make an adjustment to our headlights by literally running the screw in and out that would change the pin. These are basically fixed, and what changes them are the bulbs, lamps used, and any damage or other factors that will change the directionality and the output of that headlamp.
And the only way that you would really know that would be to look at the bulb to see whether it may be the same bulb that was in the vehicle originally. If it was, then most of them would be the same V shape, wouldn't it?
Personally, I could care less about what bulb it is in there. I could care less about the lens. It's about the signature. It's about the signature cast upon the ground, on a roadway, on asphalt, either as the vehicle's traveling, as it's parked, and then recreating to the best of your ability the angles to capture a similar scene and see visually, does it compare? Is it comparable? And in this case, it was.
I misunderstood. I thought you said it sometimes depended on the type of bulb that you had, whether you had a front end collision, and all of these things kind of would go in being able to determine whether that V was the same, that may be the same signature on all 2018 Toyotas, correct?
In this case, I'm not concerned about all 2018 Toyotas. I'm literally concerned with one vehicle. And does that signature of that, no matter whose headlamps are in, no matter what lens is on, I'm not even concerned, did it ever get in a front end collision? Was there ever damage to it? I just know several nights earlier, it was casting a particular signature upon the ground. Is it still casting? Is that vehicle a known vehicle casting that signature such that I can then confidently say that it was the vehicle that traveled through that area at a time significant to the investigation?
So it wouldn't make any difference to you how many 2018 Toyotas there would be that had the V signature. You're just looking at that particular vehicle.
I'm literally looking at that particular vehicle in this kind of scenario when we have a known entity, a known vehicle to compare to.
I've tried to write down all these time frames from the stand. It appears as though that there are lights coming on the front porch at some point. I think at 2131, you see a light on the back of the Hicks home. You recall?
Yes.
And then at 2132, the light goes out.
I believe that would be generally accurate, yes.
And then at 2132, the lights on the front porch come on. Correct.
If recollection serves, yes.
And you indicated that you can see movement during that time period. I think we saw some sort of person moving across the screen there from maybe the back area towards the front, past the truck.
Past the infrared, the Nest camera, and then eventually down the driveway toward the roadway.
And then at 2137, you got lights on the front porch again, all right? Somewhere in that.
Yeah, I mean, I believe you may be referring to the similar time frame, a continuation of that time frame.
Well, the lights on the front porch aren't gonna stay on other than a few seconds for what you said.
On the front porch?
Or do you know?
That's the back porch. The front porch, they stay on much longer, from what I reviewed.
How long do they stay on the front porch?
I didn't do a calculation per se, not like I did for the back, because the back seemed to be triggered and go out pretty quickly. So I did not do the same for the front, and there was no point of entry into the home that we were aware of related to this case on the front. So I did not do a calculation for the back. I'm sorry, for the front.
Okay, so you're saying that the lights were on from 21:32 to 21:37?
No, I'm not saying that necessarily. I don't recall, and it wasn't the focus of my interest.
And at 21:44:01, you see somebody walking up the street. Is that up the sidewalk in front of the bushes there?
I believe so. I'm unaware of the sidewalk, but there's shrubbery. The driveway meets the roadway. There's a short or narrow, I guess narrow is a better term, strip of grass that one crosses to pass onto the roadway.
Okay. It appeared as though, from what I could tell, that person was walking away from the home, the Hicks home. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And then at 21:55, you got the floodlights that go on in the backyard again.
Yes.
And at 22:10, you got the floodlights at the front door, front porch.
I don't recall. I do know the back are illuminated at 22:10.
Okay, so you don't remember whether the floodlights were on at 22:10?
In the back, they absolutely were. They pop on, and a person is seen moving from the residence toward the roadway.
Well, at 22:10:08, you got the back floodlights come on, but you don't recall the front coming on before?
I don't recall that, whether they did or not. My interest was in the back of the home.
Your knowledge, do you know who interviewed the driver for the package delivery?
I do not.
So your best estimate then of the time of the murders was somewhere between 9:55 and 10:10. Is that right?
Yes.
I think that you indicated that you were able to see a person, but you were not able to determine what that person might be wearing or what they look like.
Yeah, that's correct. No identifiable, other than what appeared to be a human figure moving. Nothing identifiable.
And you indicated at one point that there had been some light that you saw was a reflection that may have been up towards the Lanz home. Could that be anything? Back porch light or anything that came on?
I believe what you're, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe what you're referring to is early in my testimony, I was talking about the Lanz vehicle arriving during the 21:20 hour frame. traveling past 5064 Verbena Drive, and then followed by 2 SUVs. And then the continuation, the compilation where the video then picks up from 5050 Verbena. And I indicated that it's, you see light cast into a deeper area, right? And then about 8 seconds later, you begin to see the lighting for the vehicle, the first SUV that would have been behind the Lanz vehicle. And could that have been the Lanz vehicle pulling into 600 Delphine Boulevard? Yes. Could it have been someone at the intersection that turned and did a U-turn in the 4-way stop because they sit right on the corner? Yes. I'm not excluding all other possibilities.
So you're not saying, you don't know whether the Lanz vehicle or what you believe to be the Lanz vehicle pulled into their drive?
I believe it to be the Lanz vehicle. I believe the timing is accurate for it to have been the Lanz vehicle's lights shining into the trees and landscape prior to that first SUV that would have been behind the Lanz vehicle only seconds earlier, captured on the earlier camera footage. So I believe it to be the Lanz vehicle.
All right, thank you.
Well,
Thank you. Any agreement, any follow-up or redirect?
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Minutes be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. The attorney's approach for me.
I noticed the courtroom is not as full as it was yesterday. Y'all see that? They must go take lunch somewhere.
All right, State, you may call your next witness.
This time the state called Detective Ben Jackson.
Please remain standing this morning. You'll raise your right hand, please.
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you. Please have a seat, and once seated, if you please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Sergeant Ben Jackson, BNJACKSON.
Thank you. You may proceed. A.A. Horowitz.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you'll please tell the court how you're employed.
I am currently assigned to Crimes Against Persons Unit as the sergeant for the unit.
And how long have you been with the Crimes Against Persons Unit?
I was a detective in the Crimes Against Persons Unit for approximately 2 years before being promoted to sergeant, and then I've been reassigned to that unit as a sergeant since January of 2022.
And just for clarification, which law enforcement agency?
Cobb County Police Department.
And prior to Crimes Against Persons, did you have previous law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was originally post-certified in 2006. I worked for the Georgia Tech Police Department for 1 year, then left law enforcement, was in full-time ministry for about 5.5 years before coming to the Cobb County Police Department in December of 2012.
So since 2012, you've been post-certified?
Yes.
All right. Now, were you employed by the Cobb County Police Department in November of 2021?
Yes, sir. At that time, I was a detective in the Crimes Against Persons Unit.
So I want to jump to November 18th, 2021. In what capacity did you work this case?
I was assigned as the second to assist Detective Standard in the homicide investigation.
Now, jumping in, at some point, did you interview Teresa and Scott Lanz?
Yes, sir. We interviewed them at the office on, I believe it was November the 19th.
Now, who is Teresa and Scott Lanz?
They're the father and mother of the suspect, Matthew Lanz.
Now, in the sequence of events, when did you interview them?
It was later in the evening on the 19th, so it was after we'd identified him as the suspect before we executed the search warrant in Athens, Georgia.
Now, how did the Lanz, Teresa and Scott Lanz get to the headquarters? If you remember.
I don't recall.
But at some point they were at headquarters?
Yes, sir.
All right. And who interviewed them?
Detective Sanders and I interviewed them at the office.
Now, at this time, the state's going to move to enforce Mark State's Exhibit 466 as it's a part of stipulation number 8, and I can read that into the record.
Yes, please.
In full, stipulation number 8, statements of Scott and Teresa Lanz captured on Officer R. Jones' body camera contained in State's Exhibit 460, and from their formal interview with Detectives Zachary Stanner and Ben Jackson contained in State's Exhibit 466 are admissible. Defendant Matthew Lanz is waiving his right to confrontation regarding the statements made by Scott and Teresa Lanz, his parents. So at this time, I think it's a good time to take credit.
Okay, let me just take it on the record. Attorney Berry, any objection?
No, Judge.
Okay. As stipulated in stipulation number 8, State's Exhibit 466 is admitted, and we will take our lunch break at this time. So everyone will be back at 1:30 p.m. Courtroom will be open about 1:15. Just want to remind everybody that chewing gum is prohibited in the courtroom as well. So just want to remind everybody there should be no chewing gum in the courtroom during the course of the proceedings. Everyone enjoy lunch, and I'll see you all back at 1:30.
Yeah, I can your battery in your pocket. They died today too. Sometimes they're when they cut the lights out, I thought the lights went out, they were making it go out. Yeah.
Yeah, we can take a break. Yeah.
The Celsius. I gave you. I don't know what I went and got my car. She just thought got me on the main interview. Really, I really don't drink one. I've been working Saturday, take it to the hospital. But I didn't drink my own. You gotta sit in one spot for a long period of time. I've been training for sitting for a while.
So guys, while they're on a quick break, so I just got notification. Let me see. And I'm gonna look it up. I don't know. It's so many people doing so many things out here. So I just got an alert that Karen Reed is suing everybody. So I am going to go look for her her civil complaint, right? So we can see what she's suing for and who she's suing and the who, what, when, where, and why. I kind of like that. I mean, they suing her, right? So I'm gonna be looking that up so we can kind of look at that also. I'll set up a stream for us to look at that. And it looks like we are back in court. So I'm gonna take us back into court and I'll let you guys know what I come up with in order for us to review. All righty.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I am Judge Sonia Brown, the presiding judge for this criminal jury trial for the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, case number 22-900-922. Again, present in the open courtroom of the court, the clerk, the court reporter, Mr. Lanz is represented by Attorney Jimmy Berry, and the state is represented by Assistant District Attorneys Green and Horowitz. Anything we need to put on the record before we proceed?
Just one thing, Judge, after this witness, they're going to put up a witness, he took swabs, I think we usually took swabs. When the state finishes, there's about a 5-minute video that I have not seen.
Okay.
If we could take 5 minutes and let you view that to see if we can consent to it.
Sure, of course,
Thank
of
you.
course. Anything else?
No, Judge.
All right, you may proceed, Attorney Horowitz.
And Judge, right before the break, I had admitted State's Exhibit 466, which is the interview with Scott and Teresa Lanz. So I would ask the public at this time.
You may.
And then I'm ready.
Do you all need the lights turned?
No.
Okay.
And before, Detective, you're still under oath, before I press play on this, for the record, can you just indicate what the date is of this interview and time?
It's November the 19th, 2021 at 9:12 p.m.
And for the record, who is in this video before it starts playing?
That's Matthew Lanz's parents, Scott and Teresa Lanz.
Who's on the right and on the left?
Teresa's on the left and Scott is on the right.
Now, for the record, I'm going to start State Exhibit 466 at 9:12 and 50 seconds p.m.
Matthew was found in people's houses down in Springs. When an officer showed up in someone's house, they pulled out a knife and stabbed Sandy Springs officer. Sandy Springs officer expected to survive. Matthew was shot in his voice that he's fine. He was treated at a hospital. He's expected to make a full recovery. tank springs and you guys are separate investigation as far as that goes. But obviously, I have heard this double homicide happened, and that you need someone's home with a weapon, and for a police officer, it obviously raised our suspicion and makes us want
You're sure it's nephew?
yeah,
Do you have ID on him, his name?
that when we were, the body came and all that stuff, it was in someone's house, one house down there in St. Springs. We showed up and tried to talk to him, and he put that knife and stabbed off the back of that training. He has the gun. Well, we just saw him across the house. We went down there to meet the St. Springs detectives to try to figure out what was going on and what happened. Sorry.
I cannot. I can't believe it. I'm sick.
Not that we need a minute to talk among yourself or you just need 5 or 10 minutes before.
Well, they came to our house, treated me like a criminal. They brought me outside and put my hands behind my back. They ripped me.
The police that came to your house?
Yes. You have a weapon?
That's it. I understand that. back up once down. When they were younger, I don't remember if I bought or who bought it, but we have one left. And then we used to do a range and shoot. The long gun, I don't remember what it is. And then they purchased 2 handguns, separate, like 4 together or something. I never really got a true story out of that. And after all this incident, we found them. We didn't even know they were in town. We never had any idea. And that, I mean, appreciate it a little bit. When I said, like, we never had before. I never knew anything about that. We never knew anything about it. We're not here to happy. Because you guys, we just trying to get answers. We want to use it yourself background. I don't know what the guns are now locked up and safe. We bought a safe after we took them away. Put them in a safe, did them in the closet. Matthew always asks about his guns. Don't worry about you guys, you're not getting them back. Maybe one day I'll go with you, but not right now, because I'm just not a gun person at all. I saw him every week. He'd come home when I go to Athens, and we'd like, oh, we got dinner, and I knew it was going to be tough with his brother's loss. We knew he had something going on in his head that we couldn't figure out. We couldn't figure out Austin either. We thought we were doing the right thing. I don't know if we will. But Matthew wasn't right. We were going to pull him out of it. We were going to bring him back home, let him go local, be around him more. And he didn't want to do that. He said, I'm fine. So he's got some issues. After all the gun malarkey, he went out and bought a gun. He told us October.
Yeah, what we didn't know this until yesterday.
Well, we went to see him. There was a gun at the park. We said, what is this? Where did you get this? I bought it at his gun store.
Gun range.
Whatever, I don't remember. And I said, well, you can't have this. He said, Dad, it's personal property, it's mine, he's defiant, he doesn't like law, he doesn't like rules.
He needs to protect himself. For some reason,
there's a fear that somebody's out to get him.
With this, he said, that's what he says every time we say, why do you think you need something to protect yourself? Because everybody should have something to protect themselves.
We have guns up, private hands, we never had I took the gun back to our house, and I just showed that old folks where they were listening more than how the back was. And, you know, there's a kind of, my guess is, I don't know.
But, I mean, the reason we went to Athens yesterday, I went first, because after we found out about the neighbors, I started trying to call him, you know, to tell him before he saw it or heard it, and he wasn't answering his phone. And I continued to text him and call him.
Right now, go straight to voicemail, or?
And I think that it was showing blue yesterday. Today it's been showing green. I think I texted him twice and called him maybe a couple of times. And it was just green. So I assumed it was either dead or off. But yesterday it was blue. And so I probably got there about 2:30 or so. And I unlocked the door and the chain was on. And I was, you know, yelling through the door because I could see his bedroom door was closed. And I kept saying, Matthew, you know, come to the door. And I waited and waited. And so I kept trying to push the chain just to break it. And about the time that I finally got it to unscrew out of the wall, he walked out of his bedroom. And the gun was right by the bed. And I said, what is this? He said, well, I thought somebody was breaking into the apartment. And
you think that I was screaming McAdoo's mom. And, you know, this is 2:30 in the afternoon and he's in a dance when he's in his bed when he's supposed to be in class.
We all have a gun. I haven't been here. If you're a guy that has a gun, or, you know, sure, they're now having a license. All exactly where I put it. Like I said, I really not having
But that is why we were there yesterday, because I was concerned that I could be in touch with him. And I wanted to tell him about what happened.
you have any suspicions?
I had no, there was no working Wednesday night or whatever that occurred. Was Wednesday night? Yes. Wednesday night, my dogs bark at everything. I mean, they bark when I go outside, I can't find anything. We didn't hear a sound. And so I have no idea what happened. If he was there, he was not in the house.
Not in our house.
Not in our house.
No, not just my information. When you heard about what happened here, your neighbor's house, was there any suspicion that you
I had, no, I would never. I mean, I've never even met any people. Never even met him. And Matthew knew that the other people moved out long ago. It never occurred to me that he had anything to do with this.
There's some answers when I talked to Matthew. He said exactly that he killed me.
Well,
Here's, let me back up. I see some regarding like trying to keep the spirits up, I don't know, we're gonna do something, blah, blah, blah. He called me Tuesday night. I spoke to him Tuesday night. How you doing, buddy? I said, okay, I'm school. What are you doing? He said, I was at the gas station filling up my car. Filling up his car. And he was gonna come home with his computer. And I said, great, you pick me up at the airport tomorrow, which was Wednesday night. Yeah, Wednesday, I talked to him. Pick me up at the airport at 6 o'clock. Yes. He said the meeting was going on. She knew nothing about him being home. He never came in the house. If he came home, he did unlock the doors. We don't even know. I don't even know if he ever came home. He told us that he went home, but never went to the house. That's exactly what he told us, and that's what I said. The next day, when this occurred, I said, Teresa, I'm just nervous. Matthew told me he was coming home. Maybe he didn't come home, but we ought to call and see what's up with him. So you saw him. You could have seen the department. Yeah. She had to do it first. Do it first.
That's how he didn't come back home with me. And he said, no, I don't need to come home.
His placement.
Yeah.
He had it for a while.
Yeah. It was in August.
August, like I said, you've been over there multiple times, right?
Yeah.
How does he react now? Normally, stay in chaos.
It's always very neat and clean and orderly.
When you saw him, I guess that was Thursday, or some Thursday, was he drunk? Was he?
He was not drunk.
How did it? Was he saying weird things? He always says weird things. So he wouldn't say weird things. What he would do is just really go about it. He was just really.
When he got up at 2:30 in the afternoon, you could tell he had been sleeping very hard because, you know, his eyes were swollen and he was kind of disoriented at first. And I said, what are you doing in bed? Why aren't you in class? And he said, I was just really tired. And I said, why are you so tired? I can't remember what he said. But I probably said, Daddy said you were coming home. I said, well, you weren't at home. I said, what And then later, he said, no, I didn't. And so I didn't really believe that he actually was anywhere in the vicinity. And that's when I said, well, you know, of course, I saw the gun, and we had that conversation, and I said, this has anything to do with what happened to the neighbors. And that's when I told him, you know, what happened to the neighbors. He didn't respond when he did. Like, oh my God, are you kidding? I think he was just still not alert. I mean, you could tell.
Was it, he wasn't alert because he was still trying to wake up, or was he just, he was all kind of out,
I don't know. I mean, I honestly can't answer that. I don't know if it was that, you know, he was just not quite. It was later on, you know, after I'd been there for quite a while before Scott came, he was more alert and talking, you know, more clearly.
did he ever give you actual yes or no response about the asking that question?
He said, I did not murder anybody.
So other than him kind of sleeping, like, is that unusual from the 6 to 30 years now? Why is he on the weekend? We don't tell you how your class is going. How about we say that you're out the weekend?
Yeah, not that late, no.
So, it's a little unusual from the sleeping late. You look tired, you look up, everything in the apartment seems normal. Who actually did it? You wouldn't hear from her, that's why Teresa called me today. I said, get Matthew in the car, bring him to our house. He refused to go home. That's when she called me and said, I'm here, blah, 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 blah. He's Officer Roger. I'm going to have everybody pick you up from the airport. You go. So I went and felt the same thing you talked about. And asked point blank, were you involved? And it was not a yes or no. It was all answers. Really made no sense. And if you talk to them long enough, somebody has, they're going to get a sense of these paradigms. So we said, let's go. You're going. Mom's going. With them Ryan, because she picked me up. And I'll drive you and I. She said, Dad, I want to stay here. I said, why? Why would you want to come home? You were going to come home last night. We did. He said, I just want to stay. I got classes, blah, blah, blah. So I said, okay. I'm taking the gun. And I went and got it. And said, Dad, possession is possession. I'm the owner. You can't do this to me. My whole life, and I go, give her a flip. I'm taking the gun. You can have bullets, but I'm taking the freaking gun. And it bothered me.
Well, no, he said you should take the bullet too. He told you you should take the bullet too.
I just wanted the gun. I took his bullets. And I can't use them. I'm going to make it right. I'm not the one who said I was. What I thought was, well, you're going to take them to yourself. Or somebody else. No, I know you're not. I don't know. That's terrible to think. It's terrible to say. But his mindset was completely.
But you would think if his psychiatrist that he's been seeing every 2 weeks, because we want him to continue to meet with him, you know, because of what happened to Austin. Because he said, you know, we asked him, would you like to continue to go? And he said, yeah, it would be good for me. I mean, well, maybe because he's 22 years old, that he can't tell us anything. I don't know.
I know you said you had a little bit of it. You have any idea what kind of happens? They. But you know what color it was? Black. Did it look like kind of like what you said, block? This is, no, not a block. Because the other two guys would have blocks. This one was, look at it. This was shaped like this. It was shaped like that same size.
But the holster's not that big.
Okay.
It's just about that wide.
It's okay. I understand that. Any see any other camera that does something like that. Because the gun at the end, I was in the store. It was on the floor next to the bed.
When I got there.
After 3 hours, he put it in his little drawer box. Do you have any other, maggots in there?
He has two, one was on it and one in it. Well, it was not in it, it was just kind of hanging out.
Does it have the same ammo in there, too? That's, yeah, I think it was the same. But I said, no, how many are in these? He said, 8, maybe.
I don't know.
I said, how many are missing from the other one?
Then he shot 5 or 6 rounds at the gun range.
He fired 5 or 6 stuff. I showed you, a little bit, you be able to bring that, I know that. Do you ever see anything on those kind of like this?
The bullets aren't that big.
Is that just so wrong about that? I don't think it was,
No, a little.
now, I know you said you've seen a psychiatrist. Did you actually think diagnosed?
I mean, I told the psychiatrist that, you know, I thought that he was either bipolar or schizophrenic, you know, of the episodes that we've seen over the last few years.
So 7, 50 years now.
About 2, 2.5.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to think. I know maybe not very bad.
Yeah.
You don't have the right place on the town. So a couple years.
Yeah.
So like high school years?
No, he was always an excellent straight A student, went to magnet school at Kennesaw Mountain, athlete, played lacrosse, never got in trouble, never drank, never, you know, it was the good crowd kid. When he went to Georgia, I wanted him to, get in a fraternity to help him, because he was kind of, you know, he was in computer lab at school, and I just thought it would help him socially at Georgia. I just know I'm sitting in his dorm or apartment all day on the computer. So I said, you know, I think it will help you socially, you'll really enjoy it. My daughter went down to the store and loved it. And so I think that was the beginning of the end. Of course, he got in there and started drinking and smoking, and Lord only knows what else those guys do. And, you know, I think he started smoking pot. He didn't ever smoke pot before. And the kind of crap that says kids get down, I don't know what's in it, but it's not the kind of pot way I went. And so we started seeing, you know, his grades started plummeting after the first semester, and behavior, yes.
Did he struggle at school this time? Yes.
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 Yes, he's been struggling, yes.
Yeah, they were doing something at some point, you know, probably therapists at the fraternity house, and it got him way off track. I think he went up and again, he always has something at night.
Yeah, it has not been on maybe in a hundred now.
And to count there, when you go around, people freak out. And he was, you get arrested. He got probation. And he had 2 more months.
Well, he got, had to go through the code of conduct for school, because it was on, their fraternity house was on school campus, not off campus. So when they contacted the fraternity council to tell them what had happened, they in turn contacted school. The school board called me and said, you know, I'm calling to let you know there's an incident at his fraternity house. He is on his way home, and so we got an attorney to get him back in school, because they wanted to keep him out like 2 semesters, like a whole year. And we just felt like, you know, the kid's never been in trouble. He got so high, he didn't know what he was doing. He needs a second chance because he's just a great student, great kid. Yeah, so I drove him to the police station and turned himself in because of the time. The attorney.
Do you think that incident was because he got too high or something?
Yeah.
Strong stuff, or do you think that was
I think he was smoking a tremendous amount of pot at that time. And I think that was the beginning of all these episodes. And we didn't know this, but another episode occurred before that when he was living in a dorm. They said he was running through the dorm and banged his head against the wall when he was real high one time. And the people that come to check on what yeah. But they didn't ever notify us because they didn't think that they.
Never got there. I'd say the same. He quit smoking because he was on. Yeah, to do weekly work every Sunday went to the police station. So I think it was straight for a period of time. And then once he completed that, I just went back to the old days. We did around like academic probation for that stuff. Yeah. So struggling in school, but still maintaining grades. He wouldn't tell us.
Well,
really defiant, right? Really. I think he'll go ahead.
He came home, you know, when it happened in the fall of his sophomore year. That's when that happened, like in October at the fraternity. And so he stayed home through. Did he start back to the
Yeah, for COVID.
Oh, yeah, that's when COVID hit, so he had to stay home. He was allowed to go back to school and classes, but he had to do it online because that's when COVID hit. So he was home that whole year, and then that summer, and then this, is his junior year, and so he went back. Well, we got an apartment in April because he couldn't find any community service in Cobb County for his program. Yeah.
So he was full of scholarship for 2 quarters. Came out of Kennesaw High School with a 4 point something. And went to Georgia and had a 3.6 and a 3.5 and joined the fraternity all down. And my guess is today, he had one good quarter. Because we said you gotta straighten up, we're paying a lot of money, and I think this quarter is what we is worse than major.
It was engineering and he switched it to cognitive science.
Which again is,
It's a new major, I think, at Georgia, but
full of matches. I'll be honest with you, we will be testing it. I don't have the results of that right this second, but the process will be, I know.
you know how many times the people have both of them being strong.
Do you guys know where bodies were?
I talked to the grandparents down the street briefly, and they told me that the authorities told them they were sitting on the sofa. They were found sitting on the sofa.
You know where they were?
I'm assuming that must be their end.
Yeah, war.
I can
tell them that.
You ever tell them what where they were?
All the about having to have a weapon to protect himself, especially since what happened to Austin.
Is this like a everyday thing, or is it kind of comes and goes, or he has good weeks and bad weeks, or as far as whatever's going on with him mentally?
Well, when he came home and he asked to see where the guns were, I was the one who knew where the key was. And so Daddy said, you know, I don't know where the key is, but I will get Mom to go get it, and I will show you where the guns are, that they're safe, and they're put away, and they'll be here for whenever. And so I always got the key, and, you know, unlocked it. He came in, and he and Scott sat there, and he showed him, you know, everything was in the safe, and
No, he can't take it. It's locked back up, and over here, when we think it's time to do something else. So he's pretty big on protecting himself. Did he ever express anything of why he needed protection? Like a specific threat that he thought was? I think in college there were folks out to get him. And I think it was on the devilish, demonic side of his mind that he was hearing things, seeing things, believing things that weren't true, that led him to believe, tell me somebody's gonna come get me. I don't know.
yes, one day when I was in Athens, he drove me past this temple that he said were devil worshippers. Because he said he was sitting outside one night, and he heard a woman or somebody scream to the top of their lungs. And we said, where do you think that was coming from? He said, I think it's coming from the demonic temple.
It was amazing. He was on the side watch, right? That's what it was. He drove me to it. I said, are you kidding me? He told me that was when I was in DC. And the next time I saw him, said, tell me where all this happened. And it was 3 to a mile from his house. And I said, something doesn't make sense. If you scream as loud as you can at that place, there's no way you're back to your place. So I was that in his mind. I believes things that I don't think would ever have heard from earlier that, for me, 3 months ago, that, did he ever say anything about that house that happened, even before the house that happened? Was he ever fixated on their house, talking about their house? The previous people who lived there?
I mean, you know, when that was all going on with Austin, I would ask him, I would say, do you see any of this that Austin thinks he sees and that's going on? Have you ever seen a flashing lights at Austin? He said, I've seen the light. And he said, you know, I think that one or both of them are messing with Austin. He said, you know, I've never seen them in person. He said, but, you know, I think that they are messing with Austin.
So, did Austin have a fixation on that house?
Well, that is,
He was putting things in the mailboxes. He believed that they were going in that back room and posing for him and turning the lights on and off and shining the laser in our house. And it's just things that aren't normal, right? And God forbid we did everything good for Austin, and he had similar issues with the dark side. It's all I can say. But living in the real world. Now, I know you said that. You said, yes, I saw that. And the lights over there, I think they were messing with Austin and stuff. Did he say anything about that house recently?
no, haven't mentioned the house. Not at all.
Because I purposely, they sold their house a month after.
They sold their house.
After lockdown.
Yeah. And the people that moved in
September.
maybe somewhere was there.
Before he came to your house. Sat in the car for like 15 minutes. Took like an hour and a half, essentially. Walked around the backyard, smoked a cigarette, kind of hanging out there for a little bit.
And did he say he came in the house?
He said he never went there.
Why did he tell us that he came in our house?
He said he got a bad feeling, being there. And that spooked him. But the fixation of the license, but we were trying to kind of understand, but by that, I lost him.
He was saying that he saw flashing lights in the backyard.
That's all like, working, peripheral.
Well, I was trying to figure out if he was really there, because I said, were there any lights on in the house behind us, if you were here? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, were they on upstairs or downstairs? Because they left, I think, the lights on, they left everything exactly like we found it. And from what I've seen, it's the downstairs lights that are on, not the upstairs. And he said, he used that term, those demonic lights were on. And I said, what? And he said, those demonic lights.
This is when he said this had happened, or
Yes.
after this happened?
Yes.
So he told you.
Yes. And I said,
What's the point in telling you about Christmas lights? No, he didn't tell us about the Christmas lights, not telling you that. We're talking about flashing lights and stuff. The house just happened to have a flashing light. So that was something we were thinking like,
he used flashing lights.
we were trying to think,
Inside the house and the flashing Christmas tree. Yeah. And he called it the demonic lights to me. And that's why I didn't believe he was really there. Honest to God, I just believe he was just not coherent. I said, after you came home and you said you came in the house, the dogs were heard you, the dogs were barked, the light, we have one of those lights that automatically comes on when you walk in. The light went on, I'm a very light sleeper. I said, there's no way you were inside our house. And he said, yeah, you're right, I didn't come in the house.
yeah, I believe him.
So, one minute he tells me one thing and the next minute he tells me another, so I just didn't know what to believe. And that's when I probably said, did you have anything to do with those people?
Did you know he was up in Metro Atlanta?
Oh, I have no idea.
Did you know he was up in Metro Atlanta today?
No.
Did you think he was still in that asset? I didn't know he could have come back.
No, I'm not.
Or just, yeah, did you think he was still in that?
Yes, because we said when we left, buddy, if you stay here, you got to go to class. Don't go online, go in person. And he said, I am. So I texted him this morning, because I thought the classes were 11, and said, you up? And he didn't respond. And then I tried calling him, and he just went straight to voicemail. And I thought, oh God, he's still asleep. He did not get up. And so I called him again at some point, and it went straight to voicemail again. And so I told Scott, I said, I guess we need to go back tomorrow and see what the world's going on.
I didn't know sure he called you today.
No. We told him that if he didn't come home last night, just to stay and come home Tuesday when classes were over. But he never said any other negative things about that house. Once that was all over and done, and no, I don't hold a grudge. Austin didn't hold a grudge. I don't hold a grudge. When I said, did you have anything to do with us people? And he said something like, no, I don't hold a grudge.
And when you were saying, the previous residents don't live here anymore, he was saying that it seemed like he understood that.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
It wasn't just a point in time conversation, it was a conversation about a lot of things. I don't remember when or where, he was always needed that, he knew everything, and he knew everything, right? Matthew was always one that needed information, so he knew what we were doing, he knew if we were going on vacation, if we were gonna do this and that.
But it was in the newspaper, and he knew all the newspaper articles that the guy had moved out the week before Austin broke in there. So he knew that no one was living there. And then the guy put in the media that the girl had moved out way back in October. And we didn't know that. We thought they were both there that whole time.
So it never seemed like you forgot that you had that conversation and forgot that day.
No. I mean, there was a retail line when we were, he knew that, it was for sale. And he knew that the guy had moved out.
He doesn't have a birthday, so.
No.
So that house in the park.
No apartment.
All
here.
Old apartment, that was really nice. Different. So he sells it, Cherokee County.
No.
It's fresh, right? It was a great kid. Green guy, went to Kennesaw Mountain, right?
Yeah.
And the freshman, they roomed together. Great kid, he still keeps in touch with him. He had a fraternity incidents, and he got the commission or the pledge. So I don't think he has much conversation with him. I don't think he has one, right?
I asked him last night.
Quiet guy, he's a loner. He's just not reserved.
But he wasn't
I
all
like
right.
me, as far as, but as an adult, I understand more.
But he never, I don't think he ever, got past the fraternity incident. Socially, I think that, the fraternity told all the fraternity brothers not having to do with him. And I think, that was a huge,
435 North Church Street. Apartment 4. Apartment 4. Yeah, so, Church Street. Yeah, it's, Adams, 435 North Church Street. Apartment 4. Yeah, he is very orderly. He does his laundry regularly, it's clean, there's not trash everywhere. He used to cook himself some food, he's now gone off on a little different tangent. Don't feel like he's been eating. Doing, awesome Christmas.
yeah. I mean, they were home together for almost 2 years, one day, and they come home sophomore year. And, Austin was there, all that time. And then Matthew was home until about April.
Did he take it pretty hard afterwards? With the awesome that night. That would be good to sympathize with you. We were trying to understand what that is, mindset was after that.
Yeah.
He was too hard on that for a month, few weeks or a month. That's why every weekend I would go do something. Austin, August, it was August.
He had a breakdown, on the way home from Virginia, we had to go up there and I did the body.
We had one last chance to go see
last night that he had dropped, Spanish. And I said, "Is that makes you away you that you haven't told me and just now telling me?" And he said, "Yes." And I said, "Are you going to your other classes? Because we weren't convinced that he's going to his class." And he says, "Yes, I have." And he says, "I'm still over, I'm taking a full course, even if I'm driving."
Today, go to that one class. I never had to do a one-on-one class. He went up, said he's first.
That's insane to me.
We hugged him last night, right?
Yeah.
And said, "We love you. Get your butt up, go to class, and we'll see you on Friday, because he had class to."
Tuesday.
That's our Tuesday, right? You guys are not going to now.
I was there from 2:30 until we'll start and we'll fly in until 6:15, and then they had to drive there.
I didn't get there until 9, but we left.
9:30, 10. Is that right? Yeah, we were home by 11:30.
Yeah.
That was right.
Yeah, they, for some reason, he drove up in his car, left it abandoned on the side of the road. Well, he was off. Left his car in the middle of the road.
In the middle of
In a lane, and a hero truck found it in the van, so they just kind of pushed it over to the side, because it's just in the middle of the road. No, it was yeah, they ran on that powerful county line. Yeah, and there was a camera, they had some traffic cameras, if they had seen him getting out, kind of making around, and just walked away. And then next thing they find out, I don't remember how far away, down the road, goes into one house, walks out, and goes into another house, which there were people home at the time. They told him, "Hey, we couldn't get out of our house." Started saying some things that they thought were unusual. He would leave, he walked up the stairs, walked upstairs to their house. They called the police, and that's when the whole incident was in. He lost his mind. And I don't want to know every specific detail. This is kind of what they were like, just stop your car in the middle of the road. We don't have a guy or, we don't have a can of water, man, we didn't know this, but we had this, now the hero truck thing is kind of right that way, but, James Spring, obviously, the certain one on the black Lexus that he had. And when I saw it, they had that change this over.
So he left the middle of the road locked.
I don't know where he's going. I don't know. An officer, those car, locked the car, and either headed somewhere else, we don't know, yeah, we don't have a mechanical problem, or a gas, or whatever, like that they kind of just.
In the first house, did he just walk in?
I don't wanna tell you the wrong thing, I'm not 100% sure, because I'm not doing that investigation. When I was told there was 2 houses he went into, one of them, at least one of them was occupied. And the second one, he walked out the stairs, walking around. They were like, "What are you doing? I have to get out of here." He starts taking the cover. They call Sandy Springs, their officers show up. He comes down the stairs. His adversity is very kind of cordial and not doing anything unusual. And next thing they pull it out, that officer several times. And then they had one of the other officers over there, pull the firearm. And then he shot twice.
Where was he shot?
Took one in the neck, no exactly, one in the
that didn't tell them that they thought that someone broke in while people were gone. Because that's what the grandparents told the grandfather, that the army told them that they think somebody broke in while they were gone and were in there and surprised him because he said they were just sitting on the sofa. So I might have told him that. Yeah, I do remember telling him that when it was broken in, the grandfather thought someone was in there waiting.
And he said, no, no lights. And then that would be the next one, a cigarette. You could see the lights, testing the light on the corner of the eye. Which obviously were as fixation of the lights. We asked them a question there, like, hey, when we get your gun, the showcasing, you know, national zero showcasing in the house, he goes, probably not.
It's probably
Yeah,
not.
probably not. Like, man, you don't see very confident in that answer. We said something about like why do you think it would happen to some people? I think they comment like they could have been mine. So it seemed like he was there enough to not go into specific details, but there was some things that were very fuzzy. There were some camera footage of someone working around in their backyard. Some clothing that was to what he's wearing today. We asked him about a specific thing. He goes, oh, I was wearing that. He was wearing another. I didn't tell him though. We were like, so he wasn't wearing the same clothes. Well, he does was wearing that day. We go, which way was it? It was the North Face City Corner. That's what we were wearing today. So he kind of stays there. And then we came a little upset because there was a kid in the house. You can tell him kind of, put his head down, took her one pause, stare off.
Yeah, I remember, and when I told him that they had a child, and he said, were they okay? And I said, yes, they were okay. I said, but, they found him hiding. He was clearly, upset. Because I remember him saying he was okay.
So he gets the house.
Oh, dear God. He should, if it was him, he lost his mind. He lost his mind to go into someone's house and then shrink. And you know that for sure. Yes. He shrank.
We have a charge with anything that was very specific. But we'll prepare you that it is possible to keep somebody going. He may possibly go and try to count outside several other charges. Okay. Like I said, we're still investigating this thing. I just want to prepare you that it is a possibility from what we've gathered so far. Okay.
stopping this video at 10:18:20. You see that both yourself and Detective Stannard exit the interview room. Is that the completion of the interview?
Yes, sir. I think we went back in one more time just to check on it.
But nothing of conversation as to this case, really.
Correct.
So I want to ask you some questions about some of your tape.
Before we go to that, why don't we take a quick break? It's been about an hour and about 15 minutes, give everyone an opportunity to stretch and get some water, and we'll come back at 2:50, 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Thank you.
Sorry, Judge, we look at the video.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Are you all ready to proceed, or do you need more time? We're ready. Great. We are back on the record in the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 22-00922. All parties are present. You may proceed,
Detective, so after watching that video, I want to kind of understand kind of the procedural of events. So on what day was the murder?
The bodies were found on the 18th, with the murder likely occurred the 17th into the 18th.
Now, after speaking with Teresa and Scott, when did they go to Athens?
They went to Athens the 18th, the day that the bodies were found.
Now, during that interview, around what time did Teresa make it to Athens?
She said she left about noon and arrived in Athens around 2:30 in the afternoon.
Now, what about Scott?
I don't recall an exact time, but Teresa was already there, and she said she called him at the airport, and the daughter picked him up at the airport and got him straight there.
Now, what were some of the big takeaways of the interview that you had with Teresa and Scott?
The first thing that struck me was the fact that Teresa did think to drive over 2 hours to Athens the same day, the 18th. And then the fact that she had asked her son if it had anything to do with the neighbors being murdered.
And was anything about the gun significant to you?
Yeah, first off, the fact that they decided they needed to take the gun from their son, as Mr. Scott said, he thought he might be suicidal or homicidal or somebody else. And then Matthew told them that he fired 5 or 6 rounds at the range, which was consistent with the rounds from the homicide scene.
Now, who ultimately took the gun from the defendant?
Scott said that he took it because Matthew wouldn't give it to his mother. So he said he took the firearm and left the bullets there in the apartment.
And what did he do with the gun?
He took it, put it in his bedroom closet, which is when officers arrived at the house, he told them where to find it. They found the gun.
Now, I want to move on to some buckle swabs. At some point, did you obtain a search warrant for the defendant's DNA?
Yes, the judge standard, and I obtained search warrants, Fulton County search warrants for the defendant's DNA because he was at the Fulton County Jail on Rice Street.
Why were you interested in obtaining that DNA?
To compare with DNA collected on the scene, we were having the ATF process the shell casings for DNA, and then also we were driving the firearm to compare any DNA from the firearm.
Now, were you able to actually execute that search warrant?
We did. Search warrant was obtained November the 30th, and we executed December the 1st, I believe around 11:40 hours.
And where did you execute it?
At the Fulton County Jail on the street.
Now, for the judge, how is that buccal swab examination conducted?
We use sterile cotton swabs, and we swab the insides of the cheeks. And we usually use 2 swabs and swab the inside of the cheek to collect the DNA.
Now, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 482 and 483. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, they're the buccal swab kits from Matthew Scott.
And are these the physical swabs that you took from Matthew Scott Lanz at the jail that day?
Yes, they're sealed in the evidence package.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibits 482 and 483 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 482 and 483 are admitted.
Now, while conducting that buccal swab examination, did you also take a photograph of the defendant?
Yes, we took a photograph of the defendant to show who we were collecting the buccal swabs from, and we also audio recorded our interaction.
I'm now going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 659. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, it's Matthew Lanz.
And is this the photograph you took during that buccal swab examination?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 659 into evidence.
Any objection? States 659 is admitted.
Now, you also mentioned an audio recording. Prior to your testimony, did you happen to listen to that audio recording prior to your testimony?
Yes, sir, I viewed it this morning.
And was that a copy of that interaction with Mr. Lanz at the jail that day?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 467 into evidence.
Any objection?
I had the opportunity during the break to listen to that, so we don't have any objection.
Thank you. States 467 is admitted.
May I publish, Judge?
Yes.
And for the record, I am playing 467 starting at 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Search code, yeah, and I'm going to leave you a copy of the search warrant so you can have it if you're trying to fit. Well, it's a search warrant, and then again, if you have any issues with that, we're going to pick up your attorney, and then you can do motions. Your attorney. You're going to keep that. All right.
So this is a search warrant for my DNA. Correct. Like I said, I will give you a copy and I'll get it to your attorney and we'll go through it. You've got the issue you guys are with the GBI, right? Correct, sir. So you're independent on that market? Yes. Yeah, kind of varies. Okay, same thing. Do that again, and then we're done, and then move out to activate. Open up platforming. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your cooperation. You got any questions, any of that third one? Yeah, it should be moved up to that, correct? Yes, we're done. And I'll give you this copy so you can keep your own records. I'm sure I can see those files. My lawyer, I guess. Yes, he was just going to give, yes, we'll give them that copy and we'll all have additional copies on that you can get from the court to their copy, okay? That is really key. Yeah.
For the record, I'm stopping 467 at 6 minutes and 30 seconds. The remainder of that audio, just you leaving it. I'm stopping the video at 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Detective, the remainder of that video, is that just you leaving the jail?
Yes, sir, it's just us leaving.
Now, the swabs that were taken, that has been admitted into evidence, were those sent off for forensic testing?
Yes, sir, I believe 2 were sent to the GBI and 2 were sent to the ATF.
Now, I want to show you, what's already been admitted, State Exhibit 659. Now, is this Matthew Lanz, who you performed that buccal swabs on?
Yes, sir, that's the picture I took.
Now, do you see Matthew Lanz in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
If you'll please point him out and describe an article of clothing.
He's sitting at the defense table in a green shirt.
Let the record reflect that the detective has identified the defendant.
The record will still reflect.
Now, were you also tasked with getting buccal swabs for Jacob Hicks?
Yes, sir.
How did you go about doing that?
We did that the same day. We went to their home and got consent from Jacob's grandfather, Timothy. And again, it's a swab of the inside of the cheek.
Now I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 657 and 658. Do you recognize them?
Yes, sir. It's the buccal swabs from Jacob Hicks.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibits 657 and 658 into evidence.
Any objection? State 657 and 658 are admitted.
Now, with those swabs as well, were they also sent off for forensic testing?
Yes.
Where?
Also 2 to the GBI and 2 to the ATF.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Barry, you may proceed with your cross.
Thank you. Thank you, Jackson. Did you, were you involved in the search of the home or go to the home on the 18th?
On Defile?
I'm sorry.
On Defile or the one in Athens?
The next day, after the 18th.
The scene?
The scene?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay, and what was your job at the scene?
I assisted with processing the scene.
I'm sorry.
I assisted with processing the scene.
Process. Okay, and what did you do to process?
Look for evidence, look for shell casings, search the upstairs bedroom. I remember when the any investigator out there, I assisted with moving Amber's body.
Did you find anything other than the shell casings that were of interest?
I believe we found a piece of a projectile, if I recall.
Okay. Did you collect that or somebody?
I did not. The crime scene technician and the medical examiner's office collected those items.
You indicated that you had possession of a firearm at some point?
The firearm, the used in the crime?
Correct.
No, sir, not that I recall.
And you indicated that you got a Fulton County search warrant. Was that you or some other?
I was with Detective Standard, but Detective Standard was the happy. And in relation to the firearm, I did find magazines at the apartment in Athens.
Okay, so that was going to be my next question. Did you go to Athens to be involved in that search there?
Yes, sir.
And what did you find in that search of that?
In the computer desk drawer, I found 2 loaded magazines.
Okay, 2 loaded magazines, and were those 9mm magazines?
Yes, sir.
Did you find any loose bullets?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Was there anything else that you found of significance there in the search in Athens?
No, sir, not that I recall.
And were the magazines that you collected, were they sent to the ATF or the crime lab, whoever's going to do the testing on that?
I believe Detective Standard sent them off, but I'm not sure. I do remember counting rounds in them. One was fully loaded and one, I believe, had 12 rounds in it.
Okay. How many rounds does the clip normally hold?
17.
And did you do anything else in relation to this case other than what you testified to?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Is there any follow-up or redirect for Detective Jackson?
No, Judge.
May I be excused?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Detective Jackson, excuse me. State, go ahead, next witness.
At this time, the state calls Todd Bill.
You can raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
You have a seat for me. And once seated, if you please state and spell your true and correct legal name in the record.
It's Todd Bill, last name is B as in boy, I-L-L-E.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon. If you'll please introduce yourself to the judge and explain how you were employed.
Bill, I'm the senior scientist for the DNA section
at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives Laboratory in Beltsville, Maryland.
Now, you say that you're a DNA scientist.
Thank you.
You said that you're a DNA scientist for the ATF. What does that mean?
So as a senior scientist, I act as in an advisory capacity to the Deputy Assistant Director of the Office of Science and Technology for the ATF Laboratory. I also perform research. I coordinate research internally at the ATF Lab. I also coordinate research with other government agencies and external agencies. And then, as necessary now, I do some casework analysis as well.
Now, it probably goes without saying, but is the ATF an accredited lab?
Yes.
Now, for the judge, can you describe your job responsibilities?
So as senior scientist, like I said, I advise the Deputy Assistant Director of the OST. I also perform research on improving methods, research new methods that we could potentially implement, help with the evaluation of those methods, and then perform casework analysis.
Now, how long have you been with the ATF?
It's coming up on 20 years, since 2006.
And have you been specifically kind of in the DNA field with the ATF during that entire time?
Yes.
Prior to being with the ATF since 2006, did you have any other experience dealing with DNA?
Yes, I started my forensic career with the Indiana State Police Laboratory in 1991. I was actually hired in the trace unit, as before they had a DNA unit. But later on that year, they decided that they wanted to start a DNA unit. And since my background was in biochemistry, I transferred over to the DNA unit, helped start that unit. I was there for 10 years doing DNA analysis, serology analysis. Eventually, when the DNA technical leader position became a thing, I became the DNA technical leader of the laboratory. DNA technical leader is responsible for all DNA technical, or all aspects of the DNA analysis at the laboratory. So developing the methods, validating those methods, implementing them, performing research. You oversee all the training of the analysts. You're also responsible to make sure you're following all the quality assurance guidelines and that we comply with all the accreditation and national quality assurance standards. I was a DNA technical leader there, eventually became supervisor, and then in 2001, I was hired by the Bodie Technology Group, which is a private DNA laboratory in Northern Virginia, as assistant laboratory director. And there I oversaw casework analysis and other special projects. For instance, I led the team to develop the DNA extraction methods and process flow for DNA identification of some skeletal remains from World Trade Center.
I'm
sorry. And then became the vice president of special projects there, involved doing different special projects with mass graves, mass humanitarian events. For instance, I went to Thailand after the tsunami in 2004, 2005 to help with the identification there. Then in 2006, the ATF laboratory decided they wanted to have a DNA unit. They've had a laboratory, ATF's had a laboratory since late 1800s, but a lot of the DNA analysis up to that point wasn't really relevant to what they did. DNA analysis was typically body fluids such as blood, semen, saliva, but touch DNA analysis was becoming more prevalent at that time, and so that lent itself more to the type of evidence that we see at the ATF: firearms, explosive devices, and Molotov cocktails, things like that. So they hired me as well as two other people. They hired me as the DNA technical leader to lead the team to try to get DNA analysis at the ATF laboratory. There I was a DNA technical leader until about 2 years ago, and then I got promoted to the senior scientist position.
Now, with that experience, did you have education that led you towards becoming a DNA analyst for the ATF?
Yes, my Bachelor of Science degree is in biochemistry from Purdue University, and then I also have a Master's of Science degree from Indiana University, Purdue University at Indianapolis.
And do you also continue your education through, I guess, CLEs or PowerPoints or anything to the sort?
Yes, so I went through my initial training in 1991, 1992 at the Indiana State Police Lab for general evidence and
you say?
I went through general training at the Indiana State Police Lab for general evidence handling and then DNA analysis, serology. Eventually, when I came to ATF, I wrote the training manual for there, oversaw training for most of the analysts. But then, as I said, we do continuing education through our entire career. In addition to keeping up with the literature, I've attended probably over 80 DNA workshops, training seminars, things like that over the course of almost 35 years now.
Now, how much of your time is actually devoted to DNA typing research?
100%.
Now,
sorry, 100%.
Now, for the judge, what is DNA?
So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's a substance in almost all the cells of your body. It's all the cells except for red blood cells. It contains the genetic information or the information that codes for most of your physical characteristics. Most of the DNA across all individuals is the same, which is why we all have 2 eyes, a nose, 2 ears, etc. But there are small differences in that DNA that we look at as forensic scientists. You can think of DNA as a set of encyclopedias on how to build a body. You get 1 set of encyclopedias from your mom, 1 set of encyclopedias from your dad at conception, and then your DNA is the same throughout your body. So if we're looking at blood, semen, saliva, all that genetic information is the same across all those fluids. It's even in the cells and the DNA that's left behind in a fingerprint in the body oils and sweat.
Now, what exactly is DNA typing or DNA analysis?
So it's a forensic.
Object at this point, because he hasn't been tendered as an expert. So if he's going to go into questions about that, I think he needs to be tendered, and then we have an opportunity to ask him questions.
Well, I'm laying the foundation to get him to an expert.
What was the question?
What exactly is DNA typing or DNA analysis?
I think you have to be an
I'll
expert.
I'll sustain the objection since you're asking me specifically to go into explaining what the process is.
Okay. Have you been trained in DNA typing, DNA analysis?
Yes.
In over the 35 years of being a senior DNA analyst, is that your job?
Yes.
And can you tell the board as to what that process is?
What DNA analysis is?
Yeah.
Yes.
And is that something that you've been doing for the last 35 years?
Yes.
So at this time, I would move to tender him as an expert in DNA analysis.
Did you want to, what
We'll hear him on that at this point.
All right, yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You indicated that at this point you are more in the research than you are actually doing the DNA testing. Would that be fair to say?
Well, this year's been kind of a big year, so I've been doing actually a lot of casework this year, but yeah, my job responsibilities span both research, casework, and advising the deputy assistant director.
And what were you doing in 2021? What was your job in 2021?
I was the DNA technical leader.
Okay. And did you actually do the testing on this case?
So we do kind of a team approach. There's an analyst that did some of the extractions on this, and then I took it after the extraction on.
Okay, so you didn't actually do the testing, you looked at it afterwards?
I did some of the testing, yes. So he did, this individual did the extraction, then I did the, we'll probably get into this later, but I did the quantitation, concentration, amplification, genetic analyzer analysis, and then the interpretation and comparison, along with the statistical calculations.
And
Sorry, as well as the statistical calculations. Statistical stats.
And who was the analyst that did the other portions of that case?
Mr. Clayton's, Adam Clayton's.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Adam Clayton's, he's another analyst in our laboratory.
What is your, you have a doctorate degree?
No, sir.
And what is your actual title?
Senior
Have an
scientist.
actual title other than,
Senior scientist of the DNA section.
how many times have you been declared an expert by the courts?
This is, I believe, my 90th time testifying both at the local, state, and federal level.
And have you been qualified here in Cobb County on any cases in the past?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
I don't think I have any further questions, Judge.
All right. Either or.
I don't have any objection to him being qualified.
Okay, so he is tendered and qualified as a DNA analyst expert.
Thank you, Judge. So can you go through the process of DNA analysis?
So the goal of DNA analysis is to collect DNA or biological material from evidence from a crime scene, develop DNA profiles from that evidence, and then compare those profiles to the DNA profiles from relevant individuals, determine who could or couldn't be possible included, or who could or couldn't be possibly included as contributors to those DNA profiles, and then draw conclusions from there.
Now, can you explain the process for conducting DNA typing?
So the first step, and probably the most important step, is the DNA collection, collecting it at the scene, and then collecting the biological material from the evidence itself. It's usually some type of a swabbing collection method. Then we extract the DNA. This is a series of steps that separates the DNA from the cellular and environmental debris. Once we've extracted and purified the DNA, then we determine how much DNA we actually recover from the evidence. We may have to concentrate the DNA down, but eventually we amplify the DNA. We use a process called polymerase chain reaction, or PCR. This is basically just a molecular Xerox machine that makes millions and millions of copies of specific regions of the DNA. If you go back to the analogy of thinking of DNA as a set of encyclopedias, it's like you're going back in and making specific copies of paragraphs within these sets of encyclopedias and just making millions and millions of copies of those just for visualization purposes. Once we've amplified it, we take those samples and run them through a genetic analyzer. Sorry. Run it through. Run those samples through the genetic analyzer, which separates and detects the amplified product. This gives you basically a graphical representation, which is a series of peaks. We then do the interpretation, determine if the profiles are suitable for comparison purposes. If they are, then we perform the DNA analysis on the known DNA samples from relevant individuals, draw conclusions, make determinations of whether or not they could be possibly included or excluded as contributors to the DNA, and perform a statistical calculation to lend weight to those conclusions.
Now, once you kind of get that statistical, going back, how exactly are they read? Is it in that graph-like kind of representation when you get the results?
Yes, sir.
What types of results can you get once you get to that point?
So when we do our comparisons, we perform a statistical calculation using software tools in the system. And we, the end product of that is a likelihood ratio. A likelihood ratio is really just a statistical calculation that compares the probability of an event under one or under two different hypotheses. And so for DNA specifically, we calculate a likelihood ratio based on the probability of seeing that DNA profile, given that the individual is a contributor, divided by the probability of seeing that DNA profile, given that the person is not a contributor. And so depending on the magnitude of that likelihood ratio, that determines our conclusion. If we start kind of in the middle of a likelihood ratio of 1, that just means that neither side is favored. There's no evidence that doesn't provide favorability for inclusion or exclusion. As you go to values less than 1, if it's just under 1, close to 1, but less than 1, There's limited support for exclusion, meaning there's some favorability for exclusion, but it's within a range where we have a higher risk of false exclusion. And then as you get further away from 1 all the way down to 0, we would just conclude that the person's excluded as being a possible contributor. Going the other way, if the value is just greater than 1, it's favoring the hypothesis that probably have seen the evidence given that the person is a contributor. But again, if it's just a little bit greater than 1, you're in that range where you have a higher risk of false inclusion. And so we would say there's limited support for inclusion. But then as you get greater than that and further away from 1, you have more and more support for probably have seen that evidence given that the person is included.
Now, when interpreting these results, do you all have population frequencies?
Yes.
Why are they important?
So we need population frequencies to calculate these statistics. There's different forms of each of these genetic markers we look at, so we need to know how frequently these different forms of these different alleles are found in the population in order to calculate the statistics.
Now, has your lab ever conducted testing that led to the exclusion of a suspect?
Yes.
Is DNA typing used in fields other than criminal cases?
Yes.
And under what circumstances would it be used?
DNA typing is used in medical diagnostic testing, paternity testing, ancestry testing, identification of victims from mass disasters or mass graves, etc.
Now, the process in which you do your DNA typing analysis, is that accepted throughout the scientific community?
Yes.
And is it deemed reliable?
Yes.
And do you know if other agencies use this method?
Yes.
Now, are there controls in place to ensure reliability for your testing?
Yes.
Can you describe them?
So we have positive and negative controls that are used throughout the process. Positive controls are known DNA samples, so we know what the results are supposed to be. And that just ensures that the work, that the DNA analysis was performed correctly throughout. We also have negative controls that have all the same reagents that are used for everything else, except we don't add DNA to those, and those are to detect any contamination. Contamination.
Now, is there also proficiency testing?
Yes.
And can you explain that?
So proficiency tests, it's a program where we get a set of DNA samples from an external laboratory where we don't know what the results are. We perform our analysis, we submit our results back to that agency. They compare them to the expected results and let us know kind of how we did. Hopefully they match. We do this twice a year.
Is there also some form of quality assurance?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
So the quality assurance program is a program that ensures we produce quality products. This covers everything from laboratory security and laboratory building all the way from how we hire people, the training of the people, the methods we use, all the way to how we report our analyses as well.
Now, could someone with the same knowledge, experience, and understanding of this process ensure that the testing is repeatable? Sorry, that was a bad question. Can someone with the same training and experience as you complete that same analysis and yield the same results?
Yes.
Is there a peer review process?
Yes.
Can you explain to the board what that is?
It's kind of two levels of review. Our laboratory as a whole, because we're accredited, we go through periodic audits from external agencies to make sure we comply with the standards for the accreditation. As a DNA unit specifically, we have to follow the national quality assurance standards, and so we're audited by an external agency every 2 years. But then specifically for these analyses, every report that we put out goes through a technical review. This is a review that's conducted by another qualified DNA analyst, and they review our notes, our laboratory processes, all our worksheets, our results, our conclusions, and the report itself to make sure we didn't make any technical errors. And then after that's performed, we do administrative review, which is by another individual. This individual makes sure that the report and the analyses were conducted following the laboratory's protocols and guidelines.
Now, I want to direct your attention to this case here. How did you come to work with this case?
Evidence and the transmittal was submitted to our laboratory.
And what were you requested to do?
Our laboratory was requested to perform DNA analysis on 3 9mm cartridge cases and a set of 2 swabs from a firearm, and then no DNA samples from 4 individuals.
Now, were you able to fulfill that request?
Yes.
Now, what items did you specifically analyze?
We looked at those, or we analyzed those 3 9mm cartridge cases, the 2 swabs, and then the 4 samples, no DNA samples from 4 individuals.
Now, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 657. Do you recognize the labeling on this 657?
Yes.
And if you'll turn it over, what is this labeled as?
This is labeled as the no DNA sample from Jacob Hicks, the buccal swabs.
And is this the buccal swabs that were used in your analysis?
Yes.
And moving to State's Exhibit 482 that's already been admitted into evidence, do you recognize the labeling on that?
Yes.
And if you'll flip it over again, what is this exhibit?
These are labeled as the known DNA samples from Matthew Scott Lanz buccal swabs.
Now, State's Exhibit 602, 603, 604, do you recognize the labeling on those?
Yes.
And what are these exhibits?
These are labeled as the 3 9mm fire cartridge cases.
And are these the cartridge casings that were swabbed for DNA?
Yes.
Now, once you had all of this information or all of these exhibits, did you conduct your analysis?
Yes.
And once you conducted your analysis of those exhibits, did you reduce your findings to a report?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 671. You recognize State's Exhibit 671?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials on each page and then the final page is signed.
Is this your report for this case?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 671 into evidence.
Is there any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we object to the document itself going out because it's a report, it's continuing testimony.
Well-
We can testify from it, certainly, but not to have it tendered to go out to the court.
Who needed your response?
So that objection doesn't go towards the admissibility of the report itself. Now, his objection would be at a different time.
I was gonna say, you talking about or seeing it or being admitted?
I mean, it can be admitted as part of the case, but it can't go back to the court because it's continuing testimony.
Okay, but you're objecting, I was asking if there's an objection to its admittance. So.
Correct, it only has to go into the court, to be able to use that and read from it.
Okay, so I don't think we're there yet. So I'm gonna overrule the objection as to, I'll admit it or objection. And then when we get to evidence that the court will get to review, then we can address that. But I'm going to admit it over the objection.
Thank you, Judge. Any other Judge?
Yes.
All right. I'm now showing you the first page of 607, State's Exhibit 671. What is this header up here?
That's just describing our laboratory.
And is that the ATF?
Yes.
All right. Now down here, below that to the right, is what information do we find here?
So that's the date the report was transmitted. It's our laboratory's case number, has the 2 submission numbers, or evidence was submitted 2 different times, has the reference number, which is our ATF agent's case number. Of course, that's different. Then there's the title of the actual investigation, and then for this type of exam, it's my specific exam, forensic biology.
Now, under reference title, what is the reference title that you have here?
Title is Verbena Drive Homicide.
Now, what information did you have when you actually received these items?
There's usually a report of investigation that we get along with the evidence that describes where the evidence came from. Potentially a little bit of background so we know what we're actually performing DNA analysis on.
From where it came from, is that Verbena Drive homicide? Yes. Now, down below, we have listed exhibits. What are these 3 here?
So lab exhibit numbers 1, 2, and 3, as well as agency exhibit numbers 1, 2, and 3, are the 3 9mm cartridge cases.
And are those the 3 that you've already identified in your testimony?
Yes.
Now, I did forget to show you State's Exhibit 461 that's already been admitted into evidence. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
Now, is 461 what you have listed here as number 4?
Yes.
And is that the swabs of the ZEV 9 OZ9?
That's how they were identified to us, yes.
Okay. Now, as we continue down in that section, what were the other items that were submitted to you?
So exhibits 5, 6, 7, and 8 are the 4 known DNA samples from the relevant individuals.
Now, you have already, for number 5 and number 6, were those the items that you've already identified here in court?
Yes.
Now, if you will please, let me ask this. As we proceed through your report, do you have some sort of a grid system indicating the results?
Yes, in order to try to simplify how we report results, we report it in a table fashion.
Now, I'm going to show you page 2 of 671. Now, for the court, can you walk through this grid so we can understand your findings?
Yes. So the left column is the exhibit number. So we just talked about exhibits 5, 6, 7, and 8. Those are the 4 known DNA samples. Going across there, we have the sub-exhibit number. So whenever we take a cutting of something, we create a sub-exhibit from that. So 5.1, 6.1, 7.1, 5.1, 6.1, 7.1, and 8.1 are all the sub-exhibits from exhibits 5 through 8. 5.1, this is the cutting of the known DNA sample from Matthew Scott Lanz. 6.1 was the known DNA sample from Jacob Hicks. 7.1 was the known DNA sample from Stephen Sinatra. And then 8.1 was the known DNA sample from Timothy Hicks. So you go across, the next column lists results. So here we just kind of summarize the DNA profile we saw. These were known DNA samples, so they should be single source. So in this case, for all 4 of these, we obtained a single source male DNA profile. The next column just lists whether or not that profile is suitable for comparison. Again, these are known DNA samples, so yes, they were all 4 were suitable for comparison. Going down to exhibit number 1, 2, 3,
That's the combined sample of fired cartridge cases. That just fell under sub-exhibit 1.1. Those are the combined swabs from the 3 9mm cartridge cases. The result from that was a DNA profile consistent with 2 contributors. At least one of those contributors was male, and it was suitable for comparison. Going across, there's a whole section for conclusions, and you can see those 5 conclusions I listed before. In this case, found that there was support for inclusion for Jacob Hicks, Exhibit 6.1, support for inclusion as a contributor, possible contributor to this profile from the 3 fire cartridge cases.
And I'm going to kind of stop you there, and then we'll just talk about that finding, and we'll move on to the next one. So going to the exhibit number 1, 2, 3 column here, we see combined swabs from 3 9mm cartridge casings. Were swabs taken of those 3 casings?
Yes, it's a kind of a rinse and swab method that we developed specifically for fire cartridge cases. And we're kind of weighing, if we do each one individually, we expect very little amounts of DNA from fire cartridge cases. So since these all had the same markings, same caliber, the individual collected the DNA from all 3 of these as one sample.
So swab all 3 of them, and that was used in your comparison to these known DNA samples of Matthew Lanz, Jacob Hicks, Stephen Sinatra, and Timothy Hicks.
Correct.
All right. Now, did you follow your DNA analysis process while comparing the DNA profile from the 9mm cartridge cases to the known DNA profiles?
Yes.
Now, is that what we're finding as a result here in that second, or I guess the 4th box to the right?
So that result is determined whether or not the profile is suitable for comparison, and then the next columns are the actual results of the comparisons.
Now, for the results for the cartridge cases, were 2 types of profiles found?
It was determined to be a mixture of 2 individuals, yes.
All right. Now, as we move over, we see Jacob Hicks. What does it mean when Jacob Hicks is in this column?
So if you remember when we described the possible results we can get from our comparisons, one of those was support for inclusion. And so when we did this comparison to Mr. Hicks, to Jacob Hicks, then the likelihood ratio gave a result that was much greater than 1. Therefore, it favored the probability of seeing this evidence given that Jacob Hicks was a contributor to the mixture.
Now, were you sent the DNA profile of Amber Hicks?
Yes. Or no, sorry, no, sir.
All right. Is it possible if it could be an Amber Hicks's DNA on these cartridge casings?
Yes, she could be the second individual, yes.
And over here on the far right, we haven't got to this column here. What's this column?
That's the result that favored exclusion. And in this case, these individuals were excluded as being possible contributors to the DNA profile.
So for the cartridge casings themselves, was Matthew Lanz, Stephen Sinatra, and Timothy Justin Hicks excluded from these 2 profiles given the population frequency?
Yes, I mean, it's a single profile. It's a mixture of 2 individuals, but yes, they were excluded as being contributors to that mixture.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about touch DNA. What is touch DNA?
So touch DNA, trace DNA, this is just a general reference to something different than what we typically thought of DNA analysis in the past, where it was blood and body fluids. This is being looking at a DNA profile from something that you've touched or it's been touched. It's DNA that's left behind in the body oils or sweat, or doesn't have to be a finger, but something that's come in contact with you.
Now, if a child were to pick up a casing and play with it, is it possible for that child's DNA to be on a casing?
Yes.
Now, in your experience on discharge casings or cartridges, how successful are you in actually extracting DNA off of spent casings?
On a per sample basis, about 30% of the time, we get a DNA profile that's suitable for comparison from a sample from fire cartridge cases.
After a casing is actually fired, is that when a majority of the DNA could be destroyed?
There's a lot of factors that affect how much DNA we recover and the quality of that DNA. There's just the deposition itself is affected by the substrate, how much pressure, how the pressure is applied, but also the substrate itself. One of the biggest factors we found was DNA interacts with copper that's in brass and degrades DNA, which can have almost as big of a degradation effect as the firing process. So there's many different factors that can affect the amount of DNA we recover from a fire cartridge case.
Now, not only physically holding it, if a casing is ejected out of a firearm and lands on a carpet within a house occupied by residents, is it possible for their DNA to end up on that cartridge casing?
Is it possible? Potentially. But again, there's a lot of factors, more DNA transfers with direct contact, more contacts that happen, the further you get from the direct contact, the less DNA that can be transferred. Depends how much DNA and biological materials on the carpet to begin with. If it falls in a corner that's not stepped on very often, or there's not much contact through skin, that would reduce the amount of DNA that we transferred. If people don't walk in bare feet on the carpet, then there might not be much biological material there to begin with the transfer. Things transfer if they're wet more often than dry surfaces, so there's a lot of factors that would affect that.
Now, for your findings in this specific examination of the casings, were you able to, did you find a population frequency?
We performed our statistical calculation, yes.
Now, moving to page.
Our statistical calculation.
I'm moving to page 3 of State's Exhibit 671. Now, within this paragraph here, if you'll tell the court what your findings were as it relates to Jacob Hicks.
Do you mind if I read from the report?
If you'll read from the report.
So the statistical calculation number 1, which if you look at the table again, that's what was in that final column. We labeled each of the statistical calculations. First, we list what the conclusion was to begin with, and that was a DNA profile consistent with a mixture of 2 individuals was obtained from this sample, exhibit 1.1, which again was the DNA collected from the 3 fire cartridge cases. We list our assumptions. So in this case, we're assuming that 2 individuals are assumed to have contributed to the DNA profile. And then we list the 2 different hypotheses. So again, when we're talking about the likelihood ratio, this is probability of seeing the evidence under one hypothesis, which in this case called the inclusionary hypothesis. The DNA originated from Jacob Hicks and an unrelated unknown individual, or the other hypothesis, in this case the exclusionary hypothesis. The DNA originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals. Those are the assumptions in the hypotheses. So then the actual likelihood ratio, the DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Jacob Hicks and an unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals. Kind of putting this in a different context, the probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to this sample yielding this level of support is less than 1 in 1 trillion. And then F, the F statement, just based on this calculation, there is evidentiary support for the inclusion of Jacob Hicks as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained from Exhibit 1.1. And that last statement, we had one locus, one of the genetic markers we look at SC33 had an artifact in it, so we did not use that in the calculation.
Now, I want to talk about the population frequency. 1 trillion is a big number. Is that the specific number, or do you have parameters as to your frequencies?
The actual likelihood ratio is bigger than that, but we cap it at 1 trillion because once you get to quadrillion, quintillion, sextillion, it becomes kind of meaningless. So we cap it at 1 trillion.
So it's more than the 1 trillion, but for your guidelines, you stop at 1 trillion.
Yes.
All right, now I'm going to move back to page 2 of this exhibit. Now, if you'll walk through this line in the grid for the judge.
Sorry, I didn't see which one.
All right, the last line.
So here, again, we're talking about exhibit 4, and then the sub item from that, which is the cuttings of the swabs. These were the set of swabs from the pistol. And again, we've obtained a DNA profile consistent with a mixture of 2 individuals. At least one of those was male. We determined that the profile was suitable for comparison purposes. And then, in this case, Matthew Scott Lanz, there was support for inclusion of Matthew Scott Lanz as being a contributor to this mixture.
Now, and over here on the excluded, who do we see here?
So Jacob Hicks, Stephen Sinatra, and Timothy Hicks were all excluded as possible contributors to this DNA profile.
Now, were you sent the DNA profile of a Scott Lanz?
Just Matthew Scott Lanz, not Scott Lanz, yes.
Now, if Matthew Scott Lanz's father touched this gun, would their DNA match?
Match.
I don't understand that question. Would it match?
Let me.
Can you just rephrase the question?
Yeah, I'll rephrase my question. Sorry, Judge. Let me give an example. If both Matthew Scott Lanz and Scott Lanz touched this gun or a gun, would you see a difference between the DNA profile?
We can distinguish between father and son, yes.
And so in the swab that was taken of the pistol compared to these DNA profiles, was Matthew Scott Lanz included?
There was support for his inclusion as a contributor to the DNA profile from the swabs of the firearm.
Now, with your results, it reads that there is another contributor to that mixture. Is that right?
Yes.
If the father had touched this gun, is it possible that his DNA is on the gun too?
It is possible, yes.
And not being sent his DNA profile, are you unable to tell us whether or not the father's DNA is on the gun?
Correct, without being able to make that comparison, we can't.
Now, going to the population frequency of Matthew Lanz's population frequency of inclusion, if you'll tell the board your finding.
So again, I don't know if you want me to repeat these, but they're kind of the same. The initial statement, then A, B, and C are all the same as above because these are both 2-person mixtures. Inclusionary hypothesis, Matthew Scott Lanz, and inclusionary hypothesis was DNA originated from Matthew Scott Lanz and an unknown, unrelated individual. Exclusionary hypothesis is that the DNA originated from 2 unrelated, unknown individuals. The likelihood ratio, statement D, the DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Matthew Scott Lanz and an unknown or unrelated, unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated, unknown individuals. And again, putting this in a little bit different context, the probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to this sample yielding this level of support is less than 1 in 1 trillion. Based on this calculation, there's evidentiary support for the inclusion of Matthew Scott Lanz as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained from 4.1, which were the swabs of the firearm.
So now just to go back to this, to page 1 of the exhibit. So those findings that you just gave to the court were that the swabs of the ZEV OZ9 pistol had 2 profiles on them, one of which was Matthew Scott Lanz.
There was support for inclusion. It was a positive contributor, yes.
Now, as you finalized your report, was it peer reviewed?
Yes, sir.
And was it approved through the peer review process?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Amber, you can proceed with your cross.
Got a couple of questions. You received the firearm, correct? In your lab?
I actually don't know. I just know from what we received for DNA analysis, we received the fire cartridge cases and the 2 swabs of the firearm. I don't know if we received the firearm itself at the laboratory in Maryland.
Does your lab, I know it's an ATF lab, do they process firearms for trace evidence? Do you know?
Yes.
They do. Okay. And do you know whether this firearm was ever given to the lab for any trace evidence?
I believe it went for the exam at our Atlanta laboratory. And so if we went there, they would treat it like any other piece of evidence where we try to maximally exploit any potential evidence on that, which includes fingerprints, trace, fibers, and DNA.
And I was a little confused about this question. Would it be possible for Amber Hicks's DNA to be on the shell casings? You were not given her DNA sample, or were you?
We were not, therefore couldn't get that comparison.
So when the state asks you if it's possible, I guess anything's possible, but not be probable. If you didn't get it, there's no way you'd be able to know, right?
I can't say if it's probable or not probable. I wasn't given the sample to do the comparison.
All we know is that that Jacob Hicks' DNA did show up on those shell casings.
There was support for inclusion of Jacob Hicks on those cartridge cases. I can't say definitively one way or the other.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Barry. Any other words? Is there any follow-up or redirect?
No, Judge.
Mr. Bill, be excused.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Why don't we take a quick break, and if I can have the attorneys approach just 1 minute.
So we don't have any TiVo time. Okay, so it's about 4 o'clock in Georgia. Georgia. Okay, let me see here. I've been trying to work on this thing so I can see what time, so I can do this Meg Thee Stallion civil suit at a good time for us this evening. So, you know, I'm up here researching. That's what I need my Tilly bird for. I tell you, so I'm researching today. Lord. Considering that one. from all accounts, from what I can see. So tonight we'll cover that. I'll make a stream and we'll do maybe about, y'all know I'll be saying it's gonna be an hour or so, and y'all know y'all be trying to keep me forever and ever, ever. We be trying to stay together forever, ever, and ever, ever, and ever, never, and ever, ever, and ever, ever. Morelda, what time you waking back up tonight? Because I know it's about 10 o'clock. Yeah, 1 hour. All right. No, and I don't want it to be like that, but you know, it be like that sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah, so what time do you wake up in the morning? I don't know, 'cause it's probably I know I'll be seeing you chatting about 11 o'clock my time. I am going to do a premiere for day 4 of the chlorine trial, just in case. You guys want to see it? I'll have that up in the morning. Premiere for everybody before we go into court. They will be out of court for like the next. This is gonna be the last day of court for forever. I don't even know, like for forever.
Oh, yeah, good.
Yeah. I don't even know when they come back.
Yeah. You want to go right here? I want to give the walk to see the attorneys.
Now I don't know. Well, I put that in on mess up together. So we will
So right now, the lot is.
I think that we will do her home, and then we can get together maybe like 30 my time. I don't know what time that is everywhere else. About 8:30 East Coast time, about 7:30. Other times, I just so I won't have to stop in between stuff. If that makes sense. So what did y'all think about the mom and dad being interviewed in this one? Like, boy, oh boy, oh boy. His alibi is gone, right? So I think Baca, I think you were asking earlier in regards to were the parents supporting him or not from the interview. Do you think that they're supporting him? You felt so sorry for the mom and dad? Yeah, like they done lost one son to already, he committed suicide. And then they got this other one. I think that he really was trying to unalive himself by police suicide. Because remember when the police came in there, like he was stabbing the mess out of that one cop. Oh, you was really looking to see Baca? I thought Cynthia was talking to herself the entire time. I'm like, I don't know who she talking about this diary. I don't know who she talking about. What is she talking about? I have no clue. Look, I was sitting up here the whole time like, I don't know what she talking about. Like, I don't know who she mentioning in this, but all right, if somebody responded to diary, I don't know, because I scrolled up in the chat. Yeah. Sometimes when y'all see my facial expressions, y'all should know what I'm like looking up in the chat. I'm like, I don't know who Cynthia talking to, but they having a conversation. So I'm glad you worked it out, Baca, because I was like, whatever. Maybe if somebody blocked it out, I can't see. Like, okay. You say you was looking at the chart. I thought it was somebody blocked. Me too, Baca. Oh gosh, she done went all the way to the middle. You went scrolling up and down. At least the person that she was talking to was confused too. Cause I'm like, she like, well, what time is it? Where you at? And I'm like, all right, well, I don't know who diary is, but I'm gonna let it go. Whoever she, maybe I done blocked them and they didn't block me. Who knows? We can't see each other. But long as she talking to somebody. So you say you felt a certain way about the parents, Baca? Yeah, I can see that. They dealing with a lot, right? That's a lot to deal with. Considering. I don't think they did anything else in regards to. I don't think they did anything else in regards to the jury with Walsh case, just so y'all know. And I guess if y'all want to go over there, I guess if y'all want me, I know that the civil case for Karen Reed did not went out to vote for tonight. But if y'all want me to read it over, I will definitely read it over to y'all. It's 46 pages long. That's what I will tell y'all. Karen Reed said, everybody get up in here. I'm suing everybody. Anybody, I'm suing you. And I'm like, gosh, 46 pages. And we're not talking about 46 pages with some photos, or how we read the one complaint, it had like 20 pages of YouTube chats and stuff. No, this is 46 pages of outright accusations in the civil complaint. I didn't even, when y'all told me y'all wanted me to cover Megan, I started going into Megan. So I started doing my notes more on that one. But if y'all want me to do the Karen Reed, I'm just going to read. Kind of, sort of read. And I do mean just read, kind of, sort of read, because y'all know I be reading all over the place. But yeah, we'll schedule that for tonight. Hang out, and I'll get us up to date with it. Tonight, I can tell y'all it will probably be a longer than normal stream. I won't say we will be here an hour. We may be here like an hour and a half. Only because I want to give y'all the backstory and I want to bring y'all up to date. Right? So we got 2 days of trial to catch up on. And then tomorrow, it'll just be quick recaps. Quick. Because I want to keep us up to date on everything that's going on in the court. So I need to catch us up. But I need to kind of give y'all the back history of it. It's so funny because I watched this case that they're currently talking about that brought this all to the forefront. That caused
All right, we still on break. The attorneys need a little longer
really
time for discussions, and so if you all want to learn when the attorneys are ready, I will come back in.
Okay, here I hear some court movement. Let me see.
I'll let the guys downstairs know as well. I muted it earlier, but.
Okay.
The court is back in session.
Thank you. Everyone have a seat for me. Thank you. We are back on the record, the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz. All parties are present. Okay, are you ready to proceed? Is there anything we need to put on the record?
We are, Judge, would like to put one thing on the record. We had an opportunity to talk about the objection that I might have as to the playing video from Sandy Springs. The state has agreed to put in a couple of photographs and not do video.
Okay.
So we come to that conclusion, so I think we're ready to move on.
Okay, all right.
That's
you all-
correct, Judge.
Anything else we need to put on the record?
So, Judge.
All right, you ought to call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Vanna Kelly.
Oh, you ready to go? Okay.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat for me. And once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
My name is Vanna Kelly, VANNAKELLEY.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Ms. Kelly, how are you employed?
You want me?
I am a firearm and tool mark examiner with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, which is commonly known as the ATF.
And how long have you been working there?
It will be 6 years in January.
For the court, can you go over your education, training, and experience that has led you to become a firearm and tool mark examiner for the ATF?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Criminal Justice and a Master's in Public Administration. As I was finishing up my master's degree at the University of Georgia in 2011, I was hired by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, which is the GBI. And at that time, in 2011, I served for 1 year at the GBI as a NIBIN technician. NIBIN is NIBIN, and that acronym stands for the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. So essentially, as a NIBIN technician, I was imaging information from fired cartridge cases into a database, and that database will return potentially linked crime scenes to each other. After doing that for a year, I began training as a firearms examiner at the GBI. The GBI's in-house training program to be a firearms examiner was 1 year long, and during that time, I studied several different topics related to firearms examination, which included ammunition, learning about different types of firearms. I went on manufacturing tours to see how firearms are made, manufacturing tours to see how ammunition is made. I also trained other examiners while I was there, and I did, I believe, 5 armors courses with different firearms manufacturers. So armors courses are courses that are put on by the gun manufacturers, where basically we fully take apart a firearm, learn about how that firearm and all the parts function, reassemble the firearm, do safety checks to make sure that the firearm is functioning again, and learn about different troubleshooting techniques. Also at the GBI, I did serial number restorations, which is trying to recover a serial number that has been obliterated, that you can't read anymore. And also distance determinations, which were looking at gunpowder particles to try to determine how far the muzzle of the firearm was to the object that got shot. Additionally, since I've been at the ATF, I've went on more manufacturing tours. I'm also an instructor with National Firearms Examiner Academy, where I teach other firearms examiners throughout the United States how to do different areas like I explained, and also still do serial number restorations. And I received additional training at the ATF in tool mark examination, which is that broader category of tools, including things like bolt cutters, knives, etc. like that, whereas firearms identification, firearms being a specific type of tool. So.
And so in total, you've been with the ATF for 6 years. And does that year-long program that you were with the ATF, does that count in that 6 years, or is that prior to that?
So the year-long training was my initial training with the GBI, and then I had, I think it was additional training months of the toolmark training, in addition to the training I already had from the GBI when I got to the ATF.
Now, have you ever testified as an expert in firearms identification and analysis?
Yes,
About how many times?
92 prior to today.
Ever here in Cobb County?
Yes.
At this time, the state tenders Ms. Kelly as an expert in firearms identification and analysis.
No Cherokee County. She's tendered and accepted as firearms identification analysis.
Now, for the court, can you kind of explain what it means to be a firearm examiner?
Yes, so as a firearms examiner, my main responsibility is looking at fired ammunition components such as bullets and cartridge cases to determine if those bullets were fired from the same firearm, multiple firearms, the same thing with cartridge cases. Do the cartridge cases I have represent one firearm, multiple firearms, or if a firearm or multiple firearms are submitted for analysis, I can also create test fires with the firearm and then analyze those bullets and cartridge cases from the firearm to the bullets and cartridge cases from the scene.
Now, generally, can you explain how, I guess the gun works and it interacts with the cartridge case, or the cartridge, then it becomes a casing and so on?
May I use a demonstrative aid?
Sure.
So
Oh, you've got it up there with you,
yes.
okay.
What I have is a large scale plastic model of what I use the term cartridge. So a cartridge is going to refer to a single piece of unfired ammunition. So when all of the pieces are still together, that's called a cartridge. Now, once the cartridge is loaded into the firearm, the trigger is pulled, several things are going to happen. So one of the things that's going to happen is that a firing pin is going to strike in this gray area here and leave an indentation. So this is called the primer, and it's located here on the head of the cartridge case. Also, the cartridge case is where the gunpowder is housed. So inside this cup is where all of the gunpowder would be in the cartridge case, and once that primer is struck here, that's what ignites the gunpowder inside of the cartridge case. So when this is all together and that gunpowder has been ignited, what's happening is pressures are building up inside of this cartridge case, and when that pressure becomes too much, that's what pushes the bullet out of the cartridge case and forces it down the barrel of the firearm. So the bullet is then the projectile that's leaving into the firearm, and the cartridge case, in some instances, will be ejected from the firearm, or if we're talking about a revolver, it would remain in the firearm until manually ejected. And as this ammunition, both the cartridge case, including the primer portion, and the bullet are interacting with the firearm is imparting the information that I'm going to be looking at to make those comparisons and make those conclusions about whether this bullet was fired from the same, firearm, or whether the cartridge case was fired from the same firearm as other cartridge cases or from a particular firearm.
Now, how do you go about actually doing that examination if you're sent a cartridge or spent cartridge to a firearm?
So if I receive a fired cartridge case and a firearm, the first part of my analysis is going to be looking at what are called class characteristics. So class characteristics are measurable features of the specimen that indicate a restricted or a more limited root source. So class characteristics are things that are predetermined by the manufacturer. They're design factors that happen, they're decisions that are made by the manufacturer before the manufacturing process begins. So, for instance, I like to use the analogy of class characteristics. You had to go out to the parking lot, and you're looking for a blue Ford F-150. Well, the color blue is a class characteristic. It's an F-150, that's a class characteristic. You're looking for a truck. So we're able to quickly narrow down what we're looking for, because anything that's red, that's not our class characteristic. We don't need to consider that. Anything that's a car, sedan, that's not a class characteristic we're interested in. Take the larger group and help us narrow it down. So as far as when I'm looking at a fire cartridge case, some of those class characteristics can be, for instance, the caliber. If I have a 9mm cartridge case, well, is my firearm also 9mm, or is my firearm 45 caliber? Well, if they're both 9mm, then the class characteristics agree. I should investigate this further. But if, the class agreement is not there, then the 9mm cartridge case was fired from the 45 caliber, because the class don't agree. So some other things on a cartridge case that are class characteristics would include the type of marks that are left on the primer. Sometimes they can be like parallel lines, sometimes they're arching lines. So all of those would be things I would look at, and also the shape of the firing pin is a common class characteristic to look at as well. So some of the common shapes that we see for the firing pins can include an elliptical shape or also a circular shape. So sometimes the primer will have a rectangle, but we would know that anytime if the primer is a rectangle, then surely it wasn't fired from something that's indicating a circular, because those are two different class characteristics. So the class characteristics are my first level of analysis. Like I said, if the class are in agreement, then I will move on to the second level, which are called individual characteristics. Now, the individual characteristics are the marks that are caused by the irregularities and imperfections on the tool surface. So those can occur incidental to manufacturing, or also after the gun has been produced. There might be damage to the gun, or corrosion, or just using the firearm can all influence those individual characteristics. So it's the individual characteristics that allow me to take that larger class group source and then look at those microscopic imperfections that are imparted onto the ammunition that allow me then say, yes, this was fired from the same firearm, or no, they were fired from different firearms.
Now, when you're just sent cartridge casings themselves, are you able to just take those and determine whether or not those casings came from one gun?
Yes, even when I do not have a firearm for comparison, I can still take multiple fired cartridge cases and compare them to each other on my comparison microscope, which my microscope allows me to have like a left stage and a right stage. So I basically put a piece of evidence on my left stage, a piece of evidence on my right stage, and when I look through my eyepiece, I'm seeing both of those items side by side under lighting and magnification. So yes, I can compare multiple fired cartridge cases to each other under my comparison microscope.
And basically determine that those casings came from one particular firearm.
If that is the scenario, yes, I can decide, yes, if those individual characteristics I'm seeing, if they're in agreement, then they were fired from the same firearm. But if I'm seeing either class or individual characteristics that are not in agreement, then I would have to conclude they were not fired from the same firearm.
Now, are the methods and processes that you take at the ATF, are they reliable?
Yes, and these are the same, these are common in the field of firearms identification to use these processes that I'm talking about, and I use similar processes to do these comparisons both at the GBI and at the ATF.
Now, can someone with the same training and background conduct the same testing and come to the same result?
So all of my testing is actually physically looked at by a second examiner, and that second examiner with the training and experience has to look at the evidence themselves microscopically, and they also reach conclusions. And so before a report can even be issued, two examiners with the training and experience have looked at that and concluded the same things.
Now, is that just the peer review process?
So we actually have multiple levels. First step is once I'm finished with the physical comparison of the evidence, it goes through a process called verification. And that's where that second examiner will take the physical evidence and also look at it on their microscope. And then after they reach their conclusions, then I can put together all of my paperwork, and then it moves on to a technical review process. During the technical review process, Another examiner is looking over all of the data that I recorded and all of my photographs and my report to make sure that everything I have assembled for the case file supports the conclusions that I am reporting. In addition to that, it also goes to another process of administrative review where a supervisor will look over the whole case file as well, more for administrative, but they can also call into question anything at that time as well.
Perfect. So I want to direct your attention to this case here. Did you perform a firearm examination in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, what type of testing were you requested to do?
I received 3 9mm caliber cartridge cases and 1 9mm firearm, and I was asked to compare those cartridge cases to that firearm.
And were you able to do that in this case?
Yes.
Now, before we get further, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence. State's exhibits 602, 602, 603, and 604. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I recognize these exhibits. Each of the packages has a label with the ATF case number that I created that has also the item number and my initials on it.
And are these the 9mm casings that were submitted to the ATF for testing?
Yes.
Now, now I'm going to show you 607. Do you recognize 607?
Yes, the package for exhibit 607 also has the ATF case number label with the item number and my initials on it, as well as I recognize my initials on the trigger guard of the firearm. And additionally, there's a package in the gun box that are the test fires that I created with this firearm.
Now, is this the firearm that was submitted to the ATF for testing for comparison against these casings found in 602, 603, and 604?
Yes.
Now, sorry, I may have already asked, were you able to conduct an analysis of these casings to this firearm?
Yes, I did.
And were your findings reduced to a report?
Yes.
I'm now going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 670. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, exhibit 670 is a copy of the report I issued in this case.
So is this just your report?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 670 into evidence.
670.
670, yes, Judge.
Is there any objection?
And Judge, we have the same objection as we did on the DNA. It's okay to tender it, but we don't want it to go back.
So the court will admit it over objection. We will address any issues with what the court sees at the end of the case.
Thank you, Judge. May you publish?
Yes.
Now, starting with your report, what is this header up here?
That header is an indication that it was received first at the ATF's Washington lab in Beltsville, Maryland.
And then down here, what's found in this kind of top right corner of the document?
The date of the report is the date that I issued this report. The case number is a case number that is assigned when the evidence arrives at the ATF laboratory. The submission is, there apparently were multiple packages that were submitted, so this being the third. The reference number is the ATF investigative number, so that's another ATF number, but it's separate from our laboratory case number. The title is a title that comes in on the form when they submit it, and then the type of exam is indicating that they want firearms analysis done.
Now, as to a location of this evidence and where it came from, is that listed here as title?
I do not know if that would be consistent with that information.
Was that information just provided to you and then added into your report?
Yes, that is, when the evidence is submitted to the lab, there is a standard form that they fill out, and the title of the investigation is something that would be received on that paperwork into the laboratory.
Now, down here under exhibits, what exhibits in particular were you sent for testing?
So all of these items, the first 3 lines being the individual 9mm cartridge cases, and the final 4th line being the ZEV Technologies model OZ9 9mm pistol. All of those items listed there are the ones that I compared for this case.
And just for the record, can you read out the serial number of the firearm?
The serial number is ZA04909.
Now, for the court, can you describe the process that you took when you did your comparison of these cartridge casings to themselves, then to the firearm?
So yes, the first thing I did was take each of the 9mm fired cartridge cases and put those on my microscope and compare those 3 to each other. After I did that comparison, then I made 2 test fires with the firearm, and then I took the test fires, which also would then be fired bullets and cartridge cases, and I compared those test fires to the group of 3 other cartridge cases.
Now, when it comes to the firearm itself, how do you do that comparison to these cartridge casings?
So the first thing I do is make test fires using the firearm. So in this instance, I took the ZEV 9mm pistol, and we have a large metal water tank. So as the name implies, it's a large tank. It's filled with water, and then on the front side of it is a port, and in that port is where I insert the firearm. And when I fire the firearm, the bullet goes down into the water, and the water serves to slow the bullet down. And then as I'm test firing it, the cartridge case is ejected into a net that surrounds that port. So then I'm able to collect those samples, because I have now shot this firearm myself. So I know that that bullet I'm collecting and these cartridge cases I'm collecting, those are representative samples of the marks this particular firearm is making. So once I have, kind of the apples to apples comparison, now I have, the cartridge cases test fired, and I have the evidence from the scene. I can then compare the test fired cartridge cases to those 3 scene cartridge cases.
Now, in some, the 3 9mm cartridge casings that you were submitted, were they fired from the same firearm?
Yes, first I determined that those 3 9mm cartridge cases were all fired from the same firearm.
Now, after conducting those test fires from the ZEV Technologies model OZ9 9mm pistol, did you compare those test fires to those 9mm casings?
Yes, I did.
Now, what were your results?
I also determined that those 3 cartridge cases were fired from that ZEV Technologies model OZ9 9mm pistol.
And is that notated here under your results and examinations?
Yes, the first line stating a conclusion, which is actually the second line, says the exhibit 9 through 11, which are our ATF numbers, the exhibit 9 through 11 cartridge cases were identified as having been fired in the exhibit 12 firearm.
Now, after you came to your specific results, was your findings peer reviewed?
Well, first, the term we use is verification. So yes, after I have recorded my conclusions and my analysis notes, I then pass that off to the second examiner, who then does the physical comparison of the evidence as well.
And after it went through that process, was your report approved?
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you, Aiden Hurwitz. Attorney Mary, you may proceed with cross.
For Were you asked, Ms. Kelly, to do anything else with this firearm other than to test the cartridge cases?
No, sir.
Okay, do you know if anybody at the crime lab looked for any trace evidence on the butt of this gun?
Part of my analysis does include recording whether there was any trace evidence that was visible to me. I'm not a trace examiner, but I would not know if a specific trace analyst looked at this firearm or not.
Okay. And you were not asked to make any determination about muzzle to target distance or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
You didn't have any of that information. The only other question that I have is when you fire this weapon, it ejects the cartridge, correct?
Yes.
In this particular type of weapon, how far would this bullet or this cartridge be ejected from the weapon?
I wouldn't be able to answer that. Like I said, when I create my test fires, there is a net that is stopping it from traveling any further. And the distance that it could travel obviously would vary between different types of firearms. And I would say probably often is the case that cartridge cases are not recovered from where exactly, because when I do shoot in a range, they're prone to roll, bounce, it could be several reasons why cartridge cases, once they're collected on a scene, are not in the area they would have been if they had only just been ejected from a firearm and then stopped there.
But normally if you find them in a cluster, then you can pretty much tell where the person may be standing at the time the weapon was fired.
That wouldn't be part of my analysis if other people wanted to draw conclusions about that.
Maybe somebody else that might look at that particular area.
It's possible.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Attorney Barry. Any comments, any follow-up?
None of the state judge.
Okay, is there an excuse?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
That is-
All right, State, you can call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Sergeant Jeff Inman.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, it is.
I want to see if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record. Okay, you have a seat, and then you can, please state and then spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
My name is Sergeant Jeffrey Inman, J-E-F-F-R-E-Y-I-N-M-A-N.
Thank you. May I proceed?
All right, Sergeant, how are you employed?
I am a sergeant with the Sandy Springs Police Department.
How long have you been with the Sandy Springs Police Department?
I'm one of the original officers that started on July 1st, 2006.
So since 2006, have you been post certified?
I have been. I started with Fulton County in 1997.
So since 1997, you've been post certified? Now, I want to direct your attention to November the 19th, 2021. Were you on duty that morning?
I was.
In what capacity?
I was one of the patrolling supervisors, sergeants that were on the road.
Now, did you respond to 90 Cameron Glen Drive?
I did.
And is that in Sandy Springs?
It is, yes, it is.
Now, why were you responding to that area?
We got a burglary in progress call that came out. So I started heading that way, and we got a second burglary in progress call that came out in the same location.
Now, around what time did you respond to that location?
And it was around 9 o'clock in the morning.
When you arrived to that location, what did you observe?
When I arrived at the location, we had Officer Phipps was getting a pepper ball launcher out of his trunk of his car. The homeowner was out in the driveway, at the end of the driveway near the road. I walked into the house. We had about 8 officers that were in there. Sergeant Roush was standing at the bottom of the staircase, talking to somebody at the top of the staircase. Sergeant Petruska was in the process of getting some equipment, I believe it's a ballistic shield. And since I was the third sergeant that arrived on scene, they were busy, I took control of the situation.
Now, while were you physically inside the house?
I was, yes.
And where in the house were you when Sergeant Roush was having a conversation with the person upstairs?
I initially walked around the main floor, checking to make sure that we had enough personnel that was in the house. I then walked over towards the front door to make sure that we had a perimeter set up on the house, be making sure that nobody can get out of the house without our knowledge.
No, at some point, did an individual come downstairs?
Yes, he did.
How were they dressed?
They were dressed in camouflage military style outfit.
Now, were officers equipped with body camera?
Yes, they were.
Now, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 672. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
And this is off of Sergeant Roush's body cam.
In
Sergeant Roush. R-A-U-S-H-E, I believe it is.
Thank you.
And is this a screenshot from the body camera of the man coming down the stairs?
It is, yes.
And is it a fair depiction of that recorded on the body camera?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 672 into evidence.
Okay. State 672 is admitted.
Now, what we're seeing here in State's Exhibit 672, is this a picture of when the man is coming downstairs?
Yes, it is.
All right. So now, once he comes downstairs, then what happens?
At this point, I'm over towards the front door to the home. As the individuals come downstairs, Sergeant Roush had made a rapport with him, so they were talking and was trying to convince him to come downstairs. I heard a commotion behind me, and I turned around, and the individual that was coming down the stairs was basically coming off of the second or third step with his arm raised, coming down at Sergeant Roush, and basically looked like he was in the process of trying to hit Sergeant Roush.
Now, when you saw the defendant looking or attempting to hit Sergeant Roush, what happened after that?
Sergeant Roush raised his arms to block the attack. They started to struggle. They moved into the living room area, and they then went over the back of a couch. At this time, we're now converging in to help Sergeant Roush. And Sergeant Roush is also screaming at the same time. When they got down at the middle of the couch, they basically were kind of intertwined, and they started to roll. When they started to roll, I saw that it was a knife, a small katana knife looking. The individual was then stabbing Roush. I sat there and I yelled out, "Somebody shoot," as I'm drawing my weapon. I had a split second where I had a window. I fired one round, and Sergeant Petruska fired one round pretty much simultaneously. Sergeant Petruska hit the subject in the chest. I hit the subject in the neck, and the subject then stopped when he was doing and dropped the knife. I then yelled for somebody to handcuff him as I'm reholstering my weapon. I then moved in with Officer Matt Williams, and started handcuffing, and then the individual started fighting. And we finally got him handcuffed. We pulled, separated Sergeant Rouse from him, and Officer Mike Blythe then started treating Sergeant Rouse for his wounds. We then carried the individual outside of the house to the front lawn, where we could then start treating his wounds.
Now, when separated, part of treating the defendant's wound was that was kind of tearing off his clothes, part of that rendering of
it was, yes.
Now, I want to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 674. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 674?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's out on the front lawn of the house where Sergeant Manny is cutting off the individual's clothes.
And is this a fair and accurate screenshot from one of the body cameras of the incident that was taking place in that front yard?
It is, yes.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 674.
Any objection? I'm sorry. State 674 is in it.
May I publish this?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you remember how many layers the defendant was wearing?
He had on several layers of clothing that needed to be cut off.
Do you remember there being any broken glass at the house?
I do not recall any broken glass in the house, no.
Now, after that incident, let me backtrack. Do you recognize the same individual in this courtroom today?
Can we move the monitor? The one on the desk. That appears to be him.
In describe article of clothing too. Sorry, I apologize.
I'm sorry, the gentleman in the yellowish green shirt.
Now, before he was shot, the individual seen in State's Exhibit 674, were you able to see his face?
I was able to see his face when he was out on the lawn, yes.
Why couldn't you see his face when he was inside the house?
When it started out, my back was turned to him. When he came off the stairs and started tapping Sergeant Rouse, he also had a hat on, which I believe it had maybe a face covering on it. The situation was when he attacked Rouse, they were together and down, so I did not see his face until he was actually taken outside.
In State's Exhibit 674, is this his face covering here?
Yes.
So in addition to the face covering and the military, was he wearing anything on his hands?
He was wearing gloves on his hands.
Okay. And then on top of the mask, was he wearing something on his head?
And it was a what in the military we call a beanie hat. It's a full brim hat around that they use for best describing was for reconnaissance units that would wear that.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good to see.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
Did you ever take a statement from Matthew while you were on the scene there?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, did he say anything to you that is significant?
He uttered some statements while I was in the process of handcuffing, yes.
And what were those statements?
He called us several names. One of the names was, he called us the N-word. He called us pussies. Those are the two main ones that I do recall. And I do recall him screaming and yelling at the same time.
Okay. Did he indicate to you why he had gone to that house?
No, I didn't.
Did you see what automobile he arrived in?
No, sir, I did not.
Nobody pointed out to you the vehicle where it might be sitting?
Not at that time, because what happened is when I got to the scene, I was in control of the scene. So I was not there to interview the subject. I was there to get the subject out of the
Monitor
house.
what was going on there.
Yes.
Did you have any other involvement with Matthew after that?
I did not know.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more, any additional questions for Sergeant Inman?
No, Judge.
All right, witness the excuse.
Yes, Judge.
Right, excuse, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Right, I think it's a natural ending point, as at about 5 o'clock. Before we adjourn for the evening, is there anything that we need to put on the record? Any procedural concerns or issues?
Not that I know of at this point.
They are. Right, so we'll open the courtroom about 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning for you all to be able to come in and get ready. And we'll start back at the end of this day, ready for your next witness at 9 a.m. Thank you. Okay, have a good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Please be safe.
Well, that's my type of party. She like, look, court gonna end on time. I'll be back here at 8:30. Y'all can continue to give me this old crappy case that he should have took plea deal. I don't know what they're going for, because I don't think they're going for the DP. I don't know. I don't know why we're here. Okay, well, maybe I do know why we're here. Have y'all seen any evidence against him? Sometimes I be missing stuff. I don't know. I know we got okay, so cool. We I can't imagine this being no more than by Thursday. Like, we gonna have court tomorrow and this is gonna be at the jury, right? Because I don't understand what else they can do. Yeah, I know I was looking at that Karen Reed document to see about reading it to you guys, and I will. It's 46 pages long. Did I tell y'all that already? I probably told y'all that already. I was like looking at it like, eh. Oh, y'all speaking in regards to the everybody that's suing everybody, that's suing somebody. Everybody in Boston gonna be suing everybody. In a minute, y'all gonna see Brian's name up in there. They're gonna have Brian Walsh's name in there. He in Massachusetts, in Boston. They might as well go ahead and throw his name up in the honey pot too. Throw them all up in there. So I guess I don't know. I have to find out. I don't understand. I don't know if the defense, I'm going to go back to their opening statements this evening to kind of see exactly what they are trying to prove or not prove in this case. Are they trying to prove that he's not guilty, or are they trying to prove that he's not guilty of something else? So I have to listen to the opening statements again from the defense to kind of see what are they looking for, and also what the prosecution is trying to prove. So I can understand exactly why we're here. And then that way I can make us a poll, because I can't even really make us a poll. Like, is he guilty or not guilty? Because I don't know. I don't know why we're here. I keep forgetting. Why are we here? Oh, okay. So I scheduled our stream for this evening for 6:45. I know some of you guys will be sleeping, right? Our dear Marilda, she'll be sleeping, but that's okay. You can always come and look at it in the morning. I am going to, if you all could do me a favor, and that's whether you're gonna be there or not. I am going to drop the link in here for tonight's stream. If you all could just do me a favor, even if you're not going to be attending, just go over there and like it. If you can go over there and like it now, that'll get us into the beat of the rhythm of the night. To the beat of the rhythm of the night. So even if you're not going to join us, it'll be out there in the YouTube algorithm like somebody want to join us. Right? Don't have me up here talking to myself all night. Look, don't have me up here talking to myself all night trying to get this information. So it's 6:45, so it's 7:45, 8:45. So it's 8:45, it would be 8:45 on East Coast time. It'd be like 7:45 in Texas. The only person that has an excuse from this is my dear old Marilda. Look, that's the only person that has an excuse. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, if y'all could do that for me, that'd be awesome. That way, at least it can get us into the rhythm. If you're not even putting your notification bell on because you're not gonna be able to wake up and watch it or be up to watch it, cool beans. But if you can at least like it for me, y'all can like it and don't even know what I'm about to talk about. I like stuff all the time and don't know what I'm talking about. No, I probably shouldn't say that. You have a teacher's pad. Yes, you do. You absolutely do. You absolutely do. Yeah, I wish we could do it earlier, and I wish I could do it now, but I have to kind of like, I'm trying to make sure I'm gonna try to do, I don't know. I'm gonna try to do it as smooth as possible so we can get through it because it is a lot of information. So even though I've been doing a lot of stuff like while we've been online, but I've been trying to listen also to the trial that we're currently in, right? And now that Tilly back, I'm gonna send her the stuff for our next update. She'll get me together, and then that way she'll come with a full report and email for me with all the good stuff. Between her and 13th juror, I'll be all set. Maybe I'll email the 13th juror and see if he can hook me up. Because he hooks me up. Boy, you talk about giving me some information. He be definitely giving it. That way I don't have to be up here doing all this research and stuff. Researching, because I don't want to give out bad information. So I got to make sure I get very good resources, and especially because we're not in the courtroom. That's the one big thing about these federal trials is that we're not able to be in the courtroom. So you have to depend on people out here. Right? Thank you, Tilly. Yeah, we have to depend on people that's out here to gather that information and actually report from the courtroom. And then you got to listen, because some people are biased, right? Because some people may like one person versus to the other person. So it kind of makes it hard. So the only person right now that I can go to is Megan Cuniff. I like her. She does awesome work. She's always in this. She does a lot of, I want to say more high profile cases, at least what I see her on, like what I go to her for. So she's the only person that I personally know that's going to be in the courtroom. I do know some of the people that's on the witness list or their depositions will be read out. But yeah, it's just like even with the Tory case, they didn't let us in the courtroom. So we had to listen to somebody else reporting, right? And guess who that was reporting? Milagro. That's who I listened to report the case. And the way she reported the case to us, and I'm not saying that she's wrong or right or whatever the case may be, from her being in the courtroom, I would have thought Tory Lanez would have been not guilty. So that's what I'm saying. Like when we don't have our actual eyes in the courtroom, like we are in the courtroom right now and can see mostly everything that's going on, we have to deal with like secondhand feeds, depending on where you get your feed from. And I'll admit readily, like the person that I got my feed from was Milagro off another person's channel. So I don't know. I wish they would just let us in all the courtrooms so we can all be the judge ourselves versus to having to hear secondhand. It's kind of like whispering in somebody's ear. I can whisper in Tilly's ear, and by the time it makes it all the way to Florida, where Film Fit Freak is at, it's going to be something totally different. Totally different. And everybody hears things a little bit different than, you know, some people. I mean, I know it should be what it is, right? But it's not. Everybody hears everything different. So yeah, when we go through and we just listen to this, is I don't know. It just kind of, I don't know where this puts social media. Yeah, you say you loved it in school. Well, yeah, that's how it go with these courtrooms, especially when we not in there. You gotta kind of like trust the source that's reporting it. And you when you trust in that source that's reporting it, you also want to be somebody that you're relatable to, somebody that's cool. And I will watch her literally, like, I got introduced to Milagro from DJ Academics. I don't know if y'all know DJ Academics, but I watch him, I follow him, a supporter of him, and love him, right? He did the big thing on the war in Chirac. And that's kind of how I found him. And just listening to him, and he was following her because that was his inside connecting to the courtroom, right? And yeah, it's like a big mess now. You know, and some of the stuff is just, you know, commentators like putting their spin on it so it could be juicy and, you know, a little bit extra, you know, kind of like almost clickbait, but not clickbait. But I don't know. It seemed like this thing got her, like, I don't know. I don't know. I just know it's a mess. That's what I do know. I do know that she's been on the stand since yesterday afternoon, guys. And I'll update you on what stuff came out while she's on the stand. And we'll go into, you know, kind of how we got here for the most part with her. So I did set up that stream. That is open. So as I stated, if you can go over there and at least like it, even if you can't hang out with us this evening, you'll be able to look at it tomorrow. I probably will make it members only after I finish doing the stream. But yeah, if you want, you can. If you're a member, you're more than welcome to go look at it. And I definitely appreciate all the support with keeping us in the rhythm of the night. Besides, I don't want to talk to myself. I mean, I could talk to myself because I can talk to myself because that's what I do. But y'all come check on me. If y'all ever see me online, there's nobody in the room and I'm talking to myself and I'm answering myself, then we got a problem. And I want y'all to call the people on me. The people. Good night, Merelda. All right, guys. Well, we have wrapped up day 2 in our Georgia case, right? We will we'll be back in Georgia tomorrow. I'll send out the alert for that in 1 second. So y'all have that up there, and I will make a no fluff version of this for anybody that did not catch the full day and don't want any of the breaks that we had, because we did go into the wash hearing a couple times. So I'll make a no fluff version of this also. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I thank you so much, and hopefully you can join us later this evening. You know, you were in the right place today, right? We went to a couple courtrooms today, which is always nice, right? where there's no filters, right? No fluff, just facts. So you can be the judge. All right, guys, I hope to see you tonight. If not, then I'll see you at the top of the morning. We'll start at 7:30 a.m. Peace.